continually ask the question, are we making the impact at each student level? Each student level. And that's, easier to do, I think, when you're in Yoder, maybe, right, Dennis? It's smaller than when you get to Hutchinson, for example, just as an example. But that's our challenge going forward. And then, and you're going to hear today, we're going to talk about budgets. Your recommendation to the governor, which you have to do by statute. You'll get asked by legislators, I didn't think you had to do anything to do with budget. Well, technically, no, the legislature appropriates money, but statute says you'll provide a recommendation. That'll take place this morning. This afternoon, you're going to hear several things. One of those is about foster care. And I can just tell you right now, 25% of the kids in foster care, according to the Department of Children and Families, are moved more than 8 times a year. And that's a huge challenge, right? As we think about that each child that maybe is in between places. So this is enormous how you make policy to really direct each child and each family, knowing that Kathy's family is different than Jim's and should be, right? And how do we do that? And how do we make sure of that? So tomorrow you're going to hear the early start of school improvement and the KESA process, which will take us over the next several months and how we really try to do that work. Now, no cheating and no yelling it out. No cheating, which means you're Googling and not yelling it out. I call this an iconic photo, but some people would say, as I've shown this, what? So this is a Kansan, all right? And as you're thinking about this, think about what is this a photo of? And so who thinks they have the answer? Raise your hand. Okay. All right, Ann, I'm going to let you go. Ann, this is a photo of?
Jim Ryan breaking the 4-minute record.
Jim Ryan. The East on his shirt is he was at Wichita East High School. This is the state track meet, Michelle. This is the state track meet. All right. Now, I want you to study this. I want you to study. This is him crossing the finish line. And he ran in this meet, 1965, 3 minutes, 58.3 seconds. And he already had run also that year a 3 minute, 55.3 mile. And he was voted the greatest track and field athlete of high school of the 1960s. He went on to earn a silver medal at the 68 Olympic game. But look at Jim Ryan's face. Not one of, wow, this was great. I just broke the 4-minute mile, right? Of agony, right? This was hard. As talented as Jim Ryan was, and he was a phenomenon, once-in-a-lifetime talent. Look at the young man to his left, or to our left, Jim. He's excited. Like, you just broke the 4-minute mile at the state track meet. Look at all the people cheering him on. And I think it's sometimes our work, that the work is really, really, really hard by the people doing the work. And sometimes the people looking at the work goes, wow, that was just really great. It's really, really hard. So also notice it's on a cinder track, right? And I don't know if it was a hot day or a cold day. Who knows in Kansas? Jim Ryan, by the way, ESPN took a poll. The greatest high school athlete ever. He won. Beat Tiger Woods. Beat LeBron James. Beat Kobe Bryant. The greatest high school athlete ever. Still lives in Kansas. As served in Congress for a number of years. Outstanding young man from Wichita East. So, but I think that photo says a lot about our work. So throughout the day, be thinking about how do we improve academic success? How do we improve then kids' opportunity to graduate high school? I'm going to talk some about that today. And their opportunity to go on to earn something greater after high school, or at least certainly have the opportunity to do that. The Georgetown Center on Education and Workforce, I quote a lot. They do remarkable work looking at workforce in every state and looking at the education attainments in every state. And every few years, they do an update report. They're about to release a new one called Workforce 2031, which is a forecast in the future. The most recent one that they did was for, we use this a lot, They said, if you look at the demands of the workforce in Kansas, those demands require young people, old people, middle-aged people to have a high school education and some other degree past that, certificate, something beyond that. And that's 73% of the jobs in our state. The breakdown is 37% are bachelor's, master's, PhD, professional degrees, and 36% associate and certificate. And that's what we're trying to get to. We have a skilled labor force, and by the way, the newest jobs in Kansas yet to come. We're opening up the Panasonic plant, right? Not open yet. Scorpion in Manhattan, just getting cranked up. In Bath in Manhattan, not quite fully up to speed. We've got the new center down by the junction down here, just outside of Burlington. All are, yeah, there'll be some lower paid jobs there, but high skilled jobs and really good paying jobs that don't all require even a baccalaureate degree. And so looking at this data, now I'm going to share with you some new data. This is census data. You know, we often share with you data that came from us that we collected. We did not collect this data. This is census data dating back to 1940, that's will be on your far left, to 2021. Now, anyone want to guess? Not a secret, Dina. You know, we do the census every decade, right? Why 2021? Why not 2020? We didn't do it, COVID. So it was delayed 1 year, so that's why you see 2021. Here's census data looking at Kansans and saying, by age 24 and older, the first one, how many Kansans have or had a high school diploma? 24 and older when they did the census by the decade, because that's one of our goals is to get to 95%. There's the progression throughout the decades of Kansans holding a high school education. Many of us in this room, at least our ancestors, were products of one-room schoolhouses that stopped at 8th grade. Tens of thousands of those across Kansas. My family, certainly a product of many of those. And the labor market at that time didn't require you to go to high school. You only went to high school in that era if you needed to go to college for whatever your degree, maybe teaching. And you can see that we've progressed to just in the low 90s. And that's a little higher for age 24. As you know, our graduation rate upon leaving high school is just setting just under 90%. Why then would the census say it's at 91? Because some people between the ages 18 and 24 go back or at some other point and get either a GED or their high school diploma. Starting in 1990, the census started to measure any college. So this is, I got an associate degree at Johnson County Community College. I got a certificate. I went to college and dropped out, but I didn't get a baccalaureate or a master's. So they started measuring that, and you can see the goals or the attainment here. Now we're going to show you on the green bar coming before you. These are the number of people that had a baccalaureate degree or higher, starting in 1940, ending in 2021. I don't know. When I was growing up, there was a TV show called Happy Days. The Fonz, and for those of us, you know, at the time, I remember you would say, well, it was the old Ron Howard because, you know, he'd been Opie in the Andy Griffith Show, but he was in Happy Days. And Happy Days, I think, was the start of what I remember as people referring to the good old days. The good old days, a simpler time, right? And I think the older we all get, we lament about, boy, I remember the time we didn't have cell phones and we played outside till it was dark, and, you know, we get into all the, you know, whatever the history was of us. 21 census, we have more people in Kansas with a baccalaureate degree than graduated from high school in 1940. Think about that. Because you probably pick up some things saying, you know, we're just not doing a good enough job in education. We have more people with a baccalaureate, master's, PhD, or professional degree than graduated high school. And you can see the ascent of that has happened fairly recent. Why? Because the demand requires it. The workforce demand requires it. I told the story many times, but it's worth repeating. My grandmother was a hospital dietitian at Coffeyville Memorial Hospital in our hometown. And she got that job by putting food on trays and serving the patients and also the workers there. When she retired in the mid-1980s, she was in charge of that. That job requires a master's degree today. My grandmother did not have that, not even close. She never went to school, formal schooling. And she was somewhat embarrassed by the mid-80s knowing that had an advanced degree, but she had earned that right. Just different. I'm not sure it's better or worse, but just different. Lumina, working with the census, the Lumina Foundation, took a look at education credentials in the early 2000s of Kansans aged 25 to 65. And they found that 10% of Kansans did not have a high school diploma. Okay? So this is fairly recent, within this decade. We're trying to get to where that's no more than 5%. And I'm going to show you the economic reasons for that. Now, here's what we always know. When we talk about each child, some of those dropouts become extremely successful. All right? So when we talk about averages, just know there's always exceptions, right? Some PhD people never do well. That's just true. But we're going to look that we'd like to reduce that number for some economic reasons. 23%, the furthest education they have is high school, and they also, the Lumina included GED. 13% of Kansans went to college, never completed anything. I'm going to come back to that group. So I went somewhere, but I have nothing to show for that other than it was a good time. So I assume it was a good time. Maybe it wasn't a good time, but they have nothing to show for that. Then we have they broke this up into two separate categories. I put it together. An industry certification is where the industry defines, we want this certification to come work for us. CNA, where the healthcare industry have said, you have to have a certification. AWS welding. College certificate is when a tech college, like Washburn Tech, may say, if you go through our HVAC program, and it's a 2-year program, you may earn an industry certificate. We'll also give you a certificate of completion in that HVAC program. So I combine those, and that's about 9%. Associate degree, about 9%. Those are different. Baccalaureate degree, 23%. And those that went beyond a baccalaureate, doctors, master's degree, teachers, PhD, 13%. So that's a snapshot of the workforce. When we think about this work together, the target areas for us are really these students, because with a little bit more training, I'm going to show you, the average of those groups markedly get more marketable in terms of job availability and job payment. With a little bit more education. So we want to talk about that a little bit. So here's the economics of this. So this is 2021, the average annual earnings. So remember, average can have an extreme range, and then I'm going to show you poverty rate. So here's the average earnings of someone in Kansas. This is what I think is so instructive, because it's not about other states. I did not graduate from high school in Kansas. The average salary is just $30,000 and change. Okay? Now again, some with a lot more, some maybe with a lot less, but that's the average. If I graduate high school, that average goes up to over $34,000. Again, I graduated high school, I didn't go on. This is the census data, some college to associate degree. Now, this would include certificates, which are the highest demand part of our workforce right now, is this skilled labor. We call that skilled labor. So I went to school, I got a certificate, I got an associate degree, or I went to school and I dropped out and didn't get anything. That's all included in this 40,000. What, if you dig a little deeper in this number, guess what would have made this number even higher? If you took out, I went to school and didn't earn anything. Those people are much more closer to the high school graduate earnings than the certificate or the associate. And here's the baccalaureate, master's, PhD. So that's the average earning in our state. So I don't want to discourage anyone from going to get a baccalaureate. We need teachers. They need a baccalaureate degree. I don't want to discourage anyone from a master's. But Danny, when I look at you and say, I want to figure out what you want to be, right? What you want to do, then we figure out what that's going to be. What kind of schooling do I need to maybe go pursue that? And in some cases, it may be very little. In some cases, if I want to be a lawyer, it's going to be a lot of years. And I've got to pass some tests, and I've got to do some things. Look at what poverty happens. High school, if I don't graduate high school, the poverty rate is almost 22% for those people in Kansas. So 22% of the people not graduating high school in our state are living in poverty. This is why it's economically our advantage to have, in general, have more education. See how that drops to about 15% if I just graduate high school. I say just. You know, everyone's trying to work on this. Jim, you spent your life trying to graduate kids from high school, right? I mean, when we talk about execution, we want them to graduate high school. Why doesn't every kid graduate from high school? Because you're going to hear about some foster care kids where they don't. So we can drop that to 15% if we can get them to have a high school diploma. Look what happens if they just go a little bit beyond high school. We can drop that to 8.5%. And baccalaureate, only about 4% of those people in Kansas live in poverty. We can raise the average salary in general, and I'm reading right from the Georgetown Center for Education and Workforce, where they say the 4-year degree is under scrutiny and should be for a good reason. College costs are already high, and they continue to rise, and for many out of reach. But they go on to say, but the return on investment we find in Kansas is still worthwhile. Now, I want to go back to this slide. Some college, no credential. And I'm going to make an assumption, which we don't know. What really can be bad, I go to school for 2 years, 3 years. I don't get a credential. I don't get a degree. And I leave for whatever reason. How much debt do I have? Because if I have nothing on that return on investment, I now have stackable debt. And you can make the claim I have stackable debt and I have something, but and you could talk about degrees. My degree's in a degree that doesn't pay as much as, say, an engineer or others, then that return on investment is harder. 13% of our young people are going to school, and then they're leaving school and they didn't complete anything. What if those had never gone to college, but maybe got a certificate in high school or 2 or 3 certificates? Could we have elevated their workforce availability first and the opportunity maybe to earn more earnings as you see here? Again, we're talking about averages, and then we have to take that to each child. It's not a cookie cutter. I was listening to one of our really great teachers this morning on a podcast, Jerry Powers, 2008 Kansas Teacher of the Year. She sits on our dyslexia task force. She works with our dyslexia. And she said, do you need to have training on how to teach kids to read? Absolutely. Do you need great curriculum that aligns to the science of reading? Absolutely. But she said, even with that, you can put 2 teachers side by side, and one does really well and one does marginally well. What's the difference? And she says there's an art to this. So as we look at these averages, there's still a family and a kid that we have to talk about. And it's not a cookie cutter, but in general, the more education, the more training we can get you, the better that looks. So then what do we need to do? This chart soon will become ad nauseum. You'll say, how many times are you going to show us this chart, Randy? Because it's instructive. 70,000 Kansas kids looking at the state assessment. The assessment nobody likes. And all we're looking at is they took it, maybe not even seriously, but they took it, and then did they graduate high school? And you can clearly see a correlation. Level 1 to level 2 to level 3 to level 4. You've set a goal of 95%. Where's that correlation? At level 3. But look at the bump you get when you go from 1 to 2, just in graduation. Look at the earning power someone would get if that 89%, 90% graduation could get to 95. So, you know, if you think about 40,000 Kansas kids, around numbers, and we've got right now about 4,000 kids not graduating with their cohort, what if we could cut that in half? Would that mean different economic benefits for those kids and those families? And then look at, I went on to earn something else. This is by how they scored in language arts and mathematics. And again, that sweet spot of over 70% happens around level 3. So we clearly know this: academics matter. Academics matter. They do. However we measure them. GPA, Michelle, you've talked about GPA or a teacher grade. Yes. Standardized tests, maybe. I'm not saying that they're, but they give us an indication academics do matter. And they matter early. We know if a student struggles and reads by age 9, they're less likely to keep up. So academics really matter. But remember this guy? He trained hard, right? I can remember the stopwatches. Dennis, you remember those old stopwatches? They weren't scientific. We didn't have all the, you know, the electronic. Remember those? You're going to snap it. Jim Ryan was running sprints. He was running 200s. He was running quarters, right? He was doing that to get ready for the mile. I'm sure I wasn't there in '65. I was a little kid, or young kid. I'm sure they had a rabbit, someone that was going to take out that he could pace. He knew it. There was a very technical aspect to this. There's also something else that made Jim Ryan special. He was a special athlete. Just look at the agony on his face and the preparation. And we know that all of that technical, as we said, academics matter. We also know that successful people have these skill sets in droves. Along with they just do. The business leaders, like there's something different about them. Like they're just driven. You look at presidents, you look at very successful leaders, people that own, they're driven they're driven different. And so we look at these Kansas Can competencies and say, where do those come from? Oh, parents, grandparents, large extent. Can we teach them? Yeah, science tells us we can teach them. We can model it. In my generation, the church taught us a lot of this. Family, my grandfather and grandmother demanded a lot of this. You just talk about all the time. My grandparents said, be lucky that someone would give you a job. Show up early, go home late, and be grateful, because they didn't have work in the Depression, and it was important to them. That was just a value that was important to them. And so you've seen this chart where I think Jim Ryan had some perseverance and some goal setting and some initiative and maybe a little bit different cat, right? And couple that with great talent. He certainly had great talent and a scientific work ethic of coaching and putting those together. So when you think about, Melanie, your own kids or, grandkids or, significant other that lives down the street from you, how do we help them have a better set of academics? How do we have them have a better set of the Kansas Can competencies? Where are they strong? Where are they deficient? What can we help them do? Because at some point you become adults. And then, then it becomes a little bit harder world than just being a young person. Today you're going to hear a lot about that in a lot of different ways, starting with budget this morning. And then, as I mentioned, foster care kids, tomorrow, our KISA. But kind of keep those things in mind. We have to improve academics. We have to improve our ability then to help kids graduate, go on to maybe be a phlebotomist, be a physical therapy assistant. Great work with that. 2-year degree, physical therapy assistant. And many of you had surgery or something, have visited a physical therapy assistant and maybe didn't like him or her very well because they put you in some pain and rotating a knee or an arm or something. So that's the work we have and still in front of us. What is the work that we all have to do to help the people in the field that are in local boards and local teaching and administrators execute that work? Madam Chair, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any questions. Give board members one more opportunity. Everybody good? Okay, thank you so much.
It's a somber group today. I don't know what that means. Somber.
I have a question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question would be, is the mindset of businesses, we've put in their head so much that you have to have some kind of certificate to even get an interview. So does that eliminate those people that maybe all they need is an interview, even though they don't have a certificate?
Yeah.
But if we focus so much on this other thing, that people aren't getting an opportunity.
Great question, Danny. I think what we ought to focus on, I'm going to just show this, but think academics along with this. Focus on the skill, focus on what young people may want to do. If they have these skills, they're going to be employable. And if they're employable, many places will hire them, pay them, and help progress their skills. Electrician, for example, is a great example of that. Yeah, great example. What I hear from businesses is they're showing up without these skills. Or they don't show up for the interview at all. Like they schedule an interview, they don't even show up, they don't tell anyone. And so, no, you want the skills. And then you want to tell people, okay, if you want these kind of jobs, they don't require any formal education. These do require some formal education, and you lay that out for them to make their decision.
But have a lot of employment opportunities are just online. You can't even get an interview because everything's online. So by being human instead of just an online thing might change the whole thing for that particular person.
That's correct, because then people are just looking at a resume and skills. Yeah, you're right. But go back to some of these skills, networking. If someone's really tenacious, really has some perseverance, they may show up at that employment and say, hey, I'd like to talk to you. And maybe they don't talk to them, but maybe they do. Then you would hope that people have that combination.
Yes, Ann.
We'll come back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny, do you have none? I was just going to remember when Melanie and I went to CompuCon a couple years ago, and it was a big conference about trying to grow computer science in high school. And the state Chamber of Commerce was there, a lot of industry and business owners were there, people who needed people in the computer science field. And I'll never forget Alan Cobb, who is I think, the head of the State Chamber of Commerce, said the one thing his people were most concerned about is these skills right here, the soft skills that we teach in our social emotional learning. And he said, soft skills are hard, and particularly with computer people. I know one of the business owners said, you know how you tell an introverted computer guy from an extrovert? He goes, it's whether he's staring at your shoes or his shoes. So they were really interested that we were teaching these to kids, and we're really happy to see it. So I think we're on the right track with all of this.
Again, I think back to this. Most of us will never be Jim Ryan. Once in a lifetime, maybe longer than a lifetime, but we can all probably walk or run a mile if that's our goal. Most of us can do that. Maybe not at 4 minutes, but we can probably do that. And what are the training that needs to do that? Danny, I think I cut you off. Oh, okay.
Betty?
Thank you. And this is actually in line with what Danny was talking about. A lot of the jobs you go through the application process online, and it is a challenge to show those soft skills through the computer application, I think is what he's saying. Many times it's like the computer is conditioned to pick up certain words, and you get that interview as a result of that. So even though we can focus and teach those soft skills, it's still a gap or a challenge on how do you convey that I possess these soft skills when everything is done online instead of in person, where you can actually make that assessment about an individual in person. So I can appreciate the gap that that he's referencing there on not being able to show those.
Yes.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to ask over at the desk, do we have anyone for the open forum, Citizens Open Forum? Okay, normally at 10:30, it would be time for the Citizens Open Forum. Mark, our board attorney, do I need to open the forum if no one is here?
You don't have any speakers, you're fine.
I don't have any speakers. Okay, we will move on to the next item. So next we have action on ESSER items. Welcome, Mr. Doug Boleen.
That's not me.
Speaking of talented young people, person here working with us today is one of our interns who's gaining valuable experience on the job and continuing his education too.
Okay, so ESSER, let's start with ESSER 2 again this month, and happy to say that with the 8 change applications that we have, we are actually using up all of the rest of the ESSER 2 money. So as we look through that, remember that we had about $400,000 left last month, and that is all gone now. I think the ones we really want to look at, most of them are just moving money around, but Hodgman County and Olathe are a couple of those that needed to use up the remaining funds. So Hodgman uses $55,000 for summer school. Olathe had almost $8,000 that's going to premium pay and EL support. And then the other one, Wellsville, Jeff West, Andover, just moving some funds around. But the big one was Topeka, $300,000 premium pay and software. And so when we get all of those changes in, that's $381,000, and that uses up the rest of the ESSER 2 funds. As we look at how the money's been spent for ESSER 2, then we're sitting at 76% for the teaching and learning. That's the gold or yellow bars up there. So for a total of $343.5 million in ESSER 2 funds.
Try that again. Board members, any questions? I don't see anyone on the list. All right. With that, it looks like we're ready to vote. A motion would be in order. Betty?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and approve the Public School District ESSER 2 change request as presented for the use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Do I have a second? Dina? Any other questions? Discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. I've got 8 opposed. Danny, abstain. Michelle abstains. Motion passes.
Okay, so then moving on to ESSER 3. This month, we've got 9 districts that have submitted their ESSER 3 plans. Those are the last 9 that we had to go, so we now have all ESSER 3 plans have been reviewed, have gone to the task force, and then are now in front of you. And then we have 16 districts that have submitted ESSER 3 changes, and that results in a net change of $2.7 million for those changes. Like I just mentioned, all 286 districts have submitted their plans now. After today, hopefully all will have been approved. We have no plans being reviewed at this time, and we are just looking at changes from here on out. Demographics of the districts, just went through that slide. The districts had 10.6 million at their disposal. The plans represent 9.5 million. The ranges per district, North Jackson is the bottom end at 439,000. McPherson is the high end at 2.4 million. Expenditures per student, Rock Creek is $625, and Kingman Norwich is the $1,600. For this batch of plans, 80% of the funds are going towards the teaching and learning objectives. And then as we look at where we're at then, we are setting at about 80% still for the use of ESSER 3 funds. So ESSER 2 was 76, ESSER 3 is running at about 80%. Those are the new plans.
Board members, any questions? I see none.
Then the ESSER 3 changes. Notice Riverside, they're actually going a different direction. They didn't spend as much money as they thought they were going to on premium pay, so they're actually headed in the wrong direction. Ulysses uses $67,000 for salaries. DeSoto, $46,000 for literacy materials. Uniontown, $5,000 salaries and water bottles. Smith Center uses up the rest of theirs for literacy resources. Girard, $44,000 SEL. Derby uses the rest of theirs up for indirect cost. And Wakanda uses the rest of theirs up for salaries and equipment. Tri-Plains, $14,000 salaries. Nickerson, $258,000. They have a building project that was approved, so that's a big chunk of that. Ellsworth, a little bit less for salaries, so they're going the other direction. Holcomb uses the rest of theirs up for curriculum. Then Marion, big HVAC project, that $223,000. Independence uses up the rest of theirs, another building project. Parsons, $400,000 for professional development. And then Labette County uses up the remainder of theirs for another building project, which was window upgrades in their buildings. Net change, $2.7 million. And with those changes, we're still at 80%, leaves us with just under $35 million left in ESSER 3 funds to be spoken for. So we're getting there.
Board members, any questions? Dennis?
Just interested in the SEL speaker, I think it was Gerard. Who made that decision and how is that different than curriculum? If you look at Gerard, they paid almost $45,000 for an SEL speaker. How is that different than curriculum?
So it's more bringing somebody in from the outside for professional development for staff, speaking to the students, those types of things. Curriculum is more, well, I won't even say that.
Yeah,
Okay. a big chunk of it would have been
Yeah.
SEL. but
Was
not-
that a local issue? I mean, I'm trying to justify why that's all of a sudden necessary if that's part of the curriculum already.
I'll- I don't know how to answer that exactly. I mean, there are different programs for character development and different things that people may do in their homerooms in addition to what you all have talked about is happening in the classroom where we need to be teaching those skills as we're teaching math, as we're teaching English, science, whatever it may be. But there's also that extra piece.
It just seems like something that's, added on when it should have already been budgeted. And that's, I don't know, it's a little troubling to me. That's all I'm saying.
Anne?
Just to follow up on what Dennis was asking about, so what you're saying is it was probably professional development for teachers. So even though SEL could be part of the curriculum, you still have to do additional professional development to bring in the latest, pedagogy and teach people what's going on now. And so even like you said, if it was science or English or anything else, even though English may be part of the curriculum, you still might want to bring in somebody from the outside to do professional development with your staff. So,
If that's typical, then how's come all districts aren't doing it?
maybe this was just a particular need of that district, that they hadn't done professional development in that area yet, and they wanted to. Be a good question for you to ask them.
Yeah.
And I want to highlight, there was a comment from the back that didn't make it to the microphone. Tate, you commented that the 43,000 wasn't all just for the one speaker. Correct, okay. Any additional?
So in those notes on the side, we kind of hit what are the high points of what did a lot of the money go for, so.
Okay.
But it's not an exhaustive list.
Thank you. Any other questions?
So I want to thank you for the 800 pages that I received on Thursday.
You're welcome.
So if you wonder why I'm voting no, I haven't had time to go through them.
With that, we're ready for a motion on ESER 3. Anne?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and approve the Public School District ESSER 3 expenditure plans and change requests as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second? Jim McNeese, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, 6, 7. Opposed? Kathy, I can't, sorry, did you vote yes? Okay, so I have 8 and 2 opposed, abstain? Michelle?
I have a comment.
Mr. Vice Chair Porter?
I want to indicate that because now all the plans have been approved, the task force will not be meeting in July. And we will now be meeting on an on-call basis as we have needs. So we will not see ESSER at our next board meeting, and we will only see them as change, because the only thing left is change applications, because all the plans have been approved. So we will not see that on a monthly basis from this point on unless there's a need to do so. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you for the update. And just to clarify on that vote, that was a 7-1 vote. Board members, we will take a 10-minute break. Board members, please take your seats. We might be running a little bit early, but I think we're going to need it. Welcome Deputy Commissioner Craig Nineswander to talk about the fiscal year 24 budget recommendations to the governor.
Thank you. Happy to be here. I hope you can say the same. So this is one of those duties that is compelled upon you, I guess, by statute. Every year, the state board has an opportunity to make recommendations to the governor on the budget for what will be fiscal year 25. So it's not actually the budget that we're getting ready to go into. It's a year away yet. So you're making recommendations that the governor will then make recommendations in January to the legislature, and the legislature will work on throughout next spring. So we're looking a year down the road from now. And the process from this point forward. Today, we just review, here's some things to consider. Next month, then you will take action on those items that you would like to recommend. We will develop that as a staff, then send it to the Division of Budget, and then they take it to the governor. So to get all that process in place and make it work in time, that's why we start in June, and you need to make your recommendations in July so that the rest of the process follows as it needs to. As we go through this, we'll practically everything you see, not entirely, but practically everything you see, and I'll try to point out the differences, is required by statute. The funding level, the fund, and how it proceeds from there. So we will point those out and give you a little bit of history on each of the items, and some of the options that we present are based on practices that the board has followed in the past. By no means does that mean you need to follow them again. That's just kind of a starting point for discussions for you, to give you an idea of how the process flows. So for starters, the general fund budget, and I'm sure you remember last month our riveting discussion of how school finance works for school districts. Everything is really tied to the base. How much do you receive per student? And there's a history of what it's been the last number of years, and you can probably tell in about 2017-18 we started seeing some changes due to the Gannon Supreme Court case. And I'll just go back a little bit on the percentages. Starting in 2018-19, that was about a 4% increase in the base. The following year in 1920, when it went to 4,436, that was a 6.5% increase, and that was written into statute following the Gannon case. Each of those amounts you see up until this year was, that dollar amount was specifically written into statute as a result of the Gannon Supreme Court case. So each year after that, it's been increasing by 3%. This year's increase by statute is tied to the Consumer Price Index, and it's been a 5% increase, the 3-year average of the Consumer Price Index. Next year, it's estimated it'll be 5.9, which would take the base up to 5,388. When I say next year, FY25. So I tend to talk about this year as though we're already in FY24, which we're not quite. So that is being funded as outlined in statute by the legislature, and that may be the longest run we've had, at least for quite a while, school districts increasing the base every year. But that was done purposely through the Gannon case to catch up with what happened in prior years. Okay, I
Craig,
gotta move this.
Before
All
you
right.
go too far,
Yes.
can we pause there? I keep my copies, so I'm looking at an old one that
Okay.
goes all the way back to 2008, where the base was $4,400. So what
Yes.
happened between 2008 and 2014?
Really good question. So in 2008, we were finishing up a 3-year agreement with the Montoy case as far as what would happen with the base aid. And in that year, some of you may remember very well, nationally, there was a recession, rather significant recession. The state didn't have enough money. So the base ended up being $4,400. It started a little higher than that, had to be reduced during the year. The same thing happened for, I believe, the next 2 years in a row. The base was reduced during the school year because of the recession and the lack of money. So the base was cut several years in a row. There was some thought that it was not increasing quick enough. It was not keeping up with what was agreed to in the Montoy case. So that's how the state ended up back in court with the Gannon lawsuit that led to the increases that you see on this sheet. In fact, the base at the end of the Montoy case was supposed to be $4,433, if I remember correctly, but we had to drop it to $4,400. That was in 2008, 2009, and if you look at this list, 2019-20 is when we finally got to $4,433.
10 years.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. There's the dollar amounts, just in total. That's great that the base was 4,846, projected to be 5,088. What's that mean in dollars and cents? That's the total for the general fund for school districts. One thing you may or may not notice, depending on how quickly or how closely you look at the numbers, 2023, the year we're just finishing, the total dollars are actually higher than next year, even though the base is going up. The reason for that is the final state aid payment for a number of years has been made in the following fiscal year, so school districts actually receive it late. This year, the legislature is taking care of that. They are actually making the full state aid payment in the current year. So that means last July, the first payment they made was actually from the prior year. So they're paying a little extra this year so that we can get on track again. By taking care of that late state aid payment, it makes the total this year a little higher, but the state has the revenue in place to be able to afford that, and now we're on track forevermore. Supplemental general fund. And if you look at the total dollar amounts, you'll see the same thing. 22-23 is a little higher because of the late state aid payment that is being paid. It is being funded according to statute, and I didn't point out, you'll see the statute numbers up on top of each of these sheets as we go through. We try to tell you where you can find more if you'd like to. And the supplemental general fund is just a percentage of the general fund. Each local board determines what percentage they want to adopt, anywhere up to 33% if they have the appropriate resolutions that have been passed. And a portion of that, that's the total state aid that you're seeing. So that's just a portion of the general fund, or I'm sorry, the supplemental general fund. Total supplemental general fund for school districts will be a little over $1 billion. The state aid portion of that will be, as you see, about $568 million in 24 and $590 in FY25. The rest is raised by local property tax, and that's by formula. Capital improvement state aid is most commonly known as bond and interest. Yes.
So Craig, on the last one though, that 590 million is used to equalize low property tax districts, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So
So
there
Blue
are some-
Valley isn't getting any of that.
I'm
They're-
sorry?
So a district like Blue Valley would not get any, or would they still get
That's
some?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Some districts receive no state aid of that 590 million you see. Some receive quite a bit. Depends on the assessed valuation per pupil in that particular district. So bond and interest state aid obviously depends on how many bond elections are passed, which we've had a number. And next month you may expect to see up to 6 more on your agenda that will be considered next fall. The other issue in that dollar amount, obviously costs increase when you're building buildings. So it costs more and more to do the construction. But on the state aid side, like all the other state aid factors, it's on that sliding scale, just like on the LOB. Some districts receive none, some receive a fair amount. That's been decreasing. The formula has been changed since 2015. So districts receive less state aid than they used to, in some cases significantly less, up to 30% less state aid than they would have before. So those payments will probably level off, if not begin to decline a little bit, as more of the older bond issues that have higher state aid rates are paid off. So the numbers you see there are just the state aid amounts for bond elections. And as those percentages come down, you'll see those numbers most likely decline a bit. But it is being funded according to law. Capital outlay state aid is the money that districts raise just to take care of their buildings, maintain buildings and grounds. And there is a cap of 8 mills on that particular fund. A district can't levy more than that. So when you see that increase, in some cases that's because districts have gone from 4 mills to 5 to 6 and they're working their way up over the years. But mostly it's because property values have increased. So 8 mills raises more money. And so again, that's just the state aid portion. The districts raise the majority of their capital outlay through local property tax. And that is being funded according to law as well. Juvenile detention facilities are funded a little bit differently. You can see the note in the upper right-hand side there, and again, it's spelled out in statute. Juvenile detention facilities receive twice the base amount. So if the base is $5,088 in the coming year, they're going to receive $10,176, if I did that right. Always dangerous to do that in front of an audience, for each student. Those counts are taken 3 different times over the course of the year. This count is not tied to September 20th because of the students that will move in and move out of those facilities. They're counted, they report 3 different counts and then are funded based on those counts that come in and are reported to us or their actual costs. It is being funded according to law, and you can see the dollar amounts. What's been approved and appropriated is a little bit higher than what is spent. And if that's the case, then the additional money is reappropriated the following year. This year we had a little more available because of an appropriation, and I'll tell you in just a minute what happened to some of that money. Yes.
Thanks. Now, this is just the county facilities, right, not Lawrence Gardner?
I honestly don't know. Lawrence Gardner? I'll have to check that.
Uh-oh, made him look.
Yeah, that's,
Why did you think Lawrence Gardner is not included in this? Because I
Well,
would
I thought
assume
it might be
was.
in the corrections budget.
Oh, I see. I assumed
would've
that this
thought
was
Lawrence-
Lawrence Gardner.
No, I figured
we
it's
only-
like Shawnee County has a juvenile detention school here.
No,
Every
you're right.
county
yeah.
probably does. I figured it was just the county
We
facilities.
will look up
Yeah.
that and get that to you on Friday
You
night.
stumped us. We'll find that out.
Dang.
Not hard to do, I might add. Other questions on this? So typically, the additional money is reappropriated and carried over the following year. That happened a year ago, and you'll hear a little bit about what happened to that money now. So special education, state aid, a lot of numbers on one page, I know that, so I'll apologize for that up front. As we've talked about a number of times, by law, it is to be funded at 92% of excess cost. The very first line there, 2010, 2011, you see For whatever reason, we were funded at 95.7%. Well, law only demands 92, so how did that happen? At that time, well, let me back up. There is also, from the federal level, a maintenance of effort requirement, which means if they continue to fund the dollars that they have funded, the state and local are required to continue to fund the same amount each year. At that particular time, as we referenced earlier, we were coming through a recession, and the state got into trouble for not funding enough on special education. They cut the appropriation. So in 2010-11, we had to make up the difference from prior years, which ended up raising that percentage above 92%. That was a one-time issue to keep us legal with the amount of funding that was being provided by the state. That's kind of a short version of what happened at that time.
Also, I know a lot of people wonder why they didn't put special ed in the Gannon case and left it out. And this is why, because when they started the Gannon case, it was at 95%, so they didn't have a reason to include it. It was fully funded. And then by the time they got to where the case was wrapping up, they asked the judge to include it, and he said it's too late. There's no testimony. So now we've got this problem.
So you can see in the middle column, for various years, we have relied on additional federal aid. The federal government always provides special education state aid. But during the recession, 2008, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, in that time frame, additional money, and it was ARRA, American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, I believe, is what that stood for. ARRA funds were made available specifically for special education. And during the most recent years with COVID, this board made special education funds available to school districts out of the ESSER funds that you had authority over. So you see that near the bottom of the column, or table in the middle column. And then the state aid is in the second column, the totals, and you see what's happening to the percentages. Costs continue to increase. The increases in funding are happening slower than the increase in costs, so the percentage continues to decline. And you'll see in 24 and 25, it's a pretty significant drop. The ESSER money is no longer available. The state is now adding $7.5 million each of those 2 years. They were not originally scheduled to do that, but this past spring they went ahead and included that. And then I mentioned with the juvenile detention funds, the reappropriation, we had an additional $2.5 million in juvenile detention funds. The provisos with the budget give the commissioner authority to request that money be moved to another fund rather than losing it or giving it back. He made that request to the Division of Budget. It was approved by the governor. So for FY23, there's an additional $2.5 million in state aid going to school districts because of that request and that process. It was originally juvenile detention facilities money, wasn't necessary for that purpose, so they allowed us to move it to special education for this 1 year.
Craig, I'm hearing a lot of numbers thrown around about what the shortfall will be this coming year. Do we have an updated number on what we think the school districts are going to have to make up because the legislature failed to fund the law?
We do, I don't have it with me, it's 170 some odd million. You have to recall? Is it on? Okay. Oh, I'm with you. We will see that number in just a little bit.
Thank you.
And since we mentioned the federal funds, and we talked about it last month with the funding, the effort to meet 92% also relies on federal funding, as you see there, which they, under IDEA, were scheduled to fund at 40%. They're not. And that was a goal they wrote for themselves. They didn't say we would. But when they fund a higher amount than the state can fund a lower amount and still reach 92%. So it's not strictly a state aid issue. It's also federal aid. But both have played a role in the fact that we are quite a bit below 92%, which statute requires right now. For school districts, that equates primarily to how much categorical aid do they receive per teacher. And you see what happens to those amounts over the years as the appropriation falls further and further behind 92%. Those amounts don't grow, although the salaries and pay for teachers and paras certainly increases. The other thing that affects that is how many do you have statewide, teachers and paras? And since COVID hit, school districts are much like other employers. It's hard to find paras. So where we used to increase by teachers and paras about 300 every year, you could almost count on it for 3 or 4 years in a row. Once COVID hit, we increased maybe 100 teachers and paras combined across the state. And in fact, the last 2 years, I think I'm accurate in saying the number of paras has actually declined. They just are not available to be hired, although districts and special education interlocals and co-ops are trying to do that. They have still been able to add a few teachers, not the numbers they typically do or need, but they have been able to at least add a few. But paras, that has not been the case. So you'll see the categorical aid per teacher increasing. That's part of the reason. There just are not as many teachers and paras to spread the money amongst.
The other thing, so that's the amount that's reimbursed. If, as Craig said, he talked about the volume, but if the teacher's making 45,000, where does the excess money come from? The school district general fund. So that's what you hear from your school district is, when that doesn't go up, I've got to make up the difference out of our general fund to pay for the excess cost in special ed. And I know it gets complicated, but that's generally what you'll hear when you're visiting school districts.
So options, if you want to see it funded according to statute, and these are based on options the board has asked us to look at before. One option would be leave it as it is. Maintain what's been approved by the legislature, and you see the numbers there. Again, that's just a repeat of the bottom 3 lines of that first table as far as the dollar amount and what percentages those would be. That would be one option for the board to consider. Another option that's been looked at in the past is pick a percentage that seems more appropriate. The first option you see is if FY25 was funded at the same percentage that it will be next year in our estimate. So keep the percentage the same. That takes an additional $36.8 million in the right-hand column to stay at 69.1%. If you go all the way down and you wanted to go to 92% in 1 year, you'll see $226,539,000. That's a fairly significant leap to take in 1 year, but that would be an option as well. Pick a number in between. We just pick nice round numbers, so it's easy to do the math. You may think 73% is a good percentage, whatever the case may be, but that gives you an idea of how many dollars we would be talking about to reach each of those percentages. So that would be one way to look at moving closer to the 92% that's in statute. Another option that the board has used for at least 3 years now, the governor recommended it last year. The legislature partially included it in one of their bills, but it contained some other policies, so that bill did not end up being voted on, would be to phase it in over 5 years. Take a 5-year time frame, and how much money do you need to add each year to get to 92% by the end of that 5 years. And this allows for inflation over that time period. And you can see in the right-hand column, that's about $78.1 million per year for 5 years. Now, I will tell you, by the time we get to next November, and we are making consensus estimates with the Division of Budget and the legislative research staff, we will have more accurate numbers to estimate from. And if it's like it was last year, that number will be a little bit lower than 78 million. Last year at this time, we showed you 76 million. And by the time we got to November, it was down to 72 million per year. And that was the recommendation that was carried forward to the legislature. So we would adjust that as the numbers allow. In future years, assume for a moment it stays at 78 million. A year from now, that may be different. It may not take 78 million anymore. So the intention on this recommendation is it would be adjusted each year. We're not going to keep asking for $78 million if you only need 72, if that makes sense.
Craig, can you remind us, so you just said that last year we recommended the 72 million, which went to the legislature. I know you spent a lot of time across the street. Can you remind the board, or maybe let the new people know, how that conversation went with the legislature? Because that number comes back, and the decision that the board made at this table came back, and we heard about it in discussion over there, right?
Yes. So the board made the recommendation a year ago to phase your way to 92% over 5 years' time. And as I said, that ended up being 72.4 million approximately each year for 5 years. So that recommendation, like the rest of the budget recommendations, went to the governor. The governor included it in her recommendation that she gave to the legislature. That then went to the budget committees in the legislature, was discussed there, Senate Education, K-12 Education Budget Committee. Kind of went through a roundabout path because it went into several different, possibility of several different bills. It ended up going into, I believe the number was House Bill 2089, but into a bill that also contained funding for students in private schools. And when they got to the very end in the legislative session, literally the last day, they chose not to vote on that bill. So the $72 million was not funded. The legislature's version was going to fund it for 1 year. They weren't going to commit beyond that, and they were going to use federal money to fund that. But they would have funded it within that bill, but they, as I say, they ended up not voting on it. But it was discussed several times, as you alluded to, throughout the session in different committees, whether to add it, whether not to add it. For 2 years in a row, there have been amendments at least attempted on the floor in various budget committees to add that funding in for special education. And those have not been successful so far.
Ann, and then Jen.
Okay, so what's the shortfall for the coming year?
For the coming year, like I say, it's 170 some odd million dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Jim.
It's written in statute, and that came about through the Montoy court case. It has been different percentages over the years, but following the Montoy court case, that was a percentage that they agreed to.
Mr. Porter.
Last year, we recommended a five-year phase-in. That did not happen. Therefore, and I'm concerned about the task force. That is a hidden agenda of the task force. This is just me. A hidden agenda of the task force is to figure out some way not to pay 92%. Therefore, this is just, I get one vote. I am not willing to recommend a 5-year phase-in because they've already blown the first year. So I would like to see, for our benefit, what it would cost for a 4, 3, and 2 by the time we do this. And I can tell everybody now, I'm not going to vote for a 5-year phase-in because this is critical, and it is creating some real problems for school districts, especially school districts, which most of us represent, who are declining in enrollment. So I would like to see some options less than 5 years, and I'll indicate right now, I'll be a no vote on a 5-year.
And I need to correct my statement. If we go back a slide, the last number in the right-hand column, $226 million, that's how far short we would be next year, or in 25, in 24, 25. Next 24 will be more than 170 million. Would be the 226. Other questions, comments?
None at this time.
Okay.
It might also
Yeah.
help to compare that number to when they settled Montoy, they agreed to add about 500 million a year, and they phased that in over a few years. This eats up almost half of the increase they got in Montoy. So it really moves school districts backwards in a big way if they don't fund the law and fix this special ed problem.
Any additional questions before we move on? Jim McNeese?
This funding is based on student populations. Right, in the school.
Indirectly, for special education, it's really based on transportation costs for special ed and how many teachers and paras do you have. And of course, teachers and paras are determined by how many students and what are their needs. So indirectly, yes.
And we're not fully funding it, so the general fund has to come in and meet the minimum,
Yes.
okay? So as those costs increase, and as this, or the general ed money decreases in various ways, the regular ed kids are just, or regular ed, everybody's losing. They'll have less money to spend.
That's an
With
accurate
this.
statement, yes.
Yeah, that's where I was
You
leading
have to
to.
take it from other
I don't want to put
programs.
winners and losers, we're all losing.
So for instance, jump ahead to 25. If we're 226.5 million short, special education services are required. You can't decide not to fund them. So the point being made is that means school districts go to their general fund and they have to take $226 million from other sources, from other programs, to fund special education first. So,
Are there other ways that school districts can raise money?
for this purpose, general
any
fund and
purpose.
supplemental general fund are it. You can choose to go to 33% if you're not at your LOB. Quite a few districts already are. That raises your property taxes.
And with, what % of our school districts are losing enrollment?
I don't have an exact percent for you, but
Yeah,
the
give us
vast
ballpark.
majority,
The vast
well,
majority.
well over half.
And the vast majority are small districts.
Yes.
So the crisis is even greater there. You're in a small district, and every student count makes a difference.
Yes,
What I'm leading to is, we're headed towards a cliff.
yeah. If you're losing enrollment, which lowers your general fund, and you're also needing to contribute more to special education, you got two things working against each other.
Yeah, so if I had the same formula running my household income, I could project in some few years, I'm now broke, but it's gonna be worse.
Yes,
So we're just piddling around with this thing right now, excuse me for my minimizing it, but we're just kind of, horse trading here a little bit, but we're not solving the problem.
no.
No, okay.
Question from Dennis.
Well, as a district school district in my district that has been very innovative. They're going to a 4-day week next year. And they're using community help on the 5th day, on Friday. To me, that's a very reasonable way to help budgets, is become, especially smaller communities, because that is usually where the population of a small district really gets in gear and helps. To me, that was very encouraging to talk to that superintendent, because she told me how involved veterans, church leaders, local businesses are picking up that 5th day. And I think that's really the future, is encouraging help from communities that want to keep their school. And that's what I'm hearing out in my district is, how can we keep our school? And, you know, the answer in a lot of ways is get involved and help do some volunteer work. And when I hear that's happening, it really does a lot to keep a small community involved and revives some of that passion. So I'm just throwing that in here into the mix. Is, you know, that maybe we need to look at a whole different model and, you know, recipe for what local schools can do, especially in their little rural communities.
Yeah, I think I think it'd be safe to say there have always been opportunities for volunteer help and always will be within the parameters of what meets the needs for those students educationally and legally. Good point.
Don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. The next issue is one that is being funded according to statute. The question that this board has raised several times over the past years, is the statute appropriate? And that is transportation of students to and from school is tied to 2.5 miles away from home. That's what's in law. The student must live 2.5 miles or more away from school in order to be funded for transportation. Districts can certainly transport students that live closer than that, but there's no funding associated with those students. That's done at the district's cost. So the question has been raised, is that too far? A number of years ago, the Legislative Post Audit Committee actually suggested, yes, that's too far. It should be lowered. The question is also raised about safety. Regardless of the distance from school, there are some places that are just not safe to be crossing a busy highway, a railroad track. There's no sidewalks, whatever the issue may be. And is there a way to address that? I will tell you the dollar amounts that you are looking at are really rough estimates. They're probably the shakiest numbers in this whole presentation because we just don't know how many students live between 2.5 and 2 miles from school and what it would cost then to add those students. But those are ballpark estimates. And since it has come up, as I say, it is funded according to statute, but since the question is raised seemingly each year, we continue to include it in this presentation for you.
Would it be possible to get actual numbers for the most recent year that they're available so that we can compare?
I honestly
that not
don't know that
useful?
we even have them. If there's no reason for us to know if they live any less than 2.5 or over 2.5. That's it. We don't have a reason to collect your 1.2 miles from school.
Okay, thank you. Betty?
Mike, I am trying to articulate this where it makes sense because my concern or focus would be more on the younger students. Now, in the urban districts, you will find a significant number of high school students that may be 2.5 or more driving themselves, or sharing, riding with a friend. I don't know if there's any kind of way where we would put the priority on the younger kids that are having to walk to school, elementary, versus that. Are we just looking at all and that distance, or is there a way where it can be broken down where you put them on priority, just like we do the special education kids? That's required regardless to their distance. So Is that possible, what I'm asking?
It certainly could be possible. The way the law reads now, it's all students 2.5 miles or over. As you said, high school, grade school, doesn't matter. And the district is required to make a seat available for each of those students. So if my child is driving to school every day and we live 3 miles from school, the district is still required to provide a seat. Part of the rationale for that is if the snow flies and we're having school, I may not want my child driving on the snow. I want them on that bus. Or when the car breaks down or we don't have access to it, that child is still entitled to a seat on the bus. So the way the system works now, you will transport all of them. Certainly, we know the age of the students that are 2.5 miles or more, so the formula could be adjusted to provide weightings differently, I suppose, for elementary as opposed to senior high who may or may not drive. But then somebody's going to ask, well, do you differentiate that according to income? And those senior high kids who can afford to drive, we don't fund as much, and those who can't afford to drive, we do. And there are just a lot of questions that come with that.
I know there are so many variables in place. One of the things that I really hear big concern is, and maybe that will determine the size of the bus, but to see this bus that has minimal amount of students on day in, day out, especially in urban. You know, we see this big bus and there's 15 students on it, and that's a significant cost. Again, if they have to make it available, whether the students are using it or not, then there's no way of getting around that, but it certainly is, it's cost.
That's true. And sometimes that's because those buses serve multiple purposes. It may be taking the football team to the game on Friday night as well. But it definitely is a cost difference for a bigger bus as opposed to a smaller one.
Greg, before you go on, a couple of other complicators. This has generally been brought up, as Betty mentioned, around urban areas where you have lots of traffic, maybe not as many sidewalks, and trying to get kids to school. What complicates this is open borders. Because whether you're now urban, and Michelle's talked about this a lot, but Dennis, this would apply to the situation in Wilson or Wetmore. You don't get transportation waiting when you go outside of your district over 2.5 miles. So school districts may or may not be reluctant to transport because of that. And so that's just another complicator that you haven't thought about, or previous boards haven't thought about as they think about transportation waiting. This has generally been in what you've seen previous boards contemplate is the urban areas where they just have a lot of traffic, but this may cause some of you to think about this a little differently, and I just wanted to put that out as you think about this over the course of the next month.
Question from Michelle?
Excuse me, Dr. Watson brought up that same thing I was going to talk about is I see a junior high and a high school within a stone throw away, and I decide I'm going to go to that school. Well, if I get bused to Spring Hill, it's 10 miles away. So that was my next question is with open enrollment, who gets the money for that thing? Now I'm going to choose to go right here because it's within walking distance instead of being bused 10 miles to the closest high school and junior high.
So what he said was correct. For transportation, if you choose to go to a school outside of your district, nobody gets money for that transportation. Even if they come pick you up and transport you, that's fine, but it's like transporting the student less than 2.5 miles. The district chooses to do that, but the state will not reimburse.
And that could change.
Could change. Anything could change with statute.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to mention real quick that in the past, we have also discussed at this point in the conversation, there's a stop arm law that needs to be updated.
There is a stop arm law that requires when the bus stops to pick up students, the stop arm comes out and literally says stop. Cars are not allowed to pass the bus from either direction. In some cases they do, some cases they do so regularly. There have been efforts in the legislature the last 4 years probably to make that easier to enforce. Currently, to enforce it, a law officer has to see it happen and has to be able to identify the driver, not just the vehicle, but the driver, in order to issue a citation. There have been efforts that other states have used cameras on the bus now, same theory as what you have on the turnpike and other toll roads, where the camera catches the tag of the car. And it's the owner of the car that's liable, and it's a civil penalty rather than a criminal penalty. To date, that has not passed the legislature. For years, it was presented as a way to prevent deaths. It's a very dangerous situation. There is video available. Think about the side of a bus. When you pull over to the side of the street, the students are getting on the right-hand side of the bus. You can find videos of cars passing on the right when the bus is stopped, as students are getting on and off, much less passing on the left-hand side. For years, it was presented as a way to prevent deaths. 2 years ago, we had a death in Kansas because of somebody passing a bus that was stopped to pick up a student. So it's a horrible situation when that happens. As Melanie pointed out, we have had efforts made. Our school bus safety folks can give you reams of information. In fact, they conduct the study nationwide for passenger vehicles passing a bus that's stopped. So we've got the data to support it. It just hasn't gone very far in the legislature with the solution that we've been offering.
An unacceptable situation, in my opinion. Sorry. Danny?
Thank you. So just listen to this. It seems like there needs to be a little flexibility if you've got 15 students on a 50-passenger bus, but you can't put anybody else in there because of the students that don't ride it, just in case you have 100%. So it seems to me there, for the local districts that have those areas that kids are crossing a major highway or something, walking across there, where they can go do that and get, I mean, there just seems to me there's got to be some kind of flexibility there.
The schools have the authority to pick up the kids. They can certainly do that.
Right,
just not funded.
but they got to have room for those kids that never ride the bus.
Yeah, and I don't want to mislead you. Yes, they have to provide seats for those kids. It's rare, if you only see 15 kids on the bus, that the rest of those are because they're holding a seat for high school kids that drive. There just aren't that many numbers. Usually that's because geographically, it's a large district and it's a long way and not many kids in between. So that's why you only have the 15 kids on the right route. There just aren't that many. So typically, if you see a lot of empty seats, it's not because they're holding all of those for kids that have chosen not to ride. Some of them, yes, but probably not that many. So I don't want to mislead you on that.
No more questions.
Okay. Career and tech ed transportation. And I'll point out there is no statute listed on this one. This is not by statute, but it has been funded. You can see the history there for a number of years. For a couple of years it wasn't, and it was put back in place this year. We just recently received the numbers because they're not reported to us until June for this year. And I can tell you the $1.4 million that was approved is not enough to cover the costs, so we'll have to prorate it a little bit. It's going to be closer to $1.9 million this year, which is kind of a good news, bad news situation. Bad news, we don't have enough money. Good news is that means more students and more school districts are using the career tech ed programs that are available from vocational colleges and community colleges, because that's what this funding provides. Is it pays part of the cost, not all, but part of the cost for transporting those students to vocational programs at vocational colleges and community colleges. Questions about? Okay. The mentor teacher program. provides funding for teachers to serve as veteran teachers to serve as mentors for first, second, and third-year teachers. And you can imagine there's a fair amount of research that will tell you how significant that is if you want to retain and develop quality teachers, that they have a good mentor. The school districts that implement this have to have an approved mentor program. There are requirements that their mentor teachers have to meet, and when that's done and they work with a beginning teacher, they are to be paid, if appropriated, $1,000 per year for the first 3 years that they work with that beginning teacher. So first year, second year, third year. The amount of money that was appropriated this year would cover $1,000 for those mentors that had a first-year teacher, $457 for mentors that had a second-year teacher, and no funding for those mentors that had a third-year teacher. In its history, the program has never been funded well enough to provide $1,000 for each of the first 3 years. And that's what it works out to this year. So, and again, that is in statute, that they be paid $1,000 each of the first 3 years if the state appropriates the money. To fully fund the program, we estimate another $1 million. With the number of teachers that have retired during and following COVID, that means we're picking up, even though they're hard to find, more new teachers. So that number may change as time goes on. We may need a little more than that, but that's our estimate right now. If you wanted that program fully funded so that mentors for the first 3 years could be paid as according to law, we would need another $1 million statewide.
Thank you. Craig, do they, I'm wondering how the schools are reimbursed for this. Do they turn in something at the end of the year, like, and are they paid by the number of first-year teachers or the number of mentors? Like if I mentor, if I'm assigned to 2 different first-year teachers, do I get 2,000 or 1,000 or?
I believe you can have up to 2 mentors, or up to 2 first-year teachers per mentor, but not more than that, and I may be off on that. But in answer to your first question, yes, they turn in information at the end of the year. They turn in information at the beginning of the year that indicates, yes, we have a program. These are our mentor teachers. These are the new teachers that they'll be working with. And then at the end of the year, they verify that information so that we can make the payment.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is somewhat similar, professional development programs. Again, the research is pretty clear about the support teachers need and can be provided through professional development programs. State aid by statute is to cover 1/2 of 1% of the general fund or 50% of their actual costs in the professional development fund. The 1.7 million does not cover that, and it will be prorated at the end of the year based on how much they actually spent. That gets reported at the end of the year as well, so that we can make that payment. And our estimate is we would need about another $1.9 million to fully fund that program. For the last 3 years or so, the costs have not been quite as high. 1.7 million still doesn't cover it, but it hasn't been quite as high because districts have made use of some of their ESSER money for professional development, and that's not reimbursed. It's only the state aid portion that's reimbursed. So the costs have been a little bit lower, but still 1.7 million does not meet the law that's required. And that obviously, when the ESSER funds expire, that cost will only increase. National Board Certification is a program that school teachers can voluntarily choose to participate in. It's rigorous training. I have no hesitation in using that term. And staff development, certainly. And once they earn that certification, they are allowed to maintain it for 10 years, and by law, state law, they are provided an additional $1,000 as a stipend. Whether the state funds it or not, the district's required to pay the $1,000 to the teachers. You see the dollar amounts that have been paid out over years and the amount appropriated, and you can tell if you look at those numbers, the appropriation is probably going to be enough to cover those costs. So it is being funded according to statute. School lunch program, you see the dollar amounts. That's the amount that's required as a match to provide school lunches and to bring in the federal dollars. For reference sake, the total spent on food service last year was $250 million. That's a rounded number, obviously. So the state's share of that is not very high. The state doesn't have to invest a great deal in this program. That is a highly funded federal program, and some costs also come from student fees. Beginning last year. During COVID, there were no student fees. Federal government funded it at all. But beginning last year, we went back to student fees. So the state is a relatively low investment by requirement, and that's funded primarily federal money. Yes.
Thank you. So if a I understand, and I guess my question is about how, if the federal funding kicks up, but I understand if a district has a certain percent of low-income kids, they can actually ask for meals for every kid in the district. And does that mean the feds then, if they meet, is that a federal requirement, and then do the feds feed everybody, or does the district have to pick up the non-low-income kids?
Some of both.
Okay.
That's known as community eligibility.
Okay.
And the trigger is the number of students that are direct certified. So they receive free meals because they already participate in another funded program like Medicaid or SNAP or something to that effect.
Okay.
Once you hit about 60% of your students that are direct certified, then you become eligible for community eligibility, and the federal reimbursement increases. You need to be a little higher than 60% for that additional federal reimbursement to cover all your kids. But you can choose then to have everybody in your district eat free. And the portion, if you choose to do that, the portion that the federal government doesn't cover, the district would pay for. We'll have a number of districts that will qualify for that this year, and more than the usual number will use it. Many of them will be a high enough percentage that the federal reimbursement will cover all of the students.
So will that will make the federal total go up, and then our
Yes.
share go up as well, right?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Dennis?
Parents is, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Late question.
Just out of curiosity, when the kids weren't in school in 19 and 20 because of COVID, that number is the same or whatever. I'm trying to fit that situation into this.
When the
Graph.
students were not in school, even in 2020 in the spring, when all schools were closed, schools were still providing meals. They were sending meals home with kids. The families could come in and pick them up. We had bus drivers suddenly didn't have kids to transport. They transported meals to schools for kids. There were all kinds of programs taking place to get the food to the kids, even though they weren't in school. Okay, parents as teachers. Some additional funding was approved for the current upcoming year of about $1 million. That was recommended by the state board a year ago. A little more than that was actually recommended. The governor recommended it as well. That was intended to offset the fact that costs had not, or I'm sorry, funding had not increased for a number of years. Costs certainly had. So that additional money will not necessarily add more families to the program, but it will help meet the costs better than we have for a number of years. And it is being funded as outlined in statute. Pre-K pilot, You see two funding sources there, and it's gone back and forth over the years. Which source has provided most of the money, and it's leveled out the last few years now. CIF is the Children's Initiative Fund, and that money comes from the National Tobacco Settlement. That's a portion of Kansas' share of that money. TANF is the federally funded program that provides some funds for the pre-K pilot program. And that has become a competitive program for a number of years. We had enough funding that it just funded the same districts every year. It is now competitive. We have more districts interested in providing those pre-K services than we have money. So they have some requirements they need to meet, and Amanda Peterson oversees that for us. Some other programs. Juvenile Transitional Crisis Pilot Program. That is a program specifically in the Beloit Special Education Cooperative. Has been ever since it was initially funded, and it has always been $300,000 each year. It's approved by the legislature to meet some special needs of students identified as at risk or with disabilities within that special education cooperative. Safe and Secure Schools. And you've heard from John Calvert and Jim Green a few times in the past year. Originally approved by the legislature in fiscal year 19 and required some standards to be adopted, which were. You can find those posted on their website, the Safe and Secure Schools website. The program has, over various years, included a grant to help districts fund improvements for their security. That grant is in place again this year and was funded for 24 and estimated for 25. It's been $5 million each year. The requests have always been more than $5 million, and so we've had to prorate over the years. At the moment, this year, the request for that $5 million, we have 197 districts that have requested funds, close to $30 million. So we're significantly lower than the request. Part of the reason for the big jump this year, prior years it's been more like 12 to 15 million requested. Part of the reason for the change is this year they allowed the money to be spent on communications equipment, which is something school districts have asked for 2 or 3 years. The ability to communicate with local law enforcement and others in the event of an instance in your school. That equipment's expensive to be able to do that. So that's part of the reason that number is quite a bit higher this year. So our fully fund program estimate is off by quite a bit now that we know what that number is. $5 million won't get us close to 30 million. And I will say the grant has a matching requirement. So when the districts request $30 million, they are planning to invest another $30 million of their own to meet those costs. Any questions about that? Associated with Safe and Secure Schools, similar anyway, Mental Health Intervention Team Pilot Program. That program has been in place since 1819. It is still a pilot program moving forward. They did not change and add it to statute. They did add $3 million this year. At the moment, with applications coming in, it appears the $3 million will cover the new districts that are going to join. There's still a day or two to go through applications and make sure we've got all the numbers right, but that's going to be pretty close. As it has worked out in past years, the additional money that's provided has always been just about what was needed for new districts that added on. We weren't sure that would be the case this year, but it has been. And I should mention both this grant and the Safe and Secure Schools grants you will see at your July board meeting. You'll see the list of districts, how much they applied for, and how much has been awarded. So you'll have that information then so that the money can go out and be available to districts to start the school year or in the case of safe and secure schools, some of them will try to do some of that work this summer before school starts.
So great. How many districts did apply for the mental health assistance this year?
90, no, that's the wrong grant. We had 66 schools this year. I want to say another 12 to 13, but that may be off. That's going from shaky memory at the moment. Okay, and where I was going before, related to the safe and secure schools, the board looked at, or has, a goal to provide safe and secure environment to attend school, specifically increasing the physical safety in all school districts. And to implement that, our recommendation would be creating a school safety auditor, and this is coming somewhat out of legislation that was proposed last session. So we would have an individual who could help go out and visit schools on site. How is your safety plan being implemented? What do you need to be considering? What's not quite measuring up, either in your facilities or your practices that could be beneficial for the safety of your students? In order to do that, we would need to request additional funding for a position, and the categorical costs that go along with that position of about $85,000 to add one more person to currently a two-person team to provide school safety across the entire state. So we would present that for your consideration. Virtual assessments. You heard about this a number of times through the legislative session. It did pass that virtual students will take, or will be able to take, state assessments online. There are some potential costs, as we discussed, that go along with providing security for that situation. And those are the dollar amounts. First year would be a little higher because there's some one-time costs that go with equipment and those types of things. Ongoing cost you see in the right-hand column, but those are being recommended, as we've discussed. If there is a security issue with one sixth grade exam, the entire sixth grade exam is thrown out and we need a new one. And that would not be inexpensive to develop by any means. So these costs would be ways to allow parallel assessments to be developed that would create some security, as well as the security necessary for a student taking the assessment.
One of the things to consider that I think gets lost in the discussion in the legislature here, we are one of the lowest states in the country of what we get from the legislature to do state assessments. Therefore, we don't have a lot of items, we don't have alternate tests. So if that's when Craig says, if that test security is violated, we have to throw that test out. We don't have another one we can just go get and plug in. We'd have to develop another one because we don't put much money into our state assessments. And that's the reason for this cost.
Ann?
Does this money go to the school, the districts that have the virtual students to go buy the equipment? Does the school district own the equipment then, or exactly where does the money go?
For the equipment costs, yes, but a fair amount of this would be to develop parallel assessments so that a student taking a test at home is not looking at the same question as the student who's sitting in the brick and mortar school.
Okay, but the extra cameras that would be needed, like at a kid's home,
That's going through the virtual school.
and the virtual school would pay for that?
Yes.
This isn't buying cameras.
I believe, I don't know, I'll have to check with
Okay.
Beth Fultz on that.
All righty, thank you.
So Craig, am I understanding correctly that this would essentially be insurance? We talked about how the potential cost of a compromised test was $9 million, is that correct? To have a new test?
Yes,
So this is kind of a way to mitigate the potential need for that.
This is the way to create a parallel assessment. So for instance, if the question on the exam is, find the square footage of the room we're sitting in. The student in the brick and mortar school has one room that they're figuring square footage for. The student online has a different room with different numbers and so forth. You're asking for the same skill, but they're not the same question, so they'll come up with a different answer. You can't copy off of each other, more or less. And if I post that online, not everybody that's taking the assessment was going to see that question, so I may not have to throw out the whole test.
Got it.
That's an overly simplified explanation, I'm sure. This maybe is a benefit for you, I don't know. In years past, many years past, we've been able to bring in, for instance, a fourth grade math assessment and have the state board take it or have a legislative committee take it because there were alternative assessments. So when you saw it, that didn't throw out the rest of the test. So I don't know, maybe you would prefer to not have an alternative assessment, so we can't do that to you. But that's just an example of ways that you can use information maybe to help inform your public that you can't do when you don't have alternative assessments.
Thank you.
That presents our short little time. We will be back next month, and as I said, the way the timeline works, we will need some decisions at that time about what, if anything, you would like to recommend on any of these topics. We can walk through it again, or however you feel like is appropriate at that point in time.
Okay. So for my fellow board members, we would potentially go page by page and raise hands or make new motions on each item. That's what we've done in the past. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be at lunch until 1:30.
$170-some million next year.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Our meeting? Okay.
from lunch, and I am going to turn it over to the commissioner for our next item. We're on agenda item number 10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today will be some information around at-risk funding, which is a state program, and title funding, which is a federal program. But the intent of both is really to help students that are in poverty and are also not achieving the outcomes that we want. They'll give you the history of both and talk about the funding of both. But to kind of tell you where we'll go over the next several months, at-risk funding is increasingly becoming more restrictive, I think, in the interpretation of the law. And so we're going to be asking you to probably put some qualifications on expenditure of that money as relates to school districts. And there'll have to be a transition time as we go through that. So today is simply so you get a great understanding. So ask questions if you don't understand what Craig and Tate present to you.
Welcome back, Deputy Commissioner Craig Nineswander.
Thank you. I'm going to talk briefly about the at-risk funding and then let Tate fill you in on the services and the title side of the picture. As we mentioned briefly last month, we confuse the issue a little bit when we start talking at-risk because it's used two different ways. There's at-risk funding to provide services, and then there's those students who are at risk and receive at-risk services. And students account for both pieces of that, so sometimes we confuse people. And the why, you probably are well aware, students who are at risk require additional resources. If you're going to provide an education for those students and help them be successful post-graduation, you need some additional resources to level the playing field a little bit. So additional funding is provided, not just in Kansas. There's a little outline of the different states and how they provide funding for at-risk students. You'll see 30 of them use free or free and reduced priced meal eligibility. There is some research that shows that's a reasonably good proxy for the number of students you actually have who are at risk, the number of free or free and reduced price meals. Others are based on Title I criteria. There are 5 states that actually use academic performance in one way or another to determine that funding, and 4 use different federal programs. Kansas, of course, uses the free meal eligibility. So for a student for a district to receive at-risk funding for a student, it has to be a student that's eligible for free meals. They also have to be enrolled in the district that has an approved at-risk student assistance program, and they all do. And then they have to be full-time and under the age of 20. So when adult students enroll, those 20 or over, they're not eligible for at-risk funding. If they are part-time, and that doesn't include kindergarten or early childhood, but if they're part-time, they are not eligible for at-risk funding for the district. Other than that, if they're eligible for free meals only, not free and reduced, then they qualify for the funding. And there's a history to the weighting that they receive. And I don't know how well you can read that. Going back to 1992, when our current formula was originally put in place, there was an additional 0.05 funding. So if a student qualified for free meals, instead of counting them as a 1.0 times whatever the base was, they were 1.05 times whatever the base was. And that generated the funding that could then be used for that 0.05, generated the funding that could be used for at-risk services for any student, not those necessarily who are on free meals. That's just the number that generates the money. And you can see how it increased relatively steadily but slowly over the years until we got involved in court. And in the Montoy case, a good deal of it had to do with what's equitable. And are we providing the level of service for all students to be able to achieve what they needed to achieve? And the determination was not enough in at-risk. And so that's where you see the jump that takes place in 2005 and for several years after that, until we get to 2017, where we're at 0.484. And the Gannon case actually kicked in a couple of years before that, but the 0.484 change came about with the following the Gannon case, although it wasn't necessarily focused on at-risk students entirely. So to calculate your money as a school district, you really just need to know two numbers. How many students do you have total? And that's just head count, not FTE. And how many of those students are eligible for free meals? And so sample district, 505 students, 229 of whom are eligible for free meals. So the weighting's 0.484 on the left-hand side. Take 229 times 0.484. That gives you the weighting of 110.8. You multiply that by the base, and in the year we just finished, that's 4846. That district will receive $536,937 to use to provide at-risk services for those students that need those services. Not necessarily the kids that are on free meals, but those that are at risk. There's another component that's been in place for a number of years, high density at risk. Began in 2006, and again, the formula's changed a little bit over the years. And this was based on in part, on a legislative post-audit study and others that indicate if you have a high concentration of at-risk students, the costs get quite a bit higher, not just linearly, but there's a big jump. And so an additional weighting was necessary. And initially, it was tied to 40% or higher of your students being free meal eligible. And if that was the case, the top half of that page you see there, you got an additional weighting. If you were between 40 and 49% of your students, you got 0.06. If you were 50% or above, 0.1. And that was in addition to, if I can jump back, there we go, the 0.484 weighting that's now in place. So you got the regular at-risk weighting, and then you got the high density at-risk weighting if you had a high percentage of your students eligible. Or initially, tied to the research again, density. If you were 35% or higher and 212 students or more per square mile, so urban areas is what they were talking about, you would be eligible for high density at risk. And that was also based on research. And that was a 0.1 weighting. Well, over time that has changed. And so currently there's no longer a density factor. It's just strictly about the percentage of free meal students you have in your district or building. If it's 35% or higher, you qualify for high density at-risk weighting. There's no density requirement. You can qualify by your district or just by the building. If an individual building qualifies, then you can receive the weighting based on those numbers. And it's on a formula based. I didn't put the formula in. There's 2 or 3 different steps. So I just gave you some breaking points. If you're at 35%, the weighting's relatively small, but it moves up pretty quickly from there. 40% is 0.035. 50% or above, it's the same for everybody, 0.105. So if half your students are eligible for free meals, that's the additional weighting you receive. And so the math on that, again, how many students do you have altogether? 505, 229 are eligible for free meals. So the first thing you have to know is what's my percentage? Am I eligible for high density at risk? So 229 divided by 505 gives me 45%. My district's eligible. If I plug that through the formula, I come up with 0.072 for the additional weighting that I'm going to receive. So I multiply that by all 229 of those students that are eligible for free meals. I get to add 16.5 FTE. And multiply that by 4846, my district's going to receive just under $80,000 for high density at risk. So all total, we were just under 537,000 for at risk, 80,000 for high density, so I'm about $617,000 coming to my district of 505 students that I can use to provide at-risk services. Now, I can provide more than that if I want, but that's money that's dedicated specifically for those services. And most districts do spend more on at-risk than they receive in waiting. In some cases, it's not a lot more, but a little bit. So statewide, if that's an example for a district, just to give us an idea of how much money are we talking about, statewide, we're about 42% of our students who are eligible for free meals, if that gives you an idea about poverty in the state. At-risk dollars, 458 million, just under 70 million for high density at-risk. So grand total, statewide, we generate about $528 million for at-risk services. And I believe that's the extent of what I have to share with you, and I can turn it over to Tate unless you have questions for me.
So when we're talking about that money, is that money from the state, money from the federal government? Where's that number?
Good question. That is all state aid.
Okay.
So that's directly from the state.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Craig. So I just want to follow up as I get started on a couple things Craig was talking about, because a couple of the years he mentioned are very important as we go through the next section of our presentation. You talked about in 2005 with the Montoy case, 2006 with the post-legislative audit, and then again in 2017, the Gannon case, because some of those years will be very important as we go through the history of what we've done as an agency working with school districts across the state. So originally, the state law for at-risk pupil waiting came about in 1993. Like Craig was talking about, the high density in 2006. And shortly before 2006 is when we started providing more information for the districts, starting an application process, and providing guidance through the districts. So I'm going to talk about all of three of those things along with data collection over the next few minutes. So as you see up there in 2006, 2007, our school finance team, based on the state law, developed guidance document, and it had 31 questions. And this year, and through the years, with modifications going on, there are now 23 questions. So we're going to go through here at first why different changes have happened, why there are actually 8 less questions, because a lot of times you usually think there's going to be more guidance and more questions going on. So as we look at the history of the guidance over the years, the team that worked on the guidance noticed there are certain things that really could be under one question. So they put a couple questions together. They increased explanations over time because that's like one of the questions you always get from school districts. How can these funds be used? What are some additional opportunities? What Craig just presented used to be presented in this guidance document as well, but they do this more through budget, through other forms. So in the guidance document, how the funding was done has been taken out of it. And then the last 2 have been because of legislative changes. In 2017, 2018, we had a K-3 reading set aside that I'll talk a little bit more about what that is later, was removed from the requirements by the state legislature. And then just recently, funding for clerical staff in alternative schools has been removed. Because in the past, any staff in an alternative school could be paid with at-risk funds because they're only working with at-risk students. But the legislature has clarified with post-legislative and audit and ourselves that should not be allowed. So that's been changed in the guidance in the last year. Preschool, when this first came out, preschoolers were not able to be claimed for at-risk. Now they are for preschool at risk, so that's available. They've removed class size reduction. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward, because some districts will still call it class size reduction, but they're really looking at using the evidence-based practices that we'll spend a lot of time toward the end of the presentation on. It's the amount of time that these evidence-based practices are used in the classroom rather than using class size reduction for this fund. In 17-18, we were able to the state started funding all-day kindergarten so this was no longer allowed to be used for the second half day. Many of our districts prior to our kindergartners being fully funded used the at-risk because it was an allowable use for that second half day of kindergarten. Different things on the records and reporting requirements have been taken out and removed or added. We'll go through those here in a little bit. And then there was also another part of the formula that's been removed over time, which was called the non-proficient funds information. So over the past 20 to 30 years, these 2 pages kind of tell you what has changed in general from this guidance. One of the main things that's always talked about is which students qualify to receive at-risk services. As Dr. Nineswanser mentioned, we have a funding source, which is free lunches, and then just free lunches for that. But for Title, which I want to compare it to, Title is not free lunch based. Everybody hears it's based on poverty. They assume it's the data the districts collect. Districts have no say-so in their Title funding because everything is done at the federal level and state level. The main information used to determine their Title I funds is census poverty data. So starting this year, the 2021 census is the main piece of the funding. And then they use from the Census Bureau, every new year, there's been a smaller census done, and they use that to make any adjustments. That's the majority of how the Title I federal funding is done. The other things they look at is how much the state supports foster care, how much welfare, how many students are on welfare or what they call direct certified. So our SNAP students that receive SNAP benefits, things like that are in that. The other thing they look at too is how much the state supports the programs in the state. So when we went to the block grant and other states were increasing their funding, since we weren't increasing our funding, our federal funding went down. Because the federal government looks at if the state's not willing to support the programs, we shouldn't be supporting those programs either. So they look at how much money goes from the state to the school districts as well. I could do a full about hour-and-a-half presentation, but I know you guys don't want that on the whole funding source, but that's just kind of the overview of that. So if you do have districts wondering how they can increase their federal funds, there's really not a lot they can do for Title I. It's pretty much set based on what the state legislature does and the census poverty. So with that, some of the differences between the at-risk, which a lot of these terms on this page are students that qualify for different title services versus at-risk in Kansas and Title I. So about 25 years ago, they were very similar, the rules and regulations. Federal rules haven't changed a whole lot. You know, typically we always see reading and math, and that's what people think Title I can be spent on. There's actually about 7 or 8 different other areas, but it has to be based on the needs of the students, which most people look at reading and math being the first. We've started seeing more for our English learners provided. We've seen more counseling, social work used, but you've got to look at the whole student and what the main needs of the most needy students are. So with this, we're going to kind of cover what has changed with at-risk. Yes?
Okay, I just want to be clear, are these the federal guidelines or these are the new state ones, right?
These are the state that we're going
Okay.
to talk about. Yep. I tried to work the PowerPoint so there's no federal stuff in it, just to keep it clear and separate. Because that's one of the things that with two programs being so similar, sometimes has caused some issues. And so as things have changed, some districts that maybe thought title and state at risk were the same thing and had the same rules, as those rules changed, it's gotten more complicated. So these are the original criteria to identify an at-risk student. And these are still in the law and our documents. So you see not working on grade level, not meeting, requirements for promotion. A lot of times, we think of that being behind in credits, could be a potential dropout. They aren't meeting standards on state assessments. A lot of times that we're talking about, especially those students that score 1. In some districts, if their students are doing a lot better, we might look at some of the low 2s, but we're going to start out with our students scoring in level 1 is our main focus. Then we also have these next categories. They've previously been retained. They've had a high rate of absenteeism, so we're seeing a lot more of that as our chronic absenteeism has changed dramatically since COVID. They've had repeated suspensions or expulsions over time. And then the next 2 are based because of federal law. They're in there, but these are in the state. If a student's homeless or migrant, they automatically qualify for services if they need them. And if they're an English language learner, they also qualify. In recent years, there's been 2 updates. So on top of those, these are also 2 more that qualify. It's students that have social emotional needs that could cause them to be unsuccessful in school. And then more recently, the dyslexia. So if a student's been identified with dyslexia or the characteristics of dyslexia, they would also automatically qualify for services if needed. And that's one of the things we like to talk about. We have students on these lists that fit the categories such as homeless, migrant, they could have social dyslexia. They might fit those categories, but they might not have that academic need to be in the at-risk program. So we're looking at both of those things. It's just with this, these things are automatically qualified if they need those services. So those are how we determine who gets the services. So now we had some different things come up and we're talking about the application process. Because anytime we have a state law and we use state tax dollars, there is a need to figure out, how these funds are being used. Are they being used correctly? And are they getting to where we want them to get to? So one of the big things was when this started, our agency had to look at, okay, we don't have anything set up for this. What do we need to do? Well, they looked at our title programs team at the time, and we were already doing things very similar to what the state wanted to do with these. So we had what's called the local consolidated plan for federal programs. So we developed very similar to that in the same system, which is an authenticated application system, which means that employee at the school district who's doing this has to be approved by the superintendent, and they get controlled access to this information.
I just want to add to this. I know this can get complicated on you, so I want you to put yourself in a small school district that's a title school. One of the reasons that we did this is so that you wouldn't have to do 2 completely different things because you had limited time and limited resources to do that. So that's why, and services were very similar. So you'll hear all the time, there's so much paperwork. Well, the federal paperwork was already being done in many cases, not in all, and then the at-risk funding came on top of that. So we tried to make the process as much as possible be one and the same.
Both of you guys are using terms that if you just showed up this year might not be familiar to you. So if you say title school, doesn't that mean there has to be a certain % of students that fall in this category in the census, and what is that?
So I can talk about that, and the other one's probably the local consolidated plan that you're thinking of there too. So
Yeah.
I can go into a little more detail. So when we talk about the title services, not every building's a title building. Each district in Kansas does have enough poverty to have title schools, and it's based on the highest poverty schools in a district. So any school above 75% is automatically a title school or title eligible, and any school above 35% may qualify as well. However, some of our districts that generate funding do not have 35% poverty. So in the law, there's ways to look at it, that you look at your district level poverty and then your poverty by grade span. So you look at all your elementary schools, your middle schools, and high schools. If a building in the district has higher poverty than what the district poverty is, they can qualify as a Title I school. And then some of our districts that maybe have had things happen that where maybe a middle school or high school is higher, if they're under 1,000 students, they have a lot more flexibility. So as a superintendent in a smaller district, I would have the decision with my staff that I could make any building a Title I building. But above 1,000 students, you play with all these different rules with the 75%, the 35%, or a percentage higher than the district. And I work with a district a lot that typically their overall poverty is about 25%. So they don't have any schools above that 35. So we look at that 25%, and any of the buildings in that district with 25% or more may qualify as a Title I school. And the other key is at the grade span level, so elementary, middle, and high school, you have to serve your highest poverty schools first. So if I have 5 buildings at the elementary, I'm going to serve my highest poverty, which might be 90%, then 75, then 70, 65, 60. And then maybe I have another one lower, but I don't have enough funds to serve them all. Or maybe that lower one is below that 35% and below the district level, and I can't serve that. So that's probably one of the biggest places where the title funds are much more difficult to deal with than the state at risk funds, because there are rules on what buildings can be served, where with at risk, it can be any building in the state. So I know for some of the new ones, I hope that gives you a better idea. And then I also mentioned the term local consolidated plan. And basically what that is, that's all of our title programs districts do in the authenticated applications that only they have specific rights of certain people in their districts can do that. That's where they show us their plan and get their plan approved for all of their Title I funds. They receive Title II, which is geared toward professional development. Title III for English learners. Title IV, which is healthy and safe schools. And then some of our smaller districts have Title V, which is for rural schools that helps do that. So with that, I'll go ahead with the application process. And what you'll see here is when we had an application process originally for state at risk, it was all estimated, because the districts don't find out until they've had their audit of their September 20th numbers how much money they're going to get. So in August and early September, there was no way for them to know how to budget. So we had a process in the application. They could put their approximate state free lunch numbers and get a budget number to budget. Well, over time, you've seen some changes up here. You know, at first it was done with paper and pencil, then computer disks sent in, and then in 2005, we finally got it electronic, but it wasn't in-house. So for 2 years, they did this electronically, and then since 2007, we've had this program in-house. We still have it for our title programs, but over time, working with our agency, working with post-legislative audit, the legislature, when the K3 reading set aside, which I mentioned before, was taken away, and the all-day kindergarten was taken away, that application really had no use to anybody in the districts, anybody in the legislature, or us. So at that point, it was decided to remove the state at risk piece from the application because it was extra work. It was all estimations. Well, our districts can do estimations without doing portfolio. So that was one place we made this piece simpler. And you'll see later on at the same time and over the same time frame, the other end, the reporting end, has become more work for the districts and more data collected. So we've talked about the estimated funding. Craig mentioned the free lunches. When we're working on the title or the federal side, we actually can use free and reduced lunches to determine poverty. It's up to the district. That's another difference between the two. I mentioned again here, the reading set aside, which I talked about, was removed in 2017, 2018. Up until this point, there was always a percentage each year that districts had to set aside part of their state at risk funds. A certain percentage, typically, depending on the year, range from 2.5% to 4.5%, that had to be used for one of these three categories, or one of the two categories in there. Hiring K-3 reading staff, and then supplies and material to support that K-3 reading. So there was a big focus up until 2017-18 from the legislature to have that as a requirement. At that point, it was removed, so we removed it from the application since it was no longer required. As always, though, we would continue to encourage our districts to look at their reading programs, what they need to supplement their programs to do, because that's where we know a lot of our at-risk students need help in that basic reading and getting that reading done. But it no longer became a requirement of these funds for the 17-18 school year. So in this process, the districts had to share with us their full-time equivalencies, so how many full-time staff or partial staff they expected to pay with these funds, the content areas. Again, this was typically reading and math, but it could be other areas. Could be some social studies, science, after-school tutoring, extra counseling, social work, credit recovery courses. It could be different things like that. How it would be delivered. So is it going to be pulling teachers into class and having co-teaching? Would it be bringing paras into class to help? Would it be pull-out? Would it be after-school program? Could it be a before-school program? Or could it be summer school or Saturday school? So they had to tell us that. And then again, up until 17-18, they had to provide us the data on if they were using these funds for the second half day of kindergarten, and if they were, how many teachers were being paid with that. So we saw that a lot as well. So when it comes to reporting, we have these different ways that KSDE collects information. Our auditors go out and audit the free lunch numbers. And that is how the funding that Craig talked about is done. Our auditors look at all that, take some samples of the free lunch applications, make sure all of this is done correctly, and then they do the final count, provide that to the district and our agency and school finance, and then that's how the final determination for the state at-risk funding is determined. So when a district has the audit of their September 20th count, that is when they will know the final official amounts of their funds. We also collect information. I mentioned the local consolidated plan, which is mostly federal and the state at-risk funds. We have an end-of-year report. So we also collect data on our team from the districts about these different things, which we'll talk about. Currently, we have 9 questions that we receive data on based on request from the legislature. And then there's annual monitoring. Our federal staff on title programs, when we monitor our schools on title funds, we also monitor them on these state at-risk funds. In the past, every district was monitored at least once every 5 years. For the last 10 years, it's become once every 3 years at a minimum. Every district knows in that 3-year plan when they'll be monitored. However, we reserve the right, based on red flags, to go out and monitor anybody at any time of their federal funds or their state at-risk funds. And then the last part, which is the Kansas Integrated Accountability System, which we call KIOS internally, that is how we monitor the programmatic items on both the federal and state at risk. So in the spring, during that monitoring cycle, we have approximately 60 questions that districts have to have information to provide us. So they have 2 sections. They go through and do a self-monitoring, and then when we have questions or about something, they have to upload information to prove that. If we go on site, we'll look at it in person. But this time of year, this is what a lot of our staff is finishing up, is on the monitoring, making sure the districts have in place what is required by federal law for the title programs and the Kansas legislature for the state at-risk programs. So we get a lot of data collection through that system as well. So in the annual report, yes.
We do a question, Kathy?
Yeah, and this is kind of because of everything I just keep hearing, because we know the September 20, we do that count. But my understanding is, so maybe it's different for at-risk, I guess is my question, that count that year actually doesn't come into play for funding that year, but does it for at-risk?
Yeah, for at-risk, it's current year.
It is current year?
Yep.
Okay.
So what your count is this September 20th, you'll find out that's your budget later in the year.
For the at-risk
For the current
portion.
year, just for the at-risk, you're correct.
Okay.
And that's a really important thing as you think about the budgeting process. A superintendent does not know, they might be able to figure out an estimate, how much funds they're gonna get for this program at the start of the year. And that's always been a concern. Yes.
Michelle?
Okay, so maybe going back like 2 or 3 screens where it shows on the right side what it defines at risk. So, let's see here. There it is, I think. Okay, so the goal would be, if you have all this extra funding, because sometimes they're filling out the free and reduced or the free meals, free and reduced meals, they're getting, it's like I wouldn't say a bonus, but it's like you might be down 60 kids, but but with the amount you're given to the school district, you might look like you're up 60 kids instead of down 60 kids because you're counting a kid and a half, or all these weightings, right? So when you're talking about monitoring and so they're getting that money that year, wouldn't the goal then be the next year to help, if you're putting all this money, extra money in, whether it's teaching or services or whatever, to be almost rewarded for being lower, to being off of that and not being at risk for those kids? Because those are all issues that could be addressed in that, with the extra money, with the extra funds, should be going to those services to help those kids, so we don't continue the trend in having more kids at risk.
Correct.
I mean, that's the goal of the constant monitoring and making sure that the services are being addressed to the kids that actually need it, to get them to correct that or rectify that.
Correct. We'd want appropriate services, and that's kind of a reminder too of like what Craig was talking about. These are the kids receiving services, but the free lunch is determining services. So like I know in your part of the state, a lot of our bigger districts, because they don't have the free lunch count, can't serve all of their at-risk students just because of the money is so much less. They have more kids that qualify than what they get in funding. Where most of our smaller districts, typically they can serve 95 to 100% of their at-risk kids. Our bigger, wealthier districts usually cannot do that. And that's one of the concerns they have with this program.
Yeah, because we're seeing a trend of declining, even in the larger districts, declining population of students. But then when they're seeking and filling out all these information and applications and having parents do that, they're getting essentially more funding, more weightings for doing that, for filling out those applications.
For the free lunch application.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
If they
Which
qualify.
in turn is supposed to go to services as well, to help those students, correct?
For these students, yeah.
Yes.
There's going to be some students that generate the funds that won't need them, and then other students that do not generate funds that do need the services. And so that's kind of the catch-22 of this whole thing. And that's kind of what, Craig started with at the start, that the funding and who gets services are really two different things.
So when we're reevaluating a lot of these programs and things we approve, or local districts approve, we would want to make sure that, go back and say, are these programs working? Because we should be seeing a reduction in those things on the right.
Right, and we'll get to that here in a little bit with some
Okay.
of our updates on what we collect and things, so.
Okay,
yep.
thanks.
Michelle, the other thing, Craig, I think mentioned around 42% of students free lunch, there's about 42% free lunch. That has dropped. That peaked at just under 50%, if I remember. I don't have that chart in front of me. And that's come down over the last several years too, the number of kids who qualify for the money. So it gets complicated because one kid qualifies for the money, another kid receives the services or not. And so you're right though. Once they receive that money, we should see over time a decrease in the number of students that need those services.
Yep. And so as we get into the annual report collection, in 2010, 2011, there was no data collected. And we just kind of want to put that, that's kind of a year where things started to do. We figured out we kind of needed to do more of what you're talking about right now. We needed more data. The legislature wanted more data. So in 2012, 2013, these were the two questions we were asked to ask the districts to get the data on. Number of students who met the criteria, and then the number of those students served. And that's where I kind of talked about the different percentages. Our smaller districts typically can serve 95 to 100% of these kids. And so that's what, whenever we receive the annual reports, that's one of the things we're looking at is that percentage. And we have an internal rule, depending on the district, there's some professional judgment, but any time a district is serving less than 90% of their at-risk kids, we request a reason why, that they don't have enough. And a lot of times it is they don't have enough funds to serve them, but sometimes we get other answers too, but usually that's the one we'll get. So from 2013-14 through the 16-17 school year, there are some other questions added. So we still had those same first two questions, but then they started asking the number of students served with other funds, not counting special education. So this is always a big question. Usually we're talking about Title I funds. Maybe a district has a McKinney-Vento homeless program. Maybe they have a migrant program. So those are other funds they might be receiving that these same students should be getting services there. So the legislature wanted to see kind of where we're pulling other funds to help these same students from. And then at that same time, they had to report to us how many kindergartners were served in that second part of half-day kindergarten with at-risk funds. Because we still at that time had some districts that didn't use their at-risk funds for the second half day, because we had many districts that only did the half day. Sometimes it was because of funding, sometimes it was because of space. They didn't necessarily have the space to do that. So over the next couple years, in that same time frame, we were asking how services were determined. We're looking at how did you determine those that you needed? So we're expecting to get data, such as benchmark data from different types of assessments, from screeners, possibly graduation data, retention data, to show us why the programs they're providing with at-risk funds are needed in their districts. And that would be a checkbox, and then they have to describe it in a narrative on the type of services provided. And then we ask the next question, what was the impact? We want to see that these programs are helping, kind of like what you were talking about earlier. So we want to see if you're using a screener in the fall, are these programs helping, and are those students achieving throughout the year? Because if we're using these funds and students are at the same place in the spring as they were in the fall, That program's either not being used correctly or is not working. And we need to stop using our state at risk funds on a program like that and look at something else that would be more effective. So that data is really important. We also look at high school graduation data is really important. If you're providing credit recovery with at risk and your graduation is going down, we probably have to relook at that. Is the program effective? Do we have the right teachers supporting this program? So those are the type of things we look at the end of the year when we receive the annual reports. So as we go forward over the next couple years in 17, 18, this is also the time that we started dealing with our evidence-based practices. And we'll talk about that some here as well. So we had to add what research did the district use in determining the services. So it was more getting into their data. Prior to that, what we requested was more just the data, but we wanted to know the why and the how. When you looked at the data, what did the data show you and how did you determine you're providing these services? In 1819 was the first year following the legislature putting in the evidence-based practices list. So we developed a list based on what we thought the legislature wanted. We had a website, and districts were supposed to use this website to help them select the programs that are going to be used. We focused on a lot of national information through things like What Works Clearinghouse, which is a national clearinghouse that the federal government uses where they have professionals go in and review different programs. There's 2 or 3 others that have come about since then, but that was kind of where we focused our first year. Well, in 2019, I believe it was, we had a post-legislative audit. The post-legislative audit came back and said that is not what they interpreted as what the legislature wanted. They did not want our districts going out to those type of sites. They wanted a list that was provided by KSDE. So we came to the board at this time, and we discussed the evidence-based list. We discussed some of the changes. And after that, I was not involved with it, but one of my supervisors at the time said, we've now received permission. The board does not want every month or every 2 months you coming to the board asking for their permission to add things to the list. So the board at the time gave us permission to add to that list at that point. So we did that. We started getting that done, and COVID hit. So we had to rearrange. We got more people involved, did it through Zooms and stuff, and got our list created. We've been adding to it. And then in 2019, 20, any program that was not on the KSD website, because there was always programs that a district might know of or want to use that's not on that list, there is a question added to that if you put this on this based on the state legislature and you could prove, at that point it was through a 5-year cycle with accreditation, you could use that program. That has changed a little bit, and in the next iteration, it was you have to have peer review of 5 years for a program to be on the list, plus all this other research. Well, that became an issue for us because there is little to no data out there that shows programs that have this research based and have been peer reviewed over a 5-year program. If we did that, we estimate we might have 1 to 5 programs on this list. And if you think back to what Craig was showing you, that dollar amount, that would be a lot for the state of Kansas to be providing services under just those 5 programs. So we set up some protocols in-house that kind of pulled that a step back and looked at it because we said that's not reasonable. So we went ahead and worked out without that as part of the approval plan because we wouldn't have much of a list, if any list, and we've developed that. My guess is since we're under a post-legislative audit, that could come up again. But I just kind of want to give you a heads up because that was something we've known for a few years is not gonna cut the mustard based on what's in the state law. And so that brings us up to more current here on the monitoring. I mentioned the monitoring cycle earlier. It used to be once every 5 years. Now it's once every 3. And so this is the current monitoring. You see some of those same things that we've always monitored. We're monitoring again here. The criterion for the students, the list of students meeting that. For most of our districts, that's one of the easiest things. You keep a Excel spreadsheet of this. You keep check-in sheets for after-school classes. You have to have your absent-present stuff for your credit recovery. So those things are really easy. How the services are provided, So how are you doing this? The list of their evidence-based practices. So we're going to look at that list. We compare it to what's on our list because it's supposed to be approved. And so this was a little bit I kind of talked about the evidence-based list. In 18, we had our first one. Post-legislative audit came in, was unsatisfied with some things. We created a new list. And then what you see up there, 2 things for 2023. And I want to step back to late in 2022 because Dr. Watson came to me and said, so he's been looking at it and hearing some things from the field. He has some concerns. I said, I share those same concerns. We've had those talks. I've heard from some curriculum directors the same questions. Are all of these programs truly good enough to be on our evidence-based list? Are there things that maybe showed good work 4 and 5 years ago that maybe shouldn't be on the list now? So we decided at the end of 2022 to kind of put a stop to our current process and start a plan to have a new list ready for spring of 2024. That sounds like a long time, but the reasoning is if we stop the list now and we don't have a list, or if we stop the list in December and we don't have a list by February or March, new list, districts can't plan for next year. And that would not be, a month or 2 is not enough time. So we're thinking we're going to take about from December last year through this fall and start getting ready to put out a new list using a lot of our experts in-house, a lot of our experts in the field to put this list together to have a higher level of standard. We know we can't meet the 5 years of peer reviewed. That's just too tough, but still put a high standard there that everybody in the state can be proud of, that we know we're holding accountable and expecting districts to use some of the best programming and practices available. So with that, there's going to be some changes. And
I don't see any more.
Here's where your patrons are going to get in a debate. So Melanie, I'm going to pick on your area. Does reducing class size, we talked about that earlier, does reducing class size help those things? Is that evidence-based? Maybe. The evidence is not real clear, and it costs a lot of money to do it. Now, the argument, let's discuss. And then educators will disagree on that, to what extent. The evidence is unclear, tends to be if you are going to do it, in the lower grades, you got to change protocol, but the evidence is not real great in terms of long-term status. Think about all of our reading initiative. Not too long ago, we would have brought reading specialists in and they would have talked about balanced literacy. That is no evidence now that is the way to teach reading. So you have to shift that. So if you go back home, they say, well, we think if you just lower class size more, we could, help these kids more. And that's teachers really love that. But the evidence is not 5-year peer-reviewed evidence that's really, really strong in that. So if you're a third party looking at that going, I don't know if we're going to count that. And then there's discussion around whether you should, and then multiply that by hundreds of programs. So.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I believe we have Mr. Jay Scott. There he is around the pillar for the Accreditation Review Council's May recommendations for KISA.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Hiding behind the pillar. That's what I do.
I should
when I'm
say
here.
Dr. Jay Scott.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. So I am excited to present to the board again this month the most recent ARC recommendations for accreditation in Kansas. And let me pull that up real quickly. I just got to take a moment to say thank you for those who went to the Kansas Future Teachers Academy. I can't think of a more important group for the board to interact with and even dance. We even danced with them. So thank you, Amy Hillman. If you're watching, Amy, thank you. So that was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So this month we've got, again, like we typically do, we have a group for action, and then we have a group for receive. And as I have consistently, starting off with just kind of a brief history around KISA to make sure we've got the context down. It did begin in 1718. It is a system level accreditation, not at the building level. It's a 5-year cycle, and systems were allowed to choose the year that in 1718, they were allowed to choose the year that they started in, which led us to having over half of the systems going through accreditations go through this year. So currently we have 362 systems in KISA, 287 public, and then the 75 private systems that have a choice. They can choose to go through KISA, and 75 of those, as you can see, have made that choice. So these are the different parties, the roles. The system itself documents their process. They account for their results. The outside visitation team is that external collaborator, that third party that provides the system feedback on their process, and really the OVT's role is throughout the 5-year cycle. And then the ARC, the Accreditation Review Council, actually reviews the system's accountability report, so the student results side, their process through their narrative report that the system submits, and they also look at the OVT report. So, and then they make that recommendation of accreditation to this body. And then obviously this group makes the final determination on accreditation for each system. So this is our current process. In years 1 through 4, it's that yearly visit with the OVT. So that's really their only third party feedback that they would receive at a minimum through the OVT, the way that we have this process set up. And then each year the system submits reports, the OVT chair submits reports. So at the end of a 5-year cycle, you've got 5 years of yearly reports from both the system and the OVT. In the accreditation year, the ARC reviews all that documentation, and they make that recommendation to the board. The ARC will also write an executive summary. That's when you see the 400-page board packets that you get. Those are the executive summaries that the ARC writes, and we send on to you all. So just quick on the definitions for accreditation. If you're fully accredited, that means you've shown evidence of both improvement in student outcomes, and you've shown that you've got a quality process in place, and you are also in compliance. Conditionally accredited means one or the other, either student outcomes or process. There's insufficient evidence to show that as a system you're improving in those areas, or you have that process in place. And though conditionally accredited, you still must be in compliance. Not accredited would be if both evidence of student outcomes or quality process, these are not evident at all, either one. And you're also, or by itself, again, could be not in compliance. So those are the quick definitions for accreditation. So these 42 systems that I'm going to read through, these are systems that were received by the board in May, and you'll see them listed. I'll pronounce them or announce them, and then you'll see the recommendation from the ARC in terms of their accreditation status. So we have USD 101, Erie Galesburg, USD 107 Rock Hills, 112 Central Plains, 200 Greeley County, 203 Piper, 219 Mineola, 220 Ashland, 226 Meade, 237 Smith Center, 241 Wallace County, 269 Palco, 284 Chase County, 293 Quinter, 297 St. Francis, 299 Sylvan Grove, 306 southeast of Saline, 309 Nickerson, South Hutchinson, 312 Haven, 327 Ellsworth, 330 Mission Valley, 332 Cunningham, 353 Wellington, 387 Altoona Midway, 407 Russell County, 423 Mound Ridge, 432 Victoria, 439 Sedgwick, 466 Scott County, 470 Arc City, 473 Chapman, 479 Crest, 482 Dighton, 483 Kismet Plains, 492 Flint Hills, 497 Lawrence, 502 Lewis, 508 Baxter Springs, and then we have basically they're 8614, that's Parsons State Hospital, and we have 9710 Bethany Lutheran. Then we also have, those were all fully accredited on first review. We also have Moscow, 209 Moscow, they were a redetermination. So last year was their accreditation year. They went through, they were conditionally accredited. They have met those conditions, and the ARC is saying now you're fully accredited. And we have 504 Oswego, conditionally accredited. And then lastly, we have Wellington Christian Academy has submitted a letter to withdraw from KISA. So we have that in the packet. It was in that last month for the board. So those are all the systems that we have slated for action.
Okay, question from Danny?
Yeah, thank you. I gotta remember to turn that button on, come on now. I'm sorry. So does the superintendent, when he gets this information back, does he share it with his local board?
That would be up to that superintendent. So we do have, as soon as the ARC votes on the recommendation, we send an automatic email to that system and it goes to the superintendent. So from there, it would be on that superintendent to share that with the broader school community.
So if he doesn't get any questions from the board, local board, about the accreditation process or anything, he doesn't have to.
It could happen like that, but I want to remind the board too that the ARC votes and makes a recommendation. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the final accreditation recommendation, right? So yeah, I think you have to show some discretion in how much information you share while it's being considered by the state board. Yeah.
Jim Porter?
I want to follow up on Danny's question. I know when I was a superintendent, there were a whole lot of things that came to me where there was a corresponding letter to the president of the local board of education. And I'm wondering if maybe that ought to be a consideration here, and that would address Danny's concern. Only they usually came to the district, and I got both of them.
We did have it set up where the board president was sent that notification. I think because we've had so much changeover in board presidents, I think that we've gone away from that. So maybe that's something that we could consider to put back into that if that's if that would please the board.
Sorry. So they can, the analysis that they get back, that we all look at, they can share that with their board?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And should.
Yes. And I will say, after the board makes a final determination, the certificate, those things, we do send, I believe that's right. Yes. I had to look at Sarah to make sure it's right. We do send the certificate and the letter. There's a letter that's signed by Randy and Chairperson Haas, right? That is signed, the letter and then the certificate. That goes to both the superintendent and the board president, yes.
can I get you to go back one slide?
Yeah.
And would you remind us why Wellington Christian Academy withdrew?
You might want to share that.
Hi, I'm Myron Melton. Am I on? I'm the Assistant Director for Accreditation and Design. We're just talking to Jay, just a reminder that within the KISA application, towards the very end of the document, superintendents or the person who's filling out the documents, in this case, superintendent has to check assurances, and one of those assurances is, was this shared with your local board? They have to sign off on that. They have to date what meeting that was done in. So if we ever wanted to go back and check and just look at board documents, we could. We don't routinely do that, but there is an assurances piece there that not just at the end of the 5 years, but annually, that they are sharing an update with the board. A lot of systems do it more often. They share more often than just once a year, but they're required at least annually to do that and to sign off on an assurances piece of that document.
Helpful, thank you.
Could you speak to Wellington Christian Academy? Because I think you work with them.
Oh, was there a question about Wellington?
The question was, why did they withdraw?
Oh, sure. I talked with them on a couple of occasions. It's always interesting when you have a school that's not a K-12 building. Wellington Christian, it's either a K-6 or a K-8. And sometimes those buildings, or those systems, I should say, this is an individual building functioning as a system, find that process hard to work together. In this situation, we talked a little bit about that and feeling like the processes weren't quite matching up with what they're wanting to do. They expressed an interest in other accrediting bodies that really align more with what they do. They've got they're a Christian school. They've got a mission there that they're wanting to provide. There are accrediting bodies out there that specifically accredit parochial schools, private schools, Christian schools. So they were looking at just moving that into a different direction that was more compatible.
Thank you. I noted that there seemed to be a theme with the withdrawals, and so just looking for some clarification there.
Good question.
Okay, Dina.
Are you ready for a motion?
Ready for a motion.
Okay, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status as presented.
Is that a second from Betty? Thank you, Betty. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, raise your hand. That is a unanimous vote. Motion passes. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So these are the new systems for Receive. You should have these in your packet, the executive summaries. I will not list all of these. We had a very busy ARC meeting in May, as you can see through this. So I'll just scroll through these. If you have any questions, feel free to throw those out there. So you see all of those are accredited, and then one that's recommended for conditionally accredited. Chase Raymond did accept the ARC's recommendation of being conditionally accredited. The reason you're not seeing other systems is that in April and May, I think we had 13 systems recommended for conditionally accredited. You're not seeing those yet because there's an appeal process. So you can anticipate in the coming months of seeing those systems that have been conditionally accredited. It just elongates the time before it comes before the board. So, but that's where we are with the receive systems for this month.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And one last thing. Sorry, I'm taking too much time.
Hang on. We have a whole bunch of new questions.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll hold that.
Let's go to Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondered if you could tell me when the diversity, equity, and access became a foundational structure? Is that with the whole KESA's 2017, 2018? I mean, has that been from the beginning of that process, I assume?
Seems
or-
like it's been in there since the beginning of KESA, 17, 18.
Okay, and if I may follow up with that, so when we're apparently using a Gay Straight Alliance Club as meeting that, whatever the word is, for the system, then does that mean the district itself planted that club? Or whatever it takes to do that? Like, I'm a little confused on.
So are you asking does the system have any authority over
Well,
the clubs or?
yeah, it's a part of the report. So, yes, I guess, I'm asking, did the district itself decide we're going to put this in the school?
Yes.
And therefore, whatever monies were spent, whatever that took?
Well, I can't speak to what they made the decision locally on having that club within there, but I can tell you that it's their decision to include that in their documentation that they share
Okay,
in terms of meeting that foundational structure.
okay, okay. Thank you.
Jim McNeese.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but I'm looking forward to the evaluation of the evaluators. You know, is this system working? You know, I was part of KESA putting it together, you know, seems a long time ago. And you guys have done a splendid job. And it's, you've certainly risen to the occasion in terms of how the systems have come through, how the schools have come through the system. And I'm just looking at, at some point, we need to get a report on whether this is an effective and valuable opportunity. How could we improve it? You know, and basically, where are we going next? You know.
So we've got a lot of feedback, as you well know, from last spring. We had several focus groups, and we've been doing a lot of building this year, and we're going to be presenting some of the, I'd call them more technical changes to KESA in July. That's our hope, is to present that to the state board in July. And then more significant changes coming later this fall in response to the feedback that we've got as we do the evaluation of the evaluation of the evaluation.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Ma.
I wasn't sleeping, I was trying to absorb Jim's comment, because I was thinking that, just to follow up on what you were saying, I think when I listened to the superintendent's calls on Thursday, there's a bunch of them out there that still don't make the connection between KESA and school improvement, you know, and maybe I'm one of the few people who were around in the 90s when we had another 5-year system. I don't know. To me, it was great now, but they seem to think this is so strange when, you know, a process improvement's been around for decades, and they need to make that connection. But I had talked to Jay, and I just wanted to share with the board, there was one school in there that had like really mixed results, and the ARC's decision was to recommend fully accredited, but look at them again in a year. But there have been other schools when we did exactly the opposite. We said, no, you're going to be conditionally accredited, and we will look at you in a year or whatever time frame and give you a chance to correct. And to me, that's really inconsistent and could, I think, make us look like we kind of are wiggly about what we're doing. So I'm hoping that one of the things that we would be wiggly, that's a technical term. But one of the things we look at this year as we make some changes is to put more definition around, you know, how do I know you're getting results, or how do I know your process is in place, so it doesn't look like we're so subjective. And I still have a problem with this one, but maybe we can talk about that over the next month.
Yeah, I would, it'd be great to talk you through that, and we can share back and forth. But, and I don't think we're ever going to get rid of all the wiggliness.
Yeah.
But I do think that.
Sometimes we need wiggle room, so it's okay.
Yes. So I think that a lot of what you just said has been repeatedly stated by the ARC,
Yeah.
right? by superintendents, by
yeah.
people who are really into school improvement. That's something that we hear over and over, that we need to be more objective in our criteria when we're
Right.
talking about evaluating student
Either a
outcomes.
different rubric or a rubric or something. But anyway, I just, I think consistency is an important
Yep.
thing. When you're trying to explain to superintendents why you voted to make them conditionally accredited, you ought to be able to explain it.
Yes.
So, thank you.
You bet.
Jim Porter.
I should know the answer to this, but I don't. Let's say, for instance, we're in part of the 5-year process. My school is in danger of becoming conditionally accredited because there's some issues. At what point in the 5-year cycle do I know that, or can I predict that to give me time to make work with the district to make corrections before the final decision is made?
I think that's one of the major downfalls of KISA. Let's all make sure we remember that the first cycle of KISA made accreditation in Kansas mean something. It means something, right? Before it was basically a checklist. It means something to be accredited in Kansas now. Once the board actually conditionally accredited a system or systems in Kansas, that gave it some legitimacy. That's number one. Number two, though, throughout those first 4 years, when those kind of gaps could be identified, that was really heavily reliant on the quality of your outside visitation team. And I'll just be brutally honest, we have not done a good enough job of training people in how to really be a strong OVT. And so I think as we move into the new model and we move to a regional model of support, we've got our team actually checking in with each system each year to help identify those gaps and head them off earlier.
Check one more time here just to make sure I'm not missing anybody. I think that is all the questions. Dennis?
Dr. J. So how do you choose the OVT people? Well, what's the qualifications?
So the system, well, the qualifications are that you must be an active educator. So those are the qualifications. And it could be higher ed too, just to talk through that, but the system actually selects their OVT.
Oh, okay. So
They basically, they reach out to people and say, hey, would you serve in this role for our district?
okay, how do you?
We actually provide training to all those. If you're interested in being an OVT member, we provide training every year. And that's been the same since the beginning of KISA.
Are you confident about the objectivity of someone going in, being chosen by that system? I mean, would there be a problem if there is personality issues or anything? I mean, you see that as an...
Anytime you have a people business like this, you're going to have some of those issues. I don't think I'm not uncomfortable with the idea of the OVT. What I'm not comfortable with is the idea that we have put so much on the OVT. I mean, the OVT is talking to that system about everything under the sun, right? Continuous improvement, student results. We really see the future in narrowing the focus of what the feedback that the OVT needs to provide to that system based on this more narrow set of happenings within our district. So I think we've put way too much on the plate of the OVT to consider. And so once we can narrow that down, I think we'll have a lot better getting more quality feedback to systems, and hopefully they can make gains and close those gaps.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah,
opinion.
sure.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just real quick on the educator, it could be a superintendent, but then the superintendent on the OVT team also could be let go by their board and then no longer be there and still be on the OVT? Could that person be, or do they have to be a teacher?
They have to be employed by a school district. Is that?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is who replaces that person and how quickly is that done?
Are you talking about the OVT? Yeah, so as soon as that happens, the system is then responsible to go out and find replacement members for the
Right
OVT.
away, right away, okay.
Well, I mean, they submit a report yearly. So when the time that you know that you no longer have an OVT member, you have that time to make sure they're trained and do all those things and make sure everything's lined up prior to meeting in the fall.
Yeah, because there is where the conflict of interest could fall, within that year, when that person's no longer employed by that district. But yet they're still weighing in on the issue. Well, yeah, they would be. They would be,
If they're not replaced.
right.
Until they're replaced, they stay on the team.
Well, again, if they're not actively employed,
They're
they
not
are
supposed to be
not,
weighed in.
right. No, they need to be, there needs to be a replacement for that person. So
Okay.
they're active educators.
But remember this, one of the things that KISA did versus QPA that Ann referenced earlier, that OVT does not even make a recommendation of around accreditation. That's the ARC to you. So they work with the system to try to help them see what they're doing well and what they're not, and write reports. But it's the ARC, it's a third party that actually reviews that, so we don't have the conflict.
Yeah.
Jim McNeese.
Only because there are several recent board members. This was a significant change in philosophy on how we were doing this. Because in the past, the process was really just kind of a go through the process and you're okay. You know, now they have to make decisions. And actually, hearing some of the decisions coming forth in terms of conditional accreditation or not, you know, that is light years different than it was 5 years ago. That is just a huge reversal. No one ever saw real consequences from their accreditation reviews. Nobody ever got challenged that I was ever aware of. You know, so yeah, this is a big change, and I have a lot of confidence in the superintendents and the principals and the teachers who are managing the process and are managing the voice back to say whether you're accredited or not. That is a recommendation to us. And the mere fact that we've even had one school district in front of us, let alone any number, that has been challenged to do things better and make a better report, is really an outstanding growth factor that the board has accomplished in just a very short number of years.
Well, we should probably give the historical perspective too. Back when we had QPA in the 90s and we had a 5-year process, so did North Central, which accredited a lot, maybe even a majority of our schools. And it was a 5-year improvement process. It looks a lot like KISA. And then when No Child Left Behind came along, and the whole emphasis was on making your numbers better, then Kansas moved to okay, just make sure your numbers are better next year, and we're going to do away with the 5-year process. So since, 2000 or so, we had a long time when schools were not doing process improvement. They were just, like Jay said, checking it off, trying to make sure their numbers got better every year. And then when No Child Left Behind went away in 2015, 16, then that gave us the chance to do something better again. So there was a long time in there when schools didn't have to think about process and getting better. Just, now it's about more than making the numbers. It's about really doing something better.
I see the teams doing a better job, and I see the districts doing a better job in reporting. So, and that's because of what the board did, several years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
So on Thursday, close of business Thursday, you better listen because you're going to hear a loud cheer from the ARC, because on Thursday, they will have reviewed every one of the 179 systems this year. So the ARC is, we owe them a huge debt of gratitude for the work that they've done this year. And just so you know, I let them know that every time on behalf of the board, that you all appreciate the work they're doing. So if I can be so presumptuous to say that, but just so you know, Thursday, close of business. It's going to be a celebration.
Indeed, yes. Thank you. We send our thanks.
Dr. J's buying.
Board members, we're running a little bit behind. I hate to cut off good conversation though, so thank you for your questions. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll be back at 3:10, And please acknowledge one Mr. Jacob McCarter, who is sitting out here ready to come in and present to us next, I believe, from Goddard. So we'll see you at 3:10. Thank you. got a student showcase to tell us about.
We do. Thank you so much. So we try to bring up Student Showcase each month. So we reached out to our districts and asked them, hey, do you have some great kids? And so reached out to my good friend over here, who's Dane Boxa, who's the community relations director at the Goddard School District. And he's like, Denise, I have someone, you've got to hear his story. And if anyone knows Dane, when Dane gets excited about someone or something, like, you listen to this man. So Dane's like, he's got a great story to tell, and I would like for him to be able to share that with the board. So I'm going to introduce Mr. Dane Boxa. He's going to come up and he's going to introduce his guest.
All right. Good afternoon, board members, Commissioner Watson, and the amazing staff here at the Kansas Department of Education. So it's my honor to introduce to you to your next speaker today, Mr. Jacob McCarty. But before I do, I just want to tell a little story about how we met. I first met Jacob at our USD 265 Board of Education meetings when he started attending during the fall of 2021. And he kept coming back to these meetings and was eventually invited in to share his story. Jacob is a passionate advocate for his fellow students. His persistence, leadership, and a little nudge from our good friend earned him the very first internship in our community relations department for Goddard Public Schools. And since Jacob's a pretty humble guy, I wanted to list some of the awards that he just got as a new alumni of Goddard Public Schools. He recently received first place in interview skills at the National Business Professionals of America just a couple months ago in Anaheim, California. He got first place from the General Federation of Women's Clubs of Kansas Citizenship Essay. He was awarded the Presidential Leadership Award from the Goddard Women's Club. And Jacob just graduated, like I said, just a few weeks ago from Eisenhower High School. He carries with him to college 42 hours of college credit, all while maintaining a 4.0 GPA with too many clubs and leadership opportunities to name. And not only that, he helped spearhead a district-wide student leadership team that's dedicated to supporting his fellow students' needs. And his favorite and most appreciated award is he is a recipient of the Dale M. Dennis Excellent in Education Award. So to sum it up, Jacob is one of those students that gives us all an education, what we pursue to achieve, which is hope for a better future. So with that, Jacob McCarty.
To start off, I'd like to say a big thank you for allowing me to come and speak today. I really do appreciate this opportunity for me to come and share my story. Before we have all the fun stuff, my name is Jacob McCarty, and I am from Goddard, America, and it's USD 265, and I went to Eisenhower High School, and like he just said, I did just graduate, and today I'm going to provide a testimony of my K through 12 education, but mostly my high school years because the rest was a little boring. So I'm going to give you guys the interesting stuff. But to start off, in middle school, I really struggled. I dealt with a lot of depression and anxiety when it came to my schooling and feeling left out. And it really left me disengaged from the classroom, and it kept me out of being involved. And this happened all the way until my sophomore year of high school, when there was this opportunity called Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership. And in order to be the ambassador for our school, you have to fill out an application. And so I looked at it and I was like, this is not the kind of person I am. But my mom was like, this is you. You have to like apply for it. So I was just like, okay, I'll apply for it. And so I filled out the application, and during it, I just kind of put down my thoughts that I've been having about what, like, if I had the chance to like tell like my principal like what was going on, this is what I would say. And it was very interesting because, like I said, I was not involved. I was nothing special. Like, the person you're seeing here today is completely different than the one who filled out that application. And by some miracle, my counselor chose me to be the ambassador to attend Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Seminar. And when I say it changed my life, it really did. You know, having someone say, you know what, I know you probably don't see it in yourself, but you can be a leader. And you're going to go to this leadership seminar because I want you to. And so I went to it, and it was all about not what to think, but how to think. And it taught me all the parts about being a leader, that, you have to be selfless and you have to go out into your community and be willing to make that change. So it really inspired me. And so I came back, and that was gonna be my junior fall. I came back my junior fall, and I was like, first day of school, I got in there and I looked around and I was like, this is not the environment that I want to be in anymore. And I was like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go out and make it better. So like Dane said, I started going to the Board of Education meetings. I started getting involved. But what really was impactful for me is that I had these ideas, I had these initiatives, but it's when I sat down with my teachers and they helped me plan through it, and they helped me prepare speeches, they helped me make PowerPoints that were going to be effective, and then they talked me through each step of the way. That support system got me to that next level, to where I reached out to my principal and I said, I have this initiative. I want to empower students and give these students voices. And she said, okay, come in, let's talk about it. And we talked, and she said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send you to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Student Services. So she may have passed me on, but in the end, it was a good thing, I promise. And so that's where I met my main contact, and he was a really wonderful man, and he just really inspired me. And I mean, without him, I probably wouldn't have accomplished all I did, because he really sat down, and someone at such a high level, because we will find out later, I'm interning with Dane, but the amount of work that those upper admins do, the fact that he took time out of his day to come to my school, not me go to him come to my school to have these conversations about what we can do to create student leaders, is just something I had never experienced before. The support, this uplifting of student voices. I think we often see students have a perception of admin, of principals, of teachers that's not always in the lightest light. We see them as out to get us, but having these moments with my staff really brought me into that community. And so I kept working. I attended the Board of Education, and my assistant superintendent was like, we're going to get you in front of them. And so in December of, I think, 2021 is when I finally spoke for them. And this was like, here's my plan. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's my story. Like, I'm pumped. I hope I can get you pumped. And they really bought into it. And that's when I got involved and I started all of my projects. But during this time, I did end up spending a lot of time with my admin and getting a newfound perspective of them. And I found out these are probably like some of the most respectable, smart people I've ever met in my life. And I was like, you know what, I think I could learn a lot from them. So I reached out to the superintendent and I was like, I want to do an internship in the spring of my senior year. And they're like, sure, why not? Let's make this happen. So that's where I met Dane, and we started that relationship, and we really planned out. So what it was is my schedule. I had one class in the morning, my English class, and then from about 8:30 till 12 o'clock, I was at my district office and the community relations department, and this was part of my credit hours. And so I got to take that, and then in the afternoon, I had another internship, a law internship, but I think I learned a lot in the community relations internship, and that's kind of how I got it started. So during that time, because that was around my junior spring, is when I started planning. I started my fall of senior year, and that's when senioritis really kicked in, and I was like, I'm done. I want to get out of school. Like feeling all those feelings again, where it's it's a lot. But it was when I hit that spring semester and I showed up that first day, and I was validated. I showed up and he was like, here's a project and you're going to do it. And I was just like, I don't think you want me to do it. Like I'm not trained. I haven't even graduated yet. And here you are asking me to help run our social medias for the entire district, which may seem small, but that is a big thing. So that was one of my first big projects in the community relations department, was the social media aspect. And so what I was tasked to do is I would go out and there would be different stories. Like one of the stories, we had one of our schools celebrate Cop Appreciation Day. So I went over to that school and I interviewed some cops. I interviewed the person who made that happen, and I interviewed the students who gave the cops some of that appreciation. And that was my first big story, because he was just like, yeah, you can go over there and do it. And that's hard, because I was 17 at the time. I was like, I am 17 and these are people who used to be telling me what to do, and now I'm like forcing them to come and talk and interview with me. And so that's what started, and that was my first big project, is working on those social medias and getting that out there. And another one of my big projects that I got to learn was photography. and professional photography. And this is something that isn't really offered in schools just because it's hard to do it. So it was a very good learning opportunity because instead of having to do all the training, I was just given the camera and told, go out there and do it, and you can do it. And so I was more of a learn as you go, but I think I'm a pretty good photographer now. So if any of you guys want a picture, let me know. But it's just these I kept learning these skills as I go along. And another part of this was professional videography, which I'm not very technical. I never thought I could do technical stuff, and being in this like real world position where I was given this like probably like $10,000 camera and entrusted to make a promotional video for one of the programs that was in our district, it was pretty cool because it's one of our special education programs, and they had started a business, soap selling business. And so I got to go and make like a little documentary about what they were doing and how it started. And he just let me go, and I did all the filming. I did all the like behind the scenes filming, and then I edited the video, and then I got to post the video. And the video makes me cry every time, but it's just, you know, I didn't realize how much this technology can capture the moments of what's happening within our schools. It was just so eye-opening that, you know, you see this stuff online, but to actually be there to capture that moment and then watch it back and know that the content that it holds to the people that are in that video. And it was just so inspiring because the director of that program, I showed her and she got teared up, and that was just like, okay, that is why I'm here. You know, that is why I am in the community relations department, is to tell those stories that they don't always get to see or hear from their perspective of how other people see it. It was just so touching for me. And another part of, yeah, I did a lot of parts in my internship, but another part was we have a foundation, a nonprofit foundation with our school district, and that is kind of ran within our community relations department. So I got to work a lot with the Goddard Education Foundation, and we had our big fundraising event happen. So I really got to see the planning process, the different committees to make this campaign happen, and that finally watching it make it helped it set up, and then watched it as it happened. And it was just such a really good experience because I know we do work in a public education system and work for the government, but to see that people are still going above and beyond just to allow these kids to have these opportunities. And it was just so amazing to see all these community members come together and donate their time, their effort, and their money to an organization to benefit students. And so that was another part of this time I had with the district that was just so inspiring. And then one of my biggest projects, and probably the project I'm still working on right now, is we were doing a 24-page magazine publication. And it's a really big project. And so this man right over here, he sat me down one day and he was like, this is what we're gonna do. And I was like, okay, yeah, like I'm willing to help. And he said, no, you're gonna have like ownership in it. Like you're gonna help it start and grow and do all the projects. And it's a really hard, interesting thing to be putting on a 17-year-old, but I'm glad he did, because I could see that he trusted me to do what he was asking me to do and fulfill it. And hopefully we are fulfilling it. We're almost done making it, so I think it looks good. But I want to walk you through the process of it, because this is what really helped me grow. We started off as a group, and we said, okay, this is our idea. We are having this magazine. It's gonna be 24 pages. This is our end date, and this is kind of what we need to do. And then we did a lot of research on other magazines and publications just so we understood what was going to have to go into it, because this was our very first magazine that we're doing. And then we also went over our district strategic plan, because when we were doing this, we wanted to be intentional with what's in the magazine. I get to go out and experience all these things, but what are the main key points that I want the community members, the parents, the teachers, what do I want them to see? And so that was what we really did. And we looked over past surveys, we looked over what the community members want. We had lots of open dialogue about what should be put into this magazine. And so once we had figured that all out, I got to have the honor of doing a tour of all the different schools within our district. We have 13 schools, and I took the time to meet with each of the principals and really have that one-on-one to see who they were and what was happening within their school. And it was so unique because we were all within the same district, but what were the needs of each of the students in that population was so different from the other schools. The programs they had set up, the simple things that they were doing just for their students. I mean, you can tell that even though we were one, we all had our separate needs. And so it was just really eye-opening because we're gonna have each in the magazine, each school has their own part. And we didn't struggle to have a unique thing that each school was going to talk about because they all had their own identities. They all had their own personality and why they shined within our district to make that final puzzle that looks perfect. And that was just so fun for me because I got to go out. And it also taught me really good communication skills because principals are very busy and I only had that morning period, so I was like emailing back and forth, like trying to figure out timing, trying to figure out when they could meet on their time and when I also needed to meet. And so it was just overall a very good perspective. But from there, we took it, I came back and we had like a 65-page document of all the things that I had taken note of and all the things that we wanted in the magazine. And I thought that was gonna be it. I was like, okay, I did my part. Like here it is. Like you guys can work on it. And he was like, okay, now I want you to make a draft of what the magazine is gonna look like. And I was just like, okay, we're still going with this. And so I got out some paper and I just started going through it. I laid everything out. I created kind of like what our design should look like. And obviously it was a very rough template because they hadn't said yes or no to any of my ideas. So I was just putting things on there hoping that something would stick. And then once I had that all finished, we came back together as a team and I said, here's everything I've got and here's what have stood out to me and here is what we probably shouldn't talk about. And then from there, we worked as a team to create a fully fledged like magazine. And it's beautiful now. I love to look at it because I'm just like, oh, it's my little baby. But it's so interesting. And because I mean, I was still a student at the time when I was at the district, but I wasn't looked at as a student. I was looked at as a coworker, and my ideas were valid and they were heard. And it was a very strange experience, but like in the best way possible, because I don't think many people get to experience that, and that's why I am just so grateful that I did get to experience that. But from there, we have moved all our ideas, and obviously some things didn't work, and we had to switch it out, and we're still working on it. But now we moved it to digital, and that is another person working on it this time, not me, because I'm just not qualified on the technology, like I said earlier. But she's working on that, and it's really coming together, and it's going to be going out to all our parents, all the alumni, and hopefully we can get some of you guys too. So you can see what I worked on. And if you like it, I'm so glad. If you didn't, I'll try again later, but we're getting there. So I just want to give some of my overall reflections of like the last 6 months, because this has been another one of those moments in my life where I was heard and I could see my potential. Having these people who I've looked up to and admired sit down in a conversation with me and treat me as an equal is crazy to me. But that's when I got it, that they were there for the students. At every single school I went to, the one thing they always shared was how much they cared about their students and how everything that they did was for the students. That's what I loved about going into the photography, is because I got to go and take those pictures of the teachers, the paras, the staff, all of them caring for the students. I have never seen a system so built on one mission. The entire system, all the way up to the admin, all the way to the bottom. Every single person I talked to was like, I am doing this for the students. And they're working. I see them. I feel really bad. That's why I try to take as much as I can on, but that is something I will never forget, because that is so inspiring as a student to see truly how much work, effort, and care that each and every one of them put into their jobs. I'm just so grateful to be a part of USD 265, and I'm so grateful to be a part of the Kansas school system. So I want to say a thank you to all of you, and seriously, I'm being so sincere when I say this, because if it weren't for you guys who are helping and allowing our schools to work, there would be no situation like this. I would still be that kid who's quiet and really wouldn't amount to anything. And I'm not saying that to be humble. I was going down a very bad path. I am here today because of my teachers, my principals, my admin, my peers even, because we have created this climate and culture of growth for our students. And that's what we need. And another couple takeaways, this one's on a different note, but just the growth in technology. Like, I went to my old schools and I was like, these don't even look familiar at all, because we have adapted to what the next generation needs. And that's so interesting, as our way of, like, because we used to have those like dry erase boards, but now they have like those digital technology boards, and working on all that, which is, I got really confused, but I could see like how well the students engaged with it. And so just the growth from when I used to be in like kindergarten to now, I'm so excited to see what it was going to look like in another 12 years, because I think education is so important and powerful. Like, these are our future. This is our future children. And it's so, I am so honored that I have been able to hopefully pave a path within my own district to allowing more of these students to have opportunities like this. I'm hoping that more students are going to take advantage and get involved within their schools, because you can learn a lot, and a lot of good things can come from it. But my last big takeaway really is how grateful I am. I have been very blessed in my life, and I've had my hardships, but I've had people care for me. And that's what I want to give back. And that's why I am here today, is because I want you to know that all the work and effort that you guys are putting in right now is worth it. And I hope you hear that, because there are students who are being positively affected. There are students who are having a better future now because of the work that is being done on every level. So thank you guys so much. And I am going to open it up to questions if you guys do have any questions.
Thank you so much, Jacob. If we had a bingo card for the buzzwords that we want to hear, especially coming from high school grads, you're ticking them off, right? You're talking about real world learning. You're talking about civic engagement. I could make a long list. So I just want to say thank you for sharing your story. It is truly inspirational. I'm sure we're going to have a couple of questions, but I'll start with Betty Arnold.
Jacob, it was great listening to you, and I don't have a question, but I do have a comment, because as I was listening, one of the things that stood out that was so significant is that turning point where you were. I was more interested in where you were. I'm excited about where you are now. The reason I say that is because you're not alone. There are so many students in our system that are lost, that are struggling, that have not made that connection. And so you can be iconic for those students, because you are saying to them, that doesn't have to be. You have a choice. And I see where the transition occurred for you. I watched you, and when you talked about the day the realization came about, I can make this a better place, that is what is so needed in so many individuals, knowing that no matter where you are, you still can make a difference. You give a lot of credit to the administrators, to the teachers. I just have to remind you that the lion's share belonged with you, because it was a decision that you made to step forward, that you made, that I can make a difference. So I applaud you for making that decision, and I am hoping that many young people can hear your story, celebrate your accomplishments, but be reminded that they too can be a mini Jacob. Congratulations, God.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
And Dennis.
Thank you for coming, Jacob. This has been inspiring, and I just want to confirm you that I think what you said at the very end is really the key to all this, is gratitude. Have an attitude of gratitude. And there's a lot of kids in our society, I think, that would benefit from hearing that message from you. It makes me actually think about a Bible verse. It says, "In everything give thanks. This is the will of God in Christ Jesus." Now that's I'm taking advantage of my First Amendment rights, but I just want you to know that it really comes out, your attitude of gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Anne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a question because some schools do a really good job of internships and some do nothing with internships. And you've had a chance to experience more than one. So I'd like you to share with us how important it is for kids to be able to explore careers while they're still in high school and to have a plan that's individual to them so they can do that.
Absolutely. So actually, so we have the CTE, Career Technical and Education program, and so I have done multiple of the pathways. So I originally did like teaching internships, and I like went through the different classrooms and worked, but teaching is a lot. I like kids, but not that much. And then another one was like the medical one, and I did the medical field, and I just don't like blood, so that one didn't work out. And so I'm gonna be honest, I had internships outside the school first, and I was like, this is where I learned. This is like where I learned. So I did kind of pave my own path with the internship within my district, but it's not hard to set up at all. Like if you guys want resources or anything about how to like get to your schools about getting internships, please reach out. I love internships. I think it's a great way to bridge the gap between generations even and have that open dialogue. It's a very good learning opportunity. I've learned so much in this last 6 months that I'm going to carry with me for the rest of my life. I did learn a lot in school too. I'm not discrediting that, but there's different skills that you learn in that real setting where he just put it in my lap and said, "Okay, you got this. I know you can do it." And I did it. And that's those moments that really helped me grow as a person and in the professional world.
And another important thing I just heard you say is that once you got started in a career path, you weren't locked into it. You were free to change. I mean, you're not the first high school kid we've had here who saw blood and decided that's not for me. So having a career path didn't lock you in. You were free to change.
Absolutely, yeah, and I'm not going into community relations. I know that sounds bad, but I really only did it because I saw the people who were working there, and I was inspired by them. And I mean that truly. I was like, wow, these are the kind of people I want to be like. If I can spend time with them and learn from them, then my time is worth it.
Awesome.
So I think even if they don't end up going into those career fields, the skills you learn can be universal in whatever matter.
Perfect.
Did that answer your question?
That's great. Thank you
Perfect.
so much.
Of course.
So I'm going to ask the question that I think some people were thinking as you said it. 42 credit hours? Where did you fit that in? Can you tell us what that looks like?
A lot of my credit hours were like dual credit. So it was like I was still taking a high school class, but it was correlated to a college class. But I don't know. I just kind of kept taking them. I think because we had like 7 periods, and I had like 5 of my periods last semester were college credit hours. So I love education. I'm going to be honest. I love learning. I think it's one of the most important parts of living life is that growth that can happen within yourself. But I started at sophomore year taking them, and then people kept telling me like, oh, this is going to benefit you in the future. And not all of mine did transfer to college, but a good majority did, so it's worth it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
So, what are you going to do now? You know, you can't go back to Eisenhower.
No.
They kicked you out.
I'm planning this fall to attend KU and study political science, but I'm really thinking like, I love the nonprofit world. It's just what I love. I love giving back. I think it really makes my heart happy, and that's kind of where I've lived my life, is just what makes me happy, and I can tell deep down it's like, this is where I'm being called. And I go and do it, and then I'm sure there will be a calling somewhere else. Like my calling right now is coming to an end, unfortunately, but I trust that something's gonna come my way. And so I'm not too set in stone because like I said earlier, I like to change my mind on which career I want to go into. So
So in the technical term, we call that an individual plan of study, right,
Yes.
Jacob? But as you listen about kind of your pathways and what you found out about who you are, I think it's clear, I think to everyone here in just the few minutes that we've had the opportunity to talk with you, you love to learn, you're a constant learner, and you want to help people in some way. Teaching, healthcare, right? Nonprofits. You maybe haven't found that yet, what exactly that is, but it seems pretty clear to me that you're going to try to marry those two things. You're going to try to marry this ability where I get to grow and learn and expand whatever field, and I'm going to be helping people in some capacity, in some way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
The board would like to take a photo with you. So if you have
Absolutely.
just a moment, board members will.
Put this over here. Where do you want to sit?
Good job. Thank you, guys.
Hmm?
Oh, just, so on item 14, it's to act to approve appointment to the Special Ed Task Force. As you may know, the legislature appropriated a Special Education Task Force to review special ed funding. They appropriate at least one day. Maybe there's more, but there's at least one. And in the law, it specifies who's to be on the task force. One of those is someone appointed by the State Board of Education. The State Department then will appoint 3 people total, 2 people with knowledge of special ed, that's a practitioner, people that knowledgeable of that, and 1 that knowledgeable about special ed, in particular working with what we call the Tiny Tots program or Part C program. So we're in the process of doing that this week and getting those people. But at this point, you need to nominate someone for the special ed task force, and I believe I've turned it over to Mr. Porter.
Yeah, and even before I saw this motion, I decided, I can assure you that these task forces are important. And quite frankly, having been there and not being there now, people pay more attention to you when you're the chair. That's just fact. And so for that reason, I am glad to move that we appoint Melanie Haas to serve as Special Education Related Task Force established by Senate Bill 113. And I've already expressed what my concern is about the task force, and I have confidence that Melanie will do an excellent job representing us, and that is my motion.
And I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Porter.
If you'll let me.
And a second from Dina. All right, thank you. Questions, discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That looks like a unanimous vote. Thank you.
A report then next month, Madam Chair?
A report just as soon as they meet. I'll have a bit of a learning curve there, but I am happy to serve. Our next item is an action to approve the district survey on firearm safety use. And it looks like you're presenting that one, Commissioner.
Yes, I'll take that. So, Ann, you had asked that maybe we take a look at this, and I'll turn over to you in just a second. But there have been bills in the past legislative session about specifying if you're going to teach firearm safety, you must use a specific curriculum. There's also some language in the current law around school safety and the grants around school safety. And so, Ann, I'll turn it over to you, but I think you had an idea about maybe what we should do. And I suggested before we do anything, if the board wanted to ask us to conduct it, they probably need to take a vote on that.
Yeah, I think obviously it's come up the last several years, and it'll come up again next year about the legislature trying to establish curriculum in public schools. And I think it's just a really bad idea for us to be establishing standards and for them to be establishing standards, as those could conflict. But they obviously have an interest in standards for gun safety training. I know there are a lot of schools out there doing it already. And when I surveyed schools and then when I went to testify at the legislature, I said, hey, we have a lot of schools out there doing this already. They don't need your help. They haven't asked us for standards. So I thought maybe we have some time now before next session to get ahead of this and just find out what interest there is from the schools, who's teaching gun safety, what curriculum are they using today, would they like us to establish some standards? And then we'll have more evidence to take to the legislature next year should this become a bill again. So I'm just requesting that we do that survey and find out what schools are teaching gun safety, what grades, what curriculum, and then we'll have some data we can share.
Go to Kathy.
I guess I would just ask for the survey, that we would be allowed to see the survey before it goes out, just to have an idea so that we know what the schools are receiving. Just so it comes our way.
So we may want to just put that in the motion if you make it, if the board makes a motion, Kathy, that we delay sending it out till after next month and we can show you the survey. And then if you want to take final action at that time, then we could do it because schools are out of session right now, so it's not urgent. Yeah.
Betty.
Are you ready for a motion?
Absolutely. Do you want to add?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That work?
I think it was just adding on that the board gets the opportunity to see the survey first. Okay. Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve conducting a survey of Kansas school districts to collect information on the number of schools utilizing a firearms safety curriculum and the different curriculums being used, and that if we proceed with this survey, that it is made available to the board for approval first.
And a second from Dina. Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. I like the commissioner's idea. We're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda since we are running a little bit ahead of time, which I shouldn't say out loud because that never happens. Let me catch up here. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Minus, yep, hang on, let me read the list. Got them there? G through L. Consent agenda minus G through L. Betty? And a second? From Dennis, thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Danny? That's 9-1, motion passes. And then we'll vote individually, starting with G. G is act on a request to contract with the Kansas Association of Broadcasters for dissemination of public service announcements to recruit school nutrition staff. Are there any questions or comments before we vote? Betty?
Yes, Randy, could you give us maybe a little more information on that item? Just a brief overview of what it entails.
Sure, I think I can reference you also, just back to your agenda, but we have the opportunity, I'm pulling it up here myself to refresh my memory. So the Child Nutrition and Wellness Team have an opportunity at times through the federal money to try to use that money to try to help market and get additional staff, if you would. And so it would be to enter into an agreement with public service announcements in order to help grow the number of people then in the child nutrition and wellness areas.
So actually, this is more just, we need someone to staff this position, and it is being announced through public. It's to help schools recruit for staff.
It's develop public service announcements and then develop those in order to market the positions in child nutrition and wellness and be using federal funds for that amount.
Okay.
Any other questions? Kathy?
So are we saying with that schools are needing the help to find more staff in their, I mean, I guess.
And I'm not an expert in this, Kathy, so, and I'd want Cheryl Johnson to weigh in, but in general, yes. There's a shortage, not, bus drivers and all kinds of staff. There's a shortage of schools, food service workers and directors, both. And so this is an attempt to try to help recruit that. What's different about this, versus say some other areas, is that the federal government through Child Nutrition and Wellness actually allow and give money for this type of purposes, where other areas we don't have that because it's state funded or it's funded in other areas.
So do we make a motion then on approving each one?
We will, yes. Looks like we got a question from Danny.
I had a question earlier.
Was that earlier? I'm so sorry. Did we?
There's no requirement that we have to have a consent agenda. We can do each one of these items separately. That was my
that's what we're doing.
question. That was
Yeah.
my question before the motion, but
Ah.
that was what I was interested in. We don't have to have a consent agenda.
That's correct. Yes, and we are voting on these individually.
And Robert's Rule of Order has, a lot of this stuff on here isn't what Robert's Rule of Order says our consent agenda.
I would look to the policy committee on that comment. Dennis?
Just wondering, does a school district, is it policy that every district has a registered dietitian to head up the food service?
Okay, so I believe the answer to that's yes, but I need Cheryl or her team to answer those specifically. I'd be happy to get those for you. So, I don't know the answer to that, Dennis. I don't want to misspeak on that.
Historically, that wasn't so, but I'm curious whether that is actually a requirement now. And I think registered dietitians have master's degrees. So, I mean, that's
That
a
is
major
correct.
cost, isn't it?
Yeah, that is correct. And I'll just need to send that to you in a Friday note because I don't know. At one point that was true, but I don't know if that's still true or not.
Okay.
All right, ready for a motion? On, what's that?
I move we approve item G on the consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Betty? All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? That's 8-2. Motion passes. Move on to item H. H is act on request to contract for production of an informational body venture video. Questions, discussion? Ann?
I just want to say Body Venture is really cool and the kids love it and we need to do this. So I'll be voting for it.
Agreed. All right, may I have a motion?
I move we approve item H on the consent agenda.
And Betty seconds. All in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? 8-2, motion passes. Item I. Act on recommendations for continued funding of Kansas 21st Century Community Learning Centers for 2023-24. Questions, discussion? Ann?
Well, this is really important. I've been talking with staff about this item since I read over the agenda. And I want folks to know that this money provides academic enrichments to students outside of regular school time, after school, weekend, summer, and we fund 95 programs across the state that offer activities to kids that would not otherwise get these opportunities. And the schools that are chosen have to have at least 40% kids on free lunch. They also can provide services to the parents. They can do a number of services for them, nights. I know, let me pull this back up. The staff told me that they also can have family engagement, which could include computer literacy for the parents, ESL classes, parenting classes, and all kinds of things. So this is a really great opportunity, and I would say the same thing for both I and J, is one is reapproving existing and one is approving new schools. So this is really important stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, discussion? Dennis?
The learning, is there, I know there's things offered in communities like Boys and Girls Club. Does that include, is that what we're talking about? I think.
It could be. It's
Could
not
be.
Excuse me, it's not limited to that, Dennis, but it could be served in a Boys and Girls Club.
Okay. Well, in Hutchinson, we had a situation last summer where they were advertising drag queen story hour at our Boys and Girls Club. It actually happened in June a year ago. And I'm really concerned that if we agree with that type of thing, that we're going to have a lot of kickback from parents.
I don't think there's any drag queens in this 21st century program.
Okay, well, I hope not.
Pretty sure.
We're gonna
it is.
have one next Saturday
But we're not funding it.
in downtown Hutchinson. But, you know, it's, I don't want to sponsor anything like that because parents, I mean, for the most part, are definitely against that.
Danny?
So how much is the funding?
Find it.
The grants are awarded on a competitive basis, period of 5 years. A minimum of $50,000 per year and a maximum of $150 per year.
It's 7.2 million for
Total,
I.
7.2 million.
Yeah.
don't see any more questions. Ready to vote? May I have a motion? Betty?
I move that we act on, and I'm combining I and J.
Okay. May I have a second? Jim McNeese? All in favor? For I and J, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I get 7. Opposed? 3. Motion passes. Item K is act on fiscal year 24 grant awards for IDEA, VIB, Special Education Targeted Improvement Plan grants. Questions, discussion? I see none. Ann?
Well, who could be against helping schools figure out how to serve special needs students better? So I'd like to move we approve item K on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Second from Betty. All in favor, raise your hand. Got 7. Opposed? Michelle, Dennis, Danny. Sorry, was that a abstain? Danny's abstaining. I've got 2 opposed and an abstention from Danny on item K. All right, and L, act on request to contract with Kansas State University to support the State Advisor of Kansas Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA. Ann?
Well, we have to pay these people, and it's our job to pay these people. So I guess if you don't like FCCLA, you can vote against it. I think it's a great organization, and we need to replace the director.
Questions, discussion? Kathy?
I just have a question on the amount, because I remember when we did the TSA 2 months ago, I want to say, it was $10,000 a year. So I guess I'm questioning because I don't know the programs well, but this is obviously a lot more than that. So I was just questioning the difference between the two.
I believe the difference is the position, Commissioner. Do you?
Yeah, I'm going to guess, because I don't know, because I don't oversee this program directly.
gotcha.
I guess is there some other funding sources, Kathy, that go along with what were provided by us last time, and there's less in this one? But I could certainly get that from Natalie, too.
Any other questions? How about a motion for item L? Ann?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
I didn't do L yet.
Thank you. All in favor, raise your hand. I've got 8, 9, opposed, 1. 9-0, motion passes. Thank you. We will take a break. Let's see, 4:03. We'll break until 4:15.
Do we have to do M?
Sorry?
Do we have to do M?
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
Through L, right? Okay.
Well,
I can bring the people here to answer the questions. I don't know all the answers.
I think,
Welcome back, and welcome Doug Boleen back to the podium. Agenda item number 16.
And as Doug approaches the podium, the lectern, I don't want to, whatever we're calling it, as I travel around as you do, there's one thing that many things come up, but one that's consistently that comes up is there something we can do with students in foster care? And not all students in foster care. These are the students that are highly transient because of court orders or lack of foster homes. And it's the problem is not complicated. The solutions become complicated because of existing laws and how we've set up education in Kansas. Today's meant to provide you an overview and of the situation for you to ask questions, really get to know it, and then hopefully we can start to work on some remedies that you could take some action on in the future. So.
Finding records transfer for students in foster care. And so the result of that group was a joint letter from Commissioner Watson and Secretary Gilmore, kind of spelling out the responsibilities of each agency. DCF would do this, KSDE and the school districts would do these things, to try to smooth that out so that records were following kids as they moved from district to district. At the conclusion of that group, a few of us decided that it would be a good idea if we continued to meet. So since 2016, DCF, KSDE, KASB, and then on occasion, different districts meet basically on a monthly basis to talk through scenarios that are happening in the field, problems that may be occurring, district complaints, caseworker complaints, try to resolve those things and try to make the process smoother. So we've continued, that group has continued to meet, like I said, for about the last 7 years. Under Title I, the district responsibilities basically boil down to a couple of things: that the district will participate in a best interest determination, which is determine whether the child is best suited by staying in the school that they're in when they go into foster care, and if so, then how do we make sure that transportation is arranged for that child to continue attending that school? If the result of the bid is that school of origin is not in the best interest of the child, then the next requirement is that when the student shows up to enroll in a new school district, that school district will enroll them immediately and get their records so that their education continues without much of a hitch. So those are the main things. So what we found in that immediate enrollment is there's a couple of things that keep cropping up. Dr. Watson mentioned just the mobility of the students in foster care to start with, but we've got a couple of scenarios that have come up and they seem to be occurring more frequently. One of those is that when a student is expelled or long-term suspended, the receiving district can honor that expulsion, that long-term suspension, and they don't have to enroll the student. So the student is without any kind of a school to attend. The other one that we've seen, maybe not so much right now, but in the past, has been those students who do not have a permanent placement. And so they may go to this home one night, come back to the office for the day, go to a different home the next night, come back to the office. And so the problem with that one is that the office is not considered a residence. And so districts don't have to enroll students who are not residents of their district. So you can't count the office as a residence, and since they're changing where they're sleeping every night, then it becomes a problem of where does this student enroll. So one of our workarounds or patches for that has been virtual schools. A lot of times we can, if a student is expelled long-term, we can enroll them in a virtual school and they can continue to get their credits. Same thing with the nightly placements. Virtual has been kind of a stopgap for that. Well, one of the problems is that as we have examined virtual schools for accountability, looking at their assessment scores, their graduation rates, we've started scrutinizing how that works a little bit more. And so as we've done that, they have tightened up their enrollment procedures in the virtual school so that now what once was an option for our foster students may not be. And so just kind of throwing that little tidbit out. And I'm going to turn it over to David to talk about the virtual side of that.
So, Dr. David Frankoff, Assistant Director on the CSAS team. So, one of my responsibilities on the CSAS team is overseeing the virtual schools and programs. And back in 2019, before COVID, we did have a meeting with DCF and we started having the conversations of the possibility of having some sort of statewide virtual program with working with DCF. And the conversation barely started, and then it was a December meeting. And if you remember, what hit us not too long into 2020 was COVID. So that conversation completely died down after everything that happened in 2020. And so after that conversation completely halted, we had to really just look and see what we could do, because the numbers of virtual schools completely grew, as you recall, with COVID. And then we had remote as an option, and virtual really changed over the years in 2020, 2021, and the expectations of virtual really changed, and the number of virtual students changed in the state, and the way virtual was looked at in the state has changed quite a bit over the past few years. We had students that didn't know virtual was an option before, and that has changed over the past few years. So with all that being said, just here recently, we were contacted. Dr. Kelso's back there too. She's has been promoted. She's now a coordinator, so she's overseeing a virtual now also. We were invited to the work group that the SES team has that's working with DCF. So the work is being revamped with the foster care group because of the students that are being expelled and suspended. And it's not open enrollment for virtual. It's not that you have this long list of virtual schools, and when there's a student expelled or suspended, they can just pick one of the schools and go to. It's not open enrollment. So we have these students that need to have somewhere to go. So we've only had one meeting. So my request is we have just barely started this work. We have all these great minds. I would like to start having some time to work with this group and to see what we can work with all these people that have some ideas this summer and come back to the board with a plan, because one meeting clearly is not enough to have a solid plan. I believe that there is the possibility to have a solid solution, but I don't believe that we are at the spot to give you a solid solution at this point. But I believe that there is the possibility to do more for our students than we currently are offering them right now. And I believe I'm handing it over to Bev at this point.
Thank you. It's been a few years since I've been here. I appreciate seeing familiar faces, and I thank you for taking time on this important topic. My name is Bev Mortimer. I worked in public education as a teacher, a principal, and a superintendent for 33 years and retired. And then I came to Jobs for America's Graduates Kansas, where I'm the vice president of programming. So I get to do the fun work of working with our career specialists who are teachers in schools for our program, where we focus on, number one, making sure kids graduate from high school. Number two, are they prepared for the future? So a lot of the things that KSDE does with work-based learning, we're aligned very closely to all of that. We don't do anything that's totally out there separate from the educational efforts that you all make. So my purpose here today, having been a teacher, I knew I did the best I could with the kids in my classroom. When they left my classroom, I wasn't sure where they went or how they did. And then I moved up to be a principal. And when I was a principal, I knew we were doing the best we could in our school to take care of those kids and provide the best opportunities that we could. Then becoming a superintendent, same thing. I was taking care of that district. Well, in this job, I now work with 104 different programs. I think we're in 53 different districts across the state of Kansas, and then that's where the challenge comes in. When these students move from one district to the next district, they run into all kinds of challenges, barriers, you could say. They may go from one school to the next that has different schedule. They may have daily schedule, they may have a block schedule. They may be in trimesters, they may be in semesters. So when kids change schools, they have to first navigate a new system, navigate new people. And if you enroll in, say, English 10, because that's what you were doing at your old school, there's no guarantee they're in the same place as where you were before. So I looked at a lot of things over the last few years. I've been in to bother Dr. Watson multiple times, and he's entertained my ideas and guided us to what might work within regulations. And so I don't know that we have the plan, but our programs, our in-school programs right now work really well as long as the kids stay in that school. And then they move to a new school. If they move to a school with the JAG-K program, we pick right up where we left off. Kids can be in JAG-K class every year in high school. That multi-year, that looping piece really pays off for the students that we work with. But our youth who are highly mobile, our youth in foster care, our system wasn't working either for those kids who didn't stay put. As a superintendent, I cheered for local control. And in this position, I now have to keep working around local control because your district requires 25 credits, your district requires 27, your district requires 24. We do know that youth in foster care have to meet the minimum, the 21 credits, but there's still a lot of confusion out there when kids have to navigate that and have to learn to advocate for themselves or have no advocate. We've run into that situation where a student moves to a new school and they say, oh, you haven't taken this required class for us. And we've had to help step in and say, they don't need to take that class. Well, to get our diploma, you do. No, they don't have to take that class. So a couple just side notes that we run into. These kids who move around, if they, to actually get their diploma at the 21 credits, they have to request it. Nobody tells them you're eligible. Now, we are not out there trying to get kids out of school as soon as they get to 21. We want them to take advantage of everything, which I don't have time to go into all the details of the plan, but our plan believes that these kids belong in schools, in their local schools. And so if we can serve them and figure out how to serve them in the schools, they can take advantage of all the opportunities that the school offers. So I feel like I'm gonna skip around a little bit, but I know there are other people to talk after me. I want to give you just one example. Here's what drives me. 18.75, remember that number. This one of our students recently we're working with. She did not graduate. She had 18.75 credits. As a freshman, she passed almost every class. The only one she failed, second semester Algebra 1. So in that school, she goes back the next fall. They put her in Algebra 1 again. She gets an A in it. She's got it. She's on track. During that year, a lot of things happened in her family, which were death, which were some issues with her and mental health, and she was removed from the home. So she changed schools, not once, but 2 more times. So let's see if you can follow this. So she gets that A, so she's kind of back on track with her algebra, but she failed English, and she failed history, and she failed biology. So then she goes to the second school. Now, she had that algebra made up, but the second school put her back in Algebra 1. She failed it. Um, and she failed biology, but she passed English, and she passed history. And then the next school. And so you can see it's just this bouncing around, and I don't think you could probably keep track of all that, let alone the student trying to keep track of all that. So our proposal, well, I'll finish her story. As a junior, she failed most of her courses. So here's a student who did manage to get 18.75. She failed a lot, but she never quit. She kept coming back. She actually got an A in drama. I can tell you that. She did. And then that junior year, you know what else she passed? Psychology. She passed psychology. She passed world history. And then at her second school, the only thing she passed was seminar. As a senior, first semester, she passed everything. Second semester, it fell apart again, and she didn't pass anything. With all of that up and down, and just from, if you had a chance to read any of the information, you know, every time a student changes schools, it gets a new placement, they lose. They lose academic progress, they lose chances, the percentage, the odds go down that they're going to graduate. And so if you just say 10% each time she moved, by the time she got to be a senior, she only had a 50-50 chance she was going to graduate anyway, just because of her school changes. Not to mention all the trauma that her family had gone through. She did get to go back home as a senior, but she did not pass. But I think that the plan we have to help recover that credit on the spot immediately would have helped her with that last 2.25 credits. We could have helped, we could have intervened along the way with her. Now, I will tell you that she currently works for a large grocery chain in the Wichita area. She's had 3 promotions. She now works in the bakery department, and that was her career interest area, culinary. She's happy as she can be. She has great customer service skills. So we sent her out of the education system saying you failed, you didn't make it, you didn't. She now works full-time, and she supports her mother and her family, and we're still involved with her. But the other kind of side note I was going to say, and then I went by, when kids in foster care have to request that diploma, one of the local control things that probably frustrates us is local control allows the school district to prohibit or allow that student to walk at graduation. So the school can say, all right, here is your diploma, but you cannot walk at graduation because it's not the full, you can't say it's not the full diploma, but it isn't the diploma that our school offers. So they can do that. And then you're talking about kids who have done nothing but lose things. They lose their social capital. They lose their people every time they make changes. Most of the kids we work with, they don't get senior photos like a lot of other students do. We arrange that so they get them. A lot of those kids don't get a graduation party if they graduate. We give them a graduation party. So there are a lot of things we feel like we fill in where maybe families aren't able to, or these students are in situations where they can't. Another story that I won't tell the whole story, young man who was actually our state student president. He graduated 2 years ago. He'll talk about his depression and drugs, and in the foster care system was eventually adopted, but then left that adoptive home. He's finished his year at Wichita State University, and his GPA is, I think it was over 3.5, we stay in touch with him. We connected him with the resources. That's what we do. So can we keep these kids in local schools, address the credit recovery, keep them with a JAG case specialist that they don't lose every time they move, because that's what we propose to do. We're already running a pilot with this. We call it our transitions program, where a specialist is like a case manager for the student. So if the student goes from your school to your school, we're going to get the records from you. We're going to make sure they get delivered over there. We start there, but then that list of competencies I sent you, once we have the academic piece caught up, we'll start to work on those skills, because we also know if these students get a chance to do the work-based learning and have those opportunities for internships, even apprenticeships, that they will be more successful later on than if we just get that academic piece and send them out into the world with no work experience and not the opportunity to do any of those things. So I would be glad, we're probably past the time because Randy has to, cut me off, but 'cause I can get to talking for you. I ran the plan by groups of administrators at the USA conference on June 1st. Had 3 different groups. Everybody said, when can we start? Except one said, now wait a minute, I don't know if I have the money for it. JAG-K would pay for the system. If it was like Edgenuity, we'd pay for it. What we need from the schools is that they would put a class on the master schedule that is called credit recovery, or work it into a course that's already doing credit recovery. We need the student supervised during one period in the day. That's all we need from schools. We'll train them. We'll give schools access to the Edgenuity if that's what we use. And some people say, but I have Edgenuity, why can't I just do it on mine? Because when you're in Edgenuity at your school and you move to that school, you no longer have access to that Edgenuity. So if we're the account holder, we can make sure that the continuity continues. Or if they get stopped or hung up without a placement, they're sitting somewhere for 2 weeks waiting for that placement, our people will make sure they keep working on that academic piece. When they're not working on the academic pieces, we'll work on that list of competencies that I did share with you. So it would be that. We stay with the kids. It all starts with the individual plan of study. When kids move, their individual plans of study don't go with them. Most often is what we found in the field. And so if we had one, we were the keeper with the kids. We make sure that individual plan of study is approved by that school where we're at, with what the plan is, how we're going to graduate, what we're going to do after that. We can make sure that plan of study gets to the next school, so we can again help with the continuity of those educational services. I'm just trying to think. I need to stop and let the next people talk, but we have a plan. I'd be happy to share with you more in detail, but it revolves around keeping the kids in their home school, because there are other services offered available in schools that you can't give if you pull them out of school. So that's, and we're already in schools with our program, highly successful. Our students in foster care that we serve right now, we have just over 200. The kids who sit in the classroom graduate at a higher rate. They're over 90%, our youth in foster care. Our youth in foster care in our transitions program, the lowest we've been since we started the pilot was 57%, and that was the COVID year when we lost a lot of people in there. This past year, class of 2023, our youth in foster care with our transition specialists who are following them wherever they go, 91% graduation rate with them. Small scale, and we'd like to scale up, and we think we can work with our schools and create a program that might help. So thank you for your time.
We've got a couple of questions.
Okay.
Start with Danny. No? Okay. Dennis?
Well, Bev, thank you for your passion. This is such a broken system, and just to hear your stories about these kids, I just want to encourage you to keep on, because you're on the right path, I think, to help them have continuity. And have you ever heard of Youth Thrive, which is a nonprofit? I think it's for 18 and plus kids that are actually, out of a program like yours, and then it's volunteers in community to help them get into an apartment, learn how to keep a bank account and stuff like that. Just get them,
Right, and
get
yeah,
them
those are
started
the-
on an adult path.
Yeah, exact things we're trying to do while they're still in
Right,
school,
right.
financial literacy, all of those things. There's one thing you made me think of, and I forgot. One of our districts, we worked with, they set up the plan of study. The student couldn't get to school on time. Transportation was part of the issue. That's one of the things we work on, transportation, get to school. The school employed the student to work in the school, so the student was able to make money, get work-based learning, but that got them to school. And once we got them to school, then we put the rest of the pieces in place. So there are good stories that come out of it, but it's one student at a time. So
Betty?
Just real quickly, because, oh,
We do have 3 more speakers on this
okay,
one,
just
so
one
we're
quick
good.
question, if I may, on expulsions. They can be, these students can be expelled, but you are able to still
right.
keep them in the system?
If they're not, we can still serve them, but not at school. We
Not at
could still
school.
keep that academic piece going wherever they are in the day.
Is that only through if foster care? If, I mean, if they're in foster care, or is that for all students?
That's, it depends on the school district
Okay,
we work with. They set rules. Some say no, some say yes, you can continue to serve, and some say no when they're expelled.
Okay, all right, that's all I needed, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Coles, and I work with Orion Education and Training, and specifically in the area of diploma completion programs. Joni Purdy and I have worked the past several years on this presentation you guys have received, and the one that's actually up on the screen. And I'm excited to discuss it with you today. After countless hours of research and consulting with the different stakeholders who are involved with students in DCF and state custody, we have identified a major challenge, which you've heard already, a high rate of school mobility. 25.5% of children who enter foster care experience 8 or more placements in a 12-month period. High rates of school mobility cause gaps in learning in all age groups and put 9th through 12th grade students at risk of not graduating with their cohort class. Approximately 39% of foster care students in Kansas do not graduate in their 4-year cohort. For both initial removal from the home and change in the living placement, when students move multiple times in a school year, their education suffers. It suffers from delays in the receipt of vital student records, such as an IEP and transcripts. These delays result in IEP accommodations not made in a timely manner, possible expired IEP when the student is enrolled in a different school, lack of accurate information to place high school students in the appropriate courses when enrolled, causing the receiving school to replace students in age-appropriate or grade-appropriate courses, placing the student in courses they think they were enrolled in the previous school, and students possibly starting classes multiple times, which you just heard, but never successfully completing them. Many students experience a lack of permanent placement for quite some time. The student then stays in a different placement each night, no residency in a specific district. In cases such as this, enrollment is delayed due to a lack of resident to identify the home district. This enrollment delay can take weeks and even months for permanent placement is found. The student is out of school for a significant amount of time, which causes gaps in learning and falling behind in credits for graduation. We're giving possible solutions as establish a systematic approach to identify students that are in DCF and state custody who are at risk of frequently changing schools. Once identified, place the students in a system that will give them the benefit of an education advocate who will build that much needed student-teacher relationship and help develop a comprehensive education plan that follows them through graduation. It is our opinion these students do not need to be in a virtual setting. They need to be in a brick and mortar school, participating in normal school day to build relationships with their peers and school staff. However, when the student leaves the school, relationships are left behind, leaving the student with the feeling of being on their own and frustrated. Therefore, we believe K-12 students that are identified as in DCF and state custody and move frequently might benefit from the following: being placed in an online program where their teacher will follow the student until a stable placement can be established or the student meets graduation requirements, whichever comes first. Being enrolled in an online class in the core subjects, ELA, Math, Science, and Social Studies with Kansas licensed teacher support. Each school will provide a classroom designated for students taking online courses within the school day. Students will move with the bell schedule so they can take elective courses, participate in school activities, and build peer relationships. Students can participate in extracurricular activities and have access to academic and social emotional counseling support. This will result in teacher-student relationships being built and maintained. The student's transcript and IEP, if applicable, will be available to the school upon enrollment. Gaps in learning will be minimal since a student will continue in the courses they are currently enrolled in, even when moving schools. It will increase graduation rates for these identified students and increase state assessment scores, placing these identified students in higher levels above the 1 or 2 levels. To close, I would like to thank you for your time, and I look forward to many more discussions to help these identified students be successful in their education and their lives. Together, Kansas can make a difference. Thank you.
So we stand for questions if there are any.
All right. Danny, I'm still holding your spot. Did you want to follow up?
So we're talking about education, but it sounds, just listening to this, it sounds like we have an issue of the kids staying in the same environment, whoever is working with them as a parent. That sounds like an issue, because then if the kid does something wrong, they kick them out of that home. I don't know how all that works, but then your kids jumping around all over the place.
So the goal of folding foster care into Title I was that educational stability piece. And so that's the best interest determination where caseworkers, school personnel meet and try to figure out what's best for the kid and can it be accomplished? Can we keep this kid in the same school that they've been attending even though they've been put into foster care? But what we see is, and Rebecca can correct me if I'm wrong, but what we see is that a student goes into custody maybe in one part of the state, but the foster home then is in another part of the state. And so school of origin no longer becomes an option. If a kid's put in custody in Garden City, but his foster home is in Wichita, it's pretty hard to arrange transportation between Garden City and Wichita every day. And so then that's not an option. So then how do we make sure that the child gets the credits that they need as they go through the system? And so, yeah, I think Bev talked about relationships. Of course, that's the most important thing. But when you're moving all over the state, it makes that tough. I don't know if Rebecca wants to.
I don't know that I can particularly add much to what Mr. Moline said. My name's Rebecca Garrett, and I'm the Director of Permanency and Licensing for the Kansas Department for Children and Families. We understand that placements close to home are important, and that is for every kid that comes into care, a thing that we try to affect. There is not always a placement that is close to home. However, we understand that placements close to home with access to family are important. Placements that are close to educational environments are important, and that is one of the things that we are working on. And I say working on, fortunately, we have a lot of partners. Placement stability is an issue that we're working on, particularly with some of our federal partners, the Center for States, trying to get some things in place to help keep those placements stable for kids. Stable placements will also assist with that educational stability. We look forward to continuing to work with the work group to be able to address the needs of those kids. We have our job over here to provide support, goodness, to kids in care, but we rely on our partners in the education system to assist us and help us understand and really help us work through those specific issues. We look forward to continuing the work group work and really looking at what are the specific solutions that we can put in place to help kids be stable, not only in their placement, but also in their education.
Thank you. Anne, and then I'll come back to Danny.
I guess this is for David. So I get the issue. When I was working for Senator Hensley, I got involved in a lot of foster care cases, and kids got moved from their home in Kansas City clear to Minneapolis, and they were in eight homes in 1 year. I'm sure they didn't learn anything that year, but what I'm seeing here is what we've heard today, as I take it, is a couple of different proposals from different organizations how to deal with this, and I can see an immediate benefit to each of them and an immediate problem with each of them. So I take it what you're telling us is you'd like time over the summer to look at different options and come back and say, this is what we think might work?
Take the ideas that you've heard today, along with the ideas that we might be proposed at the group session, and come back with the ideas, maybe a better proposal to the board, and go from there.
Yeah, I think the virtual thing seems, obvious, but it's not so obvious. And I know once you get into it, you'll see a lot of problems. But anyway, wish you good luck with that, because I think it's something we just have to do. We have to figure out a way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is listed as a discussion item for the board members, so I was curious what the timeline is, and that probably remains to be determined. I'll go back to Danny.
Yeah, what's the reasoning? How come a kid's in Wichita and then going to Garden City? Because you don't have a foster home for them, or?
So Rebecca can probably speak to this better, but there are a scarcity of foster homes. And so Lori is here today from Parsons because they have a lot of foster homes in their district. But as you move around the state, you find pockets where it's hard to find people that want to be foster parents, and then you have other places where there are multiple placements, so.
And then I'll ask, why is there a shortage?
Because those of us who were foster parents adopted children, and we can't do it anymore.
Really, is that right? If you adopt somebody, you can't be a foster parent anymore?
So I think there are lots of reasons why it is difficult to find foster parents. It is an incredibly difficult job. We ask the world of them. We ask them to take kids into their house, to love them, to care for those children, knowing that they may not be there forever. It's hard work. We're asking them to work with lots of different types of behaviors. We're asking them to do all of the things you would do with your own child for a child who may not always be with you. So it's a hard job, and I think that makes it difficult to recruit foster parents. We continually are recruiting foster parents. Certainly that is always a challenge. We need as many homes as possible. We want kids in family-like situations as opposed to congregate care, because that is what is best for them. Multiple of our catchment areas, I believe about 50% of them, the majority of placements occur with a relative. So that is one way we can kind of address some of those moving very far. Foster parents also have the right to say no, that they won't take a particular child, as they should, because these are people coming into their home. But there are lots of barriers for placement, and for any particular child, those barriers can be different.
Anne?
Yeah, it's a great question. I know working with, I mean, these aren't easy kids. I remember one set of parents said their foster kid kept trying to burn down the house. They never knew when they went to bed at night if they were going to have to get up and save the house. You know, I mean, they're emotionally disturbed, they're traumatized, they come with a lot of baggage, and it's not easy. But I have a question, Rebecca, about the family placement, because I remember a lot of times, there would be a grandparent available and they would get turned down. So what kind of headway are we making to get even more kids in with a family where they could be in one place for a long time?
So I don't have specific numbers for you for all of the catchment areas. I know in half of our catchments, 50% or more of our kids are living with relatives or kin. We are consistently looking at ways that we can strengthen that system and have more children placed with relative placements or non-related kin placements.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Lori Ray, I see you back there. I want to give you the opportunity if you want to say anything.
I'm Lori Ray, I'm the superintendent in Parsons, USD 503, and for a number of years, we've had per capita more foster care students than most any other district in the state. And so when Bev talked about local control and figuring it out, I think individual districts have done that. But it definitely is a conversation that I think school people need to be a part of moving forward so that we could because kids move all the time. I've had kids, I don't know, about 100, I'd say we have about 10% of our student population is in foster care. And that 10%, it's not what we start with, that 10% in May or in August, that's not the same 10% that we finish. I mean, they're different kids because there is so much movement. And so we'd hope to be a part of that conversation moving forward, how we could help to track those kids, because we feel like when we get them, if we can keep them, we can make it work. We've developed programs, plans, we've built classrooms, we've done, districts across the state have done that, but it's the mobility piece. It's hard for us to track because we'll get a kid that is in 7th grade that's been a dozen different places and they just show up. They're supposed to bring a red book and that has everything in it that you'd ever need to know about them, but a lot of times they don't have it. And it's not really anyone's fault. They've been so many different places, and that has an impact on what they learn. But we've built programs so when they come, we're going to put them in school, and then we're going to figure out how to best help them for as long as we have them. That's what we do. We give them a blue shirt because they're a Viking, and we do our very best. So that we hope at least when they leave, at least they have come someplace where they were welcomed and valued and have the opportunity to learn something. But that whole piece about edgenuity, we have a classroom. They have a classroom in Altamont that does edgenuity too. But if I get a foster kid that does edgenuity, and then they go to Altamont, unless I have someone that calls Altamont, which is 12 miles away, and says, hey, this is where they're at in edgenuity. This lesson, this unit, they're going to start them all over, which, makes it very, very difficult. So having some kind of statewide program or plan where people that are actually doing the work in the schools with the kids had an opportunity to be at the table and to talk about all of these things, I think that would benefit students. And that's why we're all here. That's what we all want, is to do what's best for Kansas kids. And these kids come with a whole lot of baggage. They do. And so anything that we can do to help make that a little bit easier, that's what we should do. And we're willing to do that. So, I don't know, do you have any questions? You do, yes.
Is there any, we got service centers, 6 of them, I think, right?
Yes.
Is there any coordination that can happen between the learning centers at the at Greenbush, SDAC? I mean, is that something that could be tied together to help?
Probably, I mean, Greenbush, we have Greenbush, and so they provide our virtual school. And so our district co-ops with them, fills out the paperwork. And so we have some students that are enrolled in their virtual program. And so we co-op, we work together that way. They provide a lot of professional development on trauma informed and those kinds of things so that we can better work with students who come from trauma. So there's always ways to make things. There's so many people. We just have to figure out a way to make it work, which I think we can. It's just not easy work, but it's worthwhile work.
Thank you.
So I said this morning, and I think I briefly said before all these people came before you, our system was set up for stability. Works really well when someone goes to one school, has some stability at home, and even if they move and still has some stability, it works well. It doesn't work well when you move 8 times in a year because the systems then get lost. As Ori said, Ori doesn't know what Altamont's doing and what Coffeyville's doing, much less across the state. And yet that's how the funding system works. That's how the graduation system works. It's how every single system is set up to work. And so that's why David's job in pulling all this together and bringing you, here's maybe some solutions that we can find within the existing laws and regulations we have so that we can try to help, we have 6,000 plus kids in foster care, and if 25% of those are highly mobile, then you're talking about 1,500 to 2,000 kids that we could serve better, and everyone wants to serve them better. Everyone wants to serve them better, and everyone wants to have an opportunity to help these kids work. It's just we created a system, we all did, that never thought that we would have, or think through what do we do with someone that just is so mobile, stays in Kansas, but is so mobile because of a home environment that doesn't allow them to live at home.
And I think it's really important to note that those kids that are the most mobile have the most needs and have had the most trauma. Because a student that can come and function in a regular classroom and take Algebra 1 and do the high school, they're less likely to be moved in the foster care system than a student who comes with a whole lot of trauma and behaviors and awful experiences that impact, their life. And so the kids that are moving a lot are the kids that have the most amount of needs. And it's important to note, I think, what we've noticed in Parsons is, we have a state hospital and training center. And so the capacity in our town for people that are different and differing abilities is very great. And everyone, so we have a lot of foster homes because people feel comfortable. We've also found that then there are some group homes that open. And so the impact of a group home compared to a single foster home, that can be some very different types of things. So I don't know if you've ever heard of a PRTF, a psychiatric residential treatment facility. We have students that one day, attend at a psychiatric residential treatment facility and the next day show up in public school. Wow. That's a big deal. So there is a whole lot of mobility, but know that those students that are really, really mobile are the ones with a whole lot of needs. But public school's a great place because we have an opportunity to meet all those needs and to have an impact and, work together. But anyway, okay.
All right. One more comment from Dennis?
I was so impressed by the Kansas School for the Deaf and the Blind and how they serve the whole state. I know their numbers are small, but just think of that model, having mobile units. They go find when these kids test and they need help. They go out and they meet them at the. I don't know if that adds anything to this conversation.
No, point well taken. And obviously there's discussion that this is unusual for us to receive an item like this that's so wide open and to say we recognize that there are challenges and we don't yet know what we're going to do with those. So thank you, David. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, everyone. And Lori, especially for coming over.
Dennis, you're exactly right. Here's the difference. Those schools were created in the 1800s and now serve. The schools we have now were also created in that system somewhat, right? And so it's changing an entire system for a handful of kids. In this system, we have a centralized system that we did decentralize a little bit, saying, don't just have them all come to you, go to them. We don't have that same system set up for this, but it's a point well taken.
Thank you again. All right, we're going to move on to the next item, which is 17, the Every Child Can Read Act. And Ben Proctor, if you're around, and Lori Curtis, there they are. Welcome, Deputy Commissioner.
I told Dr. Curtis she had to come up with me, so. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and State Board members. I am privileged to have Dr. Lori Curtis with me today as we talk about the Every Child Can Read Act. And what we want to do is make sure that you know the details of the law. This was part of House Bill 2567 that was passed during the 22 legislative session, had a lot of policy in it. And this is one of the important elements that came from that. And it goes into effect on July 1st. And we've spent some time with our statewide Zooms where we have good participation across the state, going through the details of the law and the requirements of the law, and want to continue to provide good resources and insight into how not only to meet the requirements that are found in the law, but ultimately achieve what the act says, and that's that every child that has the capability is able to read in Kansas. So we're just going to walk through the details so that you're familiar with what is currently in law that will go into effect on July 1st. The focus, it identifies third grade specifically, and we know that the literacy journey for our kids starts well before that, but gives specific direction to third grade teachers, and we'll talk about the details of that. It also mentions the provision of literacy interventions and requires literacy to be attained through the science of reading. And you've heard a lot of background information from Dr. Curtis and her team in prior board meetings that reference that, along with evidence-based instruction and a reference to the KSDE dyslexia handbook as well, that I believe is being updated as we speak with new recommendations that meet these requirements too. It's structured literacy based, and the elements of structured literacy are found in the law as well, which is consistent with our work here at the agency. And measurements are through, according to the law, through our state assessment system, along with the locally determined screener that I believe all systems have in place at this point in time. It also mentions the type of targeted instruction, examples of that, and you can see those one-on-one, small group, tutoring that occurs, and also extended school year into the summer. And here is where it specifically talks about those that teach third graders and requirements for engaging or communicating directly with parents of those students. And it specifically mentions that a summary of the law will be given, that student assessment data will be shared again from both the screener results and state assessments, along with any recommended interventions for that student based on their data, and then how they track that over time, which is often, especially if students are identified as needing additional supports, would be based on the level of support that's needed. And that would happen twice a year. I think the arrangement typically would be through a typical parent-teacher conference, one in the fall and then one in the spring. Reporting, like with many things that are passed through legislation, the legislature wants to know how are things going, and so this is the reporting that would come to the State Department that we would then distribute. Some of this is already available to us. Some of it would be additional information that we would be asking for, specifically the interventions that are used, which there could be a range of those. They're asking for the number of students in that third grade, again, as that being a particularly important marker in time for literacy. The assessment data that's utilized and the percentage of students that would fall into a proficiency or approaching proficiency category along with subgroups. And then we compile that data and provide that to the governor's office and to the legislature. We've provided some guidance, and of course, the Dyslexia Handbook is a great resource that we want to continue to make sure everybody knows about, knows the details of, and that we provide updates based on Lori and her team's work. This spring, we took the law itself, all the different components of the law, and created a checklist for every system to evaluate the current status related to all those different requirements that you just saw. We want to equip systems with an easy to provide legislative summary. That's one of those requirements for third grade teachers to provide to parents when they meet both in the fall and in the spring. So we want to be able to provide that to systems along with simple one-page infographics where they don't have to go through pages of information, but we want to simplify that as much as possible. And you heard earlier about our evidence-based list updates that we'll be doing that reflect the science of reading as well. So that's a quick summary of what's in the law and what we've shared so far with school systems. And we want to continue to make sure that again, the efforts are not just to meet the requirements of the law, but to do everything they can to ensure that every child is able to read. And tomorrow, you're going to hear a presentation from a team here at the State Department where we talk specifically about the importance of structured literacy, how we teach students to read, and how we feel like there's a bigger picture to it, that you don't do that just in isolation. You have to combine that with other elements that are critical for a outstanding learning environment for every child in every classroom. And so you're going to hear a detailed overview about not only reading, but how we want to support teachers across the state with quality instruction.
Got a question from Betty?
Okay, just a thought that occurred. We're talking about what we can expect if a student is able to read by third grade. And I understand all of that. So my focus is, or my question is, we wait until third grade to assess that when if they should be reading by third grade, do we not look at what's going on first and second to be sure that stuff is in place so that when they get in third grade, we're not waiting until after the fact? And if so, what kinds of things are we monitoring with first and second?
Yeah, great question. Absolutely. It certainly starts before third grade. And Dr. Curtis, I'll let you talk specifically about what we see even prior to kindergarten.
Yes, we also collect that screening data kindergarten all the way through 3 times a year. So we are receiving that data, but it's at third grade, we often consider kids move from learning to read to reading to learn, and that seems to be a pivotal time for a lot of states to look at reading proficiency. And so I think that's why it came down that way in this piece of legislation.
Okay. So just to follow up then real quickly, then by third grade, do we have any kind of idea of what kind of success we're going to have, or is still third grade that pivotal point of?
We should be assessing and looking at our data from kindergarten. So we should have an idea of how this is. It's just this is when that reporting piece has been asked.
Okay, so that's
been
when we
doing that.
actually submit what's been done.
Correct.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But we've been collecting the information and making sure kids are in intervention if they need help from the get-go.
And so since that focus is just lasered in on that, people are more aware that's that pivotal point. Is it where we can say we're seeing progress as a result of this being in place?
I think that's part of it, but I think it's also when state assessments begin, so they feel
Okay.
there's this measuring tool
Okay.
put in place as well.
Yeah. Still something exciting to look forward to, isn't it? Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question. So there's a lot of focus on screening and on assessing, but then on page 11 of the dyslexic handbook, at the top of the page, it says that screening is not a formal evaluation. So what, I'm trying to figure out what do we mean by that, as far as like not a formal evaluation? If we're going to consistently screen and assess, so then if you're, let's say they're doing something outside and working with that child, the parent notices right away, hey, we need some outside tutoring, or we need some extra work outside of the school, and then they're going in and then they're screening that they're doing something differently in the school, and they feel like there's a reversal going, and they're going backwards. Where can we, I mean, where can they go, or who can they reach out to say, so that we know that there's a problem in that school?
Our screening just flags that there is a risk involved, and then the school will then do other diagnostic assessments to find out what that problem is and start students on intervention at the earliest stages when they start. So they would start into a tiered system of support for students. We don't have to wait till third grade to get assistance from that.
So I know originally, this is early into this, we were having some issues where they were assessing or screening and finding issues with a child, and then not telling the parents about it, and just going on and implementing whatever structure it is to change whatever was going on with the child. So we've hopefully corrected that, correct? As far as like, if they're screening, the parent knows when it's being done, when they're being assessed, what's going on immediately following that screening or assessment. Kind of like we find out when the assessments are at school. Is there a thing sent out to the parents to say, hey, today's assessment day or screening day for your child on reading?
I think that's a district decision as far as when that goes out and how that is communicated. In the schools where my grandchildren are, that's what happens.
So they're supposed to be notifying the parent and
Right.
then notifying them of the results of that right away.
I would think so. At parent-teacher conferences, all of the ones that I've conducted, you always are talking about assessments that you've done and where we are and where we need to go and what's working and where we need to work harder. But I believe that's a district decision as far as how that's communicated. But I have people here that can maybe share more about that.
Okay, thanks.
Jim Porter?
I'm going to follow up on what Betty and Michelle both said. You know, I chaired the dyslexia task force. If they were in here today, I think they would be appalled to say that we're going to do this at the third grade, because according to them, we were always talking about too late to fail. We wait till people fail, and there is a distinct difference between the ability to recover before and after third grade. Is that accurate? So I would think that it's critical for this. I think parents should be required to be told at the screening at the beginning of kindergarten. I think third grade is too, I'm going to be real blunt. I think this is what happens when people that don't know what they're talking about make law. The fact is, screening and identifying and communicating with parents at the third grade is 4 years too late. And I would hope that we would encourage, well, we've talked about a particular issue. I think that we need to encourage people and school district, or require that be communicated at screening as soon as it is identified, so that, because every year that you wait to start corrective action is a year lost and is a year more difficult. Now, am I off base? I mean, I hadn't paid a lot of attention to this, but when I saw that just appalled. And I'm sure that there would be a reaction to the 17 members of the task force, all of them, who were very concerned with not waiting too long to start the process.
Ann Moss?
I just want to check first, is your presentation all done? Okay, great. So, well, I think we all know, those of us who voted on it, that our plan that we approved after the dyslexia task force included all this earlier screening, all this stuff that's up here except handing the parents a copy of a law that wasn't written yet. Like I've always said, the easiest way to lead a parade is to get in front of one that's already going. And that's all they did with this law, because we had the parade already going. And so my only, and I know that not everybody's trained on letters yet, and so it's taken longer than we had hoped to see results of our reading plan. But I really would like to see us remove any branding that reflects the legislative law. I mean, this is our program, not their program. The only thing that's different is that now, I think, as I understand it, schools have to do more reporting to the state, right? But the rest of it, the basics, is our plan that we put out in the dyslexia handbook and in our subsequent mandates. So anyway, that's my request. I think we ought to unbrand the legislature off of our plan.
As a matter of fact, when we made the recommendations of the Dyslexia Task Force, we made all of the programmatic recommendations to the State Board of Education. That was a unanimous decision, and there were 3 legislators on that committee. As a matter of fact, one of them, who I will not name right now, say, make sure you send this to the State Board instead of us, because we'll screw it up. That was an exact quote. And then we did some funding recommendations to the legislature, only one of which they have approved. So I agree with Ann. This is our program. We took the initiative. It was sent by the task force to us, not the legislature, to implement. And I think that Ann's right. We led the parade. And I think we ought to do something, as I've already indicated, way before the 3rd grade. That's the end of my story.
Okay. I don't see any more questions at this time. Thank you for the update. Board members, do we want to take a 5-minute break, or do we want to power through? The rest is the chair report, but it has several items on it, and there are handouts in your packet. So if you want 5 or 10 minutes.
I'll vote for a break.
I see a break. Anybody else? Okay, we'll take 10. Is 10 good? We'll be back at 5:33. We're going to wrap
They
up
lose the
today's meeting with
scholarships.
agenda item number 19,
Yeah.
which is the chair's report, and has
See, yeah, I knew when that CSAS came out, that was gonna be what people.
No, the.
Career
the,
standards
The
and
board,
ass-
no, the
and
board
assessments.
wants, the board wants
So
them
under
to
Ben's
keep it.
Division of
The
Learning
board is
Services,
pushing it. I don't know if
that's
the
the
DA is
part
gonna
of the
go along
team.
with it or not.
Well, maybe they want to send a message to anybody else thinking
Yeah,
about it.
but they hadn't been sending a message before, because
Yeah.
that's happened
Just pick
prior
this
to.
one,
So
And that's where,
English language arts and music, all of that, that's part of the team that do that. Then we have a special ed part of that team, and we have a licensure part of it. I knew when he said that, they're not gonna know what that is. Yeah, yeah.
All right, we're going to pick up item A of the chair's report, which is to act on board travel, as we do every month. You've got a copy of this month's submitted travel in your packet. Does anyone have changes to the board travel or additions? Okay.
Close the books.
All right, can I have a motion to approve board travel? Ann and Betty, all in favor, raise your hand. Michelle's good. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you, motion passes. Item B, act on appointment to KSHA Board of Directors. There's a handout in your packet. Essentially, the situation here is that Jim McNeese's term is ending, along with the end of the school year. So I hereby nominate Mr. Jim Porter to serve on the KSHA Board of Directors. May I have a second? Jim McNeese. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. 2 hands from Ann. Thank you very much.
That's the first 11-0 vote we've
Motion,
had, huh?
11-0 vote, yeah. Motion passes. Let's see. Item C is act on appointment to the Kansas Commission for the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial. Been working on saying that in my house for a while now. It keeps coming up. There's not a paper in your packet. It is part of the electronic, I believe. Is that right? Okay. There are 3 teachers listed in your electronic packet on my page is maybe different than yours, somewhere around 943. So I'll give you a minute to revisit and read that. There are 3 educators that the department has recommended, and it is up to us to select and nominate one, and then we will vote. Someone may need to correct me on the page number. I've got 943 is the page I have. Yeah, if you yeah, the table of contents on the left has 19 chair's report, and then under the chair's report is nomination information for semi-quincentennial. So I'll give you a minute to read that, and then if someone wants to ask a question or make a motion, just raise your hand. Yes, mine is 943.
And
Your packet has different page numbers. I was afraid of that. Yeah, mine has different page numbers.
while you're finding that, the law says that the state board shall appoint a social studies teacher to it. And so we ask our social studies consultant to give you 3 names that were doing excellent work across the field, so.
Okay, I'll see if I can help out here since we're not finding it in all the packets. The first educator is Casey Meyer from Hayesville, 20 years of experience, currently teaching world history, 9th grade. What's that?
Dr. Burke used to be the superintendent, he's always giving the
Aha.
okays.
We've got a thumbs up from the back of the room. The previous Hayesville superintendent is here. World history, IB 20th century world history, IB 20th century history of the Americas, teaching as a career. Casey Meyer has also, let's see, previous subjects include, can we keep reading? This is kind of tedious. Advancement via individual determination, AVID, and world geography. Awards that this teacher has include the Gilder Lehrman History Teacher of the Year for the state of Kansas, 2020, Hayesville District Secondary Teacher of the Year, 2017, Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 6957 Teacher of the Year in 2008, and the Hayesville District New Teacher of the Year in 2004. They wrote, I've been a KSDE field educator for the past 2 years and have served on both the Teacher of the Year Region 4 Leadership and Teacher of the Year selection teams for 4 years. Everybody with me? Next one is Adam Topliff from Wamego High School, USD 320, educator for 18 years, currently teaching 9th through 12th grade world history and geography and honors world history, and has previously taught 7th, 8th grade civics, social studies, 9th through 12th current events, American history, government, and has similar awards and honors. The Gilder Lehrman Kansas History Teacher of the Year in 2019, active member of the Kansas Council for Social Studies, serving on the executive board for several years. And they wrote, in the past few years, I've worked with KSDE as a trainer facilitator in the implementation of the HGSS standards and best practices. In this role, I work to develop workshops that engage with teachers across the state on how to best implement and embed best teaching practices that support the current state standards and historical thinking in the classroom. And finally, Kimberly Gilman, USD 512, my home district, Shawnee Mission. Teacher for 18 years, currently teaching 8th grade U.S. history and previously taught 7th grade geography and Kansas history. Ms. Gilman is a middle school social studies teacher in Shawnee. Her teaching method is experiential learning by inquiry, investigation, and including student choice. She's part of the district equity team at school and has sponsored the Geography Club, the Student Council, and the Coalition for Racial Equality. She was her building's 2023 Teacher of the Year. She loves to travel for fun, leaning on fellowships like the Gilder Lehrman and Fulbright Hayes. She serves in leadership roles in state and national social studies organizations such as NCSS, KCHE, KGA, and was the 2018 Kansas Geography Teacher of the Year. She is the treasurer of her local teachers union and co-chair of the Racial and Social Justice Committee. She previously served on KSDE's Professional Practices Commission and currently serves as the KSDE Teacher Leader Consultant for HGSS, traveling the great state of Kansas and partnering with social studies educators to bring more resources and strategies to classrooms to better engage and prepare Kansas students. So I hope you were taking excellent notes. We need to pick, we have one position and 3 potentials. Anne?
Well, to kick it off, I'll nominate Casey Meyer.
Okay.
Because he's at my alma mater, so there
All
you
right.
go.
And we have a second from Betty. Okay.
That's a former superintendent, right?
A thumbs up from the back of the room. Yes. Commissioner Watson explained.
So I reached out to our social studies consultant, Nathan, and said, I need some names of top-level social studies teachers in Kansas that we can present to the board, and these are the 3 names that he gave me.
Because the board is required to nominate someone to this position, or to appoint. Have they been approached?
That is correct, Kathy.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Barbara? I think we're moving along. We do have a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? We have a, yep, we have a second. Okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Dennis, is that up or down?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right, we've got 8 opposed. Okay, so 8-2, motion passes.
I apologize for that. It was originally in the packet, and then we decided to put it in the paper packet, so I took it out of the other packet and didn't get it amongst the 14 other things that were.
I got to practice my oral reading. All right, thank you. Our next item is the 2024-2025 calendar for the Board of Ed meetings. Barbara, would you like to explain the color coding? This is in your packet. Everyone should have the calendar.
This is just every 2 years,
dates for the next 2 years. The practice that it's always been that it's the second Tuesday and Wednesday grouping. So even if it's like the second Wednesday, but the first Tuesday, it would bump it to the next week. It has to be this second pair of Tuesday and Wednesdays of the month. The only time that that is in conflict in the next 2 years with anything is, it falls on Veterans Day in 2025. Veterans Day is celebrated on the 12th, or on the 11th, and so Randy wanted me to put for the proposal, to just, and you guys can discuss, I mean, this is just to have something on paper, to move it up the previous week to a Wednesday and Thursday, because the election is on the 4th. So those first 2 Tuesdays are wiped out because of either the election or a federal holiday,
Okay,
and
so
a state holiday that Kansas recognizes.
so we have 2024, but we don't have 25.
She has 24 out of 25.
No, you should turn, did it not print them right on the?
She got 24, I got 25. Maybe we should, we were gonna wait till tomorrow anyway, right?
Well, not on that necessarily. No, this isn't voted on until next month.
Okay.
This is for discussion.
Was there, I know you guys had trouble finding kids to come during spring break. Do we know if these dates?
So I can answer that.
I mean, I won't care. I'm gonna
Right.
have the whole week free, but
So
in
spring break
2025.
in 24 is the week of the meeting, but in 25, it is not. In 25, spring break is the week of the 17th. So we're good for 25, missing the meeting, but for 24, it would be the same week. So the decision needs to be made for how to address November of 25 and and the spring break issue for 24, if so.
And this is a discussion item?
This is a discussion item now, and then action item next month.
Okay. So I'll just ask, is there anyone who has a concern that in 24, the board meeting is currently scheduled to be over the week of spring break?
Right.
So, any objections?
Maybe.
Maybe, okay. Is that an issue for
That's-
anyone else?
Okay.
And so
I don't want to be here.
the proposal would be then, if not the 12th and 13th, we would move it to the 19th and 20th?
As you consider moving it, please understand that there are many organizations that go off of your calendar. So I know you may not think that, but there's just many organizations that build off of the second Tuesday and Thursday off of your calendar, so.
Or you can zoom in.
Yeah.
Okay,
Change it.
all right.
Yeah, these were supposed to be printed front to back.
Mr. Porter says leave it where it is. I'm with him. The November date doesn't bother me. I don't know about anybody else. If we want to make any changes in November. Okay. Obviously, we can revisit next month. But if you want to make a comment, now is your time. All right, the next item, E, is discussion of Kansas Children's Vision Health and School Readiness Commission. Statute does not give any guidance for calling the committee. It only states that KSBOE appoints members, which we did in February. And so there's been a question, when does this meet?
We don't know how it meets, because the law doesn't say who convenes the meeting. So we're thinking that maybe we ought to at least call the first meeting, because maybe someone's looking for us to do it. And then, but the law does not specify who should call the meeting. So right now, nothing's happening with it.
The law doesn't say who's in charge of it?
Let's take over.
The question is who is on the committee?
I can answer that if.
Yeah.
So Ben Proctor is the department, and there's not a board member, just was a department, right? So Ben Proctor is the in-house representative for that group. And then it includes opticians, ophthalmologists, a KDHE person, public health worker. So it's just field, it's people in the field of
Okay.
vision care, so.
So why would this sit with us? Why would it not be with any one of the organizations that
Well,
were just
it's
named?
school readiness, I mean, they're wanting, yeah, so, but
Okay.
yeah.
I think it could set with the other groups. I'm telling you, no one's calling the meeting. So we just brought it to say, do you want
Because,
to call
yeah,
the meeting?
since we did the appointing, everybody's looking to us for what's happening.
Ben could do that, but the law doesn't specify, so it kind of leaves it up to you to.
I'd say tell Ben to act like he's in charge and do it.
Are there responsibilities to test kids when school year starts?
This is about screening students for vision problems.
So they ought to be meeting before the school year.
Well, it's an ongoing.
Right, it's an ongoing, and it's not the actual, like, they're not gonna make it happen, it's the.
So Commissioner, is the request here that we need to essentially give the department permission to call this meeting? Okay.
We have no authority to call the meeting
Well, let's do it.
unless you give us that authority.
Let's take it.
Use your mic, please. Go for it. Betty?
I move that we give Ben the authority to go ahead and initiate the meeting on this committee.
Got a second from Jim Porter here. All in favor? Unanimous. Motion passes.
And that steamrolled right.
Never miss an opportunity to take over.
All right. Item F is committee reports. As a reminder, you can have individual reports placed in the packet. Barbara can distribute those for you. If there are any committees that have been meeting and would like to give us an update, Ann?
I don't have an update, but next Friday, on the 23rd, the Professional Standards Board meets, and I will be on vacation. If somebody would like to, Kathy, I don't know, well, yeah, oh, okay. Well, they sent out the list the first time we were there. Anyway, if somebody wants to sit in for me, you can do it by Zoom, but it's a very, very interesting committee, and you can learn a lot about teacher licensure. That's where they discuss all the rules for teacher licensure and any changes and that kind of stuff. So anyway, if you're interested in sitting in for me on the 23rd, let me know, because you can do it by Zoom. Yes, a week from
23rd of
Friday.
June.
Thank you.
Next Friday. Thank you. Any other committee reports? Betty?
Just kind of an update on the fact that the policy committee has been meeting, and we have identified 3 areas of focus that we're going to look at. General review of procedure and guidelines, which is really to offer the lay of the land for perhaps new board members who are not familiar, and as a reminder for in-place board members that need to look at that. The other is to look at and refine the evaluation process for the members that we do evaluate, and then to gather more information and make recommendations as it has to do with travel and our responsibility to that area. So we don't have any meat on the bones, but that's what we are looking at, discussing, and we'll be bringing to the board for review when we get something. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. And Dennis, did you have something to add?
Yes, I missed this Zoom for the Kansas Prescription and Opioid Advisory Committee, but you have a handout, and I just wanted to point out a couple things on the second page that are significant. You know, we do have a big drug problem with fentanyl and things like that, and it can be deadly. So just if you look on the back side of the first page, there is a new antidote that a nasal spray that can, if you're as young as 12, it can be used as an antidote for overdose. And then Governor Kelly did sign Bill 174. They decriminalized fentanyl test strips. That was a good thing, I think, that happened. And then there's just email addresses there and stuff, that would be helpful. I noticed down there on second to the bottom, Finney County is having an opioid summit July 19th in Garden City. It's free. So anyway, this is something, you know, that's really want us to save lives if we can.
Thank you, Dennis. Anyone else for committee reports? Okay, I'll move on to Mark for the board attorney report, item G.
Thank you. For my report, I would refer you to the monthly report submitted. If you have questions, you can see me individually or on a break, or we could go into executive session for any things that are discussed or sent under attorney-client privilege, including the memos relating to consent agenda and as well as the other memos that I sent regarding abstention and voting. One of the things that I'm working on right now for Kansas School for the Blind and School for the Deaf relate to SRO agreements, interlocal agreements between the schools and the municipality, whether it be the city of Olathe or the unified government, and their local law enforcement. So some additional money is available to both of those schools to have SRO agreements. And under the law, there's this concept called interlocal agreements, where essentially governmental entities combine resources for a common purpose. So I'm working with each of those schools to put agreements in place that are consistent with one another, that meet the requirements of the law enforcement, that define what the SRO officer would do at each of those campuses, that deal with funding and have are things that would be approved by the municipalities. So that's one of the things that you'll see on my billing report next month. It's something I'm working on right now. I would encourage the board members to review the procedure for consent agenda, which are found in the board policies at 1010. Has to do with governance process, and under the section F related to the meeting conduct and the procedure, under subpart 2, page 17. Really, this is kind of supplementary to the more detailed memorandum that I provided, but it somewhat relates to or it does relate to what occurred earlier with regard to the consent agenda, and that it's the practice of the board to take action only on those items as noted in the agenda as action items, and that policy continues about if you want to depart from the normal procedure to take a vote. The limited discussion in the policy as to the matters placed on the consent agenda is described as routine, procedural, or non-controversial action. If there's questions, the policy states that clarification should be requested well before the board meeting. An item should not be pulled from consent agenda just to have a question answered. That sort of information gathering should happen before the meeting. And it goes on regarding approval or pulling an item from the consent agenda. And I would just recommend that perhaps the board consider how that process would take place, so that if there are specific questions that are not going to be asked prior to the meeting, that maybe you defer those specific items to the second day, or rearrange your agenda so that the commissioner can have the subject matter experts in the room and available to answer those questions. Otherwise, I just remind the board that specific questions are, at least according to the policy, should be presented in advance and given an opportunity to respond to those questions. And that's the substance of my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
So, Mark, I'm glad that you brought that up, because as the chair, it creates a bit of a challenge with the calendar and trying to get folks in to present on time when we know that we're also going to have to allow time, and we can't call in folks from the department to weigh in and provide some of the answers to those questions. And so today we had, what, 6 that were pulled from consent. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying questions should be submitted either to me as the chair, or I would say to me as the chair, and feel free to copy the commissioner if you have a question for the commissioner, but to get those questions out in advance of the meeting so that we can then prepare to have the right people in the room. And then I would go on to say that might actually have to happen after lunch on Wednesday.
That's simply a suggestion. I mean, the board's free to adjust the agenda, but it just creates, it's something that has occurred in the last several months, and, I tried to address that in the memo, but typically those non-controversial action items in the procedure that are procedural or routine are not necessarily discussed or debated. But if that's the pleasure of individual board members or the board as a whole, then I think you need to maybe look at those issues. The legislative history, if you will, of the provision in the current policy related to requesting clarification is that in years past, the tail might wag the dog, meaning the consent agenda discussion might take over the whole board meeting because a lot of questions and maybe the level of detail wouldn't be anticipated in advance of the meeting. So, or what might be commonly described as a drive-by when the agency is in the same building as the board and questions are made of staff, things like that. And so if there's an anticipated question, that particular provision was just intended to try to resolve those questions in advance of the meeting. And so just trying to provide a little insight and history to that, and certainly not intended to, if there are specific questions or concerns, that's the right of the board member, but we might want to, if that's going to be a common practice, I'd just refer the board members to the written policy and consider how you might want to adapt the consent agenda to fit the needs of the board.
Okay. I saw Ann was raising her hand, and Danny, I've got you in the hand raise app. Is yours pertinent to this, or do you want to?
I have 2 different questions.
Use your mic, please. Turn your mic.
I'm sorry. If we have to go into executive session to talk about your report, how was it that it was okay for you to talk about it to a reporter, but it isn't okay for us to talk about it in public because you sent a report that you already had researched, but you didn't send it to us until about a week before this, so we couldn't hire a lawyer to get our opinion,
Well,
which was probably going to be different than your opinion.
well, there's a number of erroneous assumptions in your argument, but your question, I'll be happy to address them. First of all, you're always welcome to get your own opinion or hire your own lawyer after the fact. That's your prerogative. I did not talk with a reporter. All of the board meetings are live streamed, so I'm assuming that the reporter went to the live stream and looked at the comments and listened to the comments during the board meeting. And we don't typically.
Comments that you made.
I understand.
Okay. Well, how come it's okay for you to make those comments?
I'm in the process of answering your question.
Okay.
So, we're providing a little more context so you understand completely. We don't always have reporters in the gallery because there's live stream, and unless it's some late breaking thing, they don't typically show up with cameras and microphones anymore since things are live streamed. I did not talk with a reporter. I was advised 2 weeks ago that a reporter was calling asking for a copy of my written opinion, which had not been created yet. And my response was that I gave a verbal legal opinion without, citing to a specific written opinion. And I think if you look at my the words I used. I said that I'm in the process of researching and considering that issue when I addressed that to the, during the public session. The Open Meetings Act does have a provision that if somebody stands up and presents an excerpt from a written document that's either attorney-client privilege or confidential, that you could, under certain circumstances, waive the attorney-client privilege. So I advised the staff of the agency that I didn't have a written opinion prepared at the time I made that statement in the Attorney Board report, and that it was, in fact, attorney-client privilege. And if that's something that they want to challenge, then they can certainly do so. But there was no written opinion. It wasn't prepared at that time. It was created after that. I was only advised by the agency, not directly, but through the board secretary, that somebody was asking for that written opinion. So it didn't exist at the time.
So
Do you have a concern with the opinion that was
the board secretary advised you
written?
that somebody wanted to know about abstention?
No, that somebody wanted a copy of my written opinion, which I referred to, which, as I understand it, they said was referred to in the board meeting. And I said that there wasn't a written opinion at that time, that the opinion that I gave was verbal during the previous board meeting and was sufficient to answer any questions that the reporter had. And the same day I gave that response, the reporter published an article, a short online article,
So
quoting my comments from the public meeting.
So why would a board member even ask you about abstention, and we spend money on that when they can use their campaign funds to spend their own money to find out about abstention? I mean, why, I mean, so if I ask you to go research something and it's $10,000, we just spend the $10,000. So any board member can ask you to research something, and you go research us and bill us for that, and it's okay.
No, once again, there are a lot of erroneous assumptions in your statement, but you're free to go and get an opinion of your own. But I
understand
represent
that.
the board as a whole, so I wouldn't, without some level of involvement by the board leadership or the issue that is something that's been present before the board for a number of months. I did look into that, as well as the consent agenda and the abstention.
Well, but Robert Rules of Order said abstention has always been that it's a no vote. And so we're not using Robert's Rule of Order, but you say it's a yes vote in your little opinion. Okay.
I think we're done here. Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the consent agenda, because if we didn't have that for this routine stuff, we'd be here all night. But Mark, I got a question. I don't think most of these things get pulled because people have a question. Maybe that does happen, and I think we'd all do well if it's just a question. But I get the feeling they're being pulled because people want to vote no. So if that's the case, we don't really have an alternative approach, do we? We just have to pull them.
Today, I believe, was a little, the way I read the dialogue, there were some specific questions as it related to, I think Dennis had a question about or we had a question about the amount Kathy had, and there were some questions, specific questions that, about the items on the consent today. But I agree with you that in the past, at least the way I interpreted the dialogue, was that it was mostly pulled from the consent agenda to either vote no or typically to abstain.
Okay.
And that was before this calendar year. That was with a previous board member as well. So it's been
Gotcha.
something that's typically only been one abstention vote, but it kind of had continued to, I think, be used in error, and so I somewhat took the initiative to get that clarified, because I want to make sure that that we're using, giving you good advice on those things.
Gotcha. Thank you, and I appreciate your opinion because it was really well-written and very helpful. Thank you.
So, Mark, would it be appropriate as the chair for me to say, if I go back to the definition that the consent agenda is routine, procedural, and non-controversial, I would ask my fellow board members then, if there's something that you want to vote on individually, or if you have a question, either way, send an email, make a phone call in advance of the meeting, and we can continue to have a consent agenda that's set, and then we could pull out the items in advance and say, these items will be voted on individually. We wouldn't plan to have discussion and questions on those unless, I'm trying to figure out how can we segment the things that people want to vote no or abstain on versus which items do we need to bring in someone from the department so that we can better understand. So that would give us an opportunity. I guess I'm still asking for the same thing I asked earlier, which is bring it up ahead of time.
I wish there was a clear-cut answer, but I think it kind of depends, because if it's truly just a vote no, I think in the past, or to abstain or to vote no, then it's pretty simple to just do that, pull that. I would not give you the advice. It is not my recommendation or advice that you prevent a board member from doing that. That is your right to pull that from the consent agenda. And the board member can vote however they individually choose. I'm just reminding you of the policy and the procedure, and that there are options to get questions answered prior to the board meeting. I'm not saying that under no circumstances can you ask those questions, because sometimes they don't occur until the time of the meeting. Just trying to give the agency the opportunity to have people available if that's going to be something that's a recurring theme. So
Okay.
I don't have a clear answer. I think it's kind of a combination of those things you
Sure.
suggested.
Yeah, Dennis?
Yeah, just quick. Yeah, what would be the time frame that you would need, Melanie, if we contact you and want something pulled? How much, I mean, we get that,
So-
get the.
The request that I was going to make of the board members is if there is something that you need more information on, reach out, I would say at least a week in advance. The agenda gets published online. That's the challenge. And so Barbara typically sends us that agenda right around the first of the month. If you can, and you won't see it until then. So I would say we'd have to do a quick turnaround to get someone from the department lined up to speak. If there's an item.
I can do that as early as that morning, generally. Sometimes they're not available, they may be gone. So even the day before, I mean, just as, if you need something that I can't answer for you.
Yeah. Betty?
Just as a point of clarification, because even today, when agenda items were pulled, I think each person already had an idea of how they were going to vote on that. I did ask questions. I did not pull those items, but since they were pulled from the agenda, I took the opportunity to ask questions for clarification. I may read one thing on an agenda item, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, this is pretty straightforward. If a board member pulls that, obviously because that's something they're not in support of, then from my perspective, I maintain the right to ask, okay, give me clarification. Is there some additional information I should know? Because I had the option until I actually raise my hand to change my vote. I may have been in favor of something. I hear information and I'm thinking, okay, I'm not in favor of that. So today was, I had created the questions and I really want to speak in defense of that, because typically when Michelle pulls items, those are items that her mind is made up. And so we're able to go ahead and vote on those things that we agree. Those things that she does not want to vote yes for, they're isolated. I like the option of saying, give me a little more input on that. So the questions being generated weren't because I initially had a question about them. So procedurally, I think that we were in line today with, these were pulled by Michelle. I wanted more information and I asked for it. It wasn't that these were questions that I had. So I would suggest that what happened today still is pretty much in line with honoring board policy and how we should process that. If anyone has pulled it and they say, I'm voting no because, then yes, I need to ask questions because I may or may not change my vote. So I still would like to see us, kind of stay with that. Has nothing to do with, are we strictly doing Robert's Rules of Order? Because I do think we have a modified version of that. But I will always maintain the ability to question something if I feel that I need more input. If Michelle has something that she's aware of and wants to share, I'd like to hear that. If she doesn't want to share it, then I still will ask, can I get clarification so that I am comfortable with the vote that I am making?
Dina.
I was just going to suggest that we have dual conversations with the commissioner, and would be a good time to, if you've already looked at, because we've already seen the packet, if we have questions about things, we can make comments about, I have questions about this particular item or items, and then Dr. Watson is aware that there are questions. And he can be prepared, or we can, you all can, in leadership, can be prepared.
Thank you. And it's my hope as chair that it's my goal to make sure that everyone has the information that they need. So I just want to make sure that we're getting those things out there so that if we do need someone from the department to come, we kind of felt it today as we were going through those items. There were some things that there could have been more information available if we'd asked the right people so they could be here. So, okay. We will move on to requests for future agenda items. Does anyone have any requests? Dennis.
USD 112 is going to vote on August 1st whether to disorganize their district. That's a big, that's New Frontier. I think the department's getting a lot of requests as to how that's going to look. If the vote comes down yes, and I'm getting emails from, parents, people are really concerned about how this is going to work out. I think we need to be aware of how what our responsibility will be if it does turn out to be yes. Then we are basically responsible for deciding how that's going to all work out. And I think in July we need to have a good, robust discussion about that. This is getting to be a big deal, and for a lot of people involved out there. The other thing I'm a little concerned about is, Dr. Watson, you when you were talking to the future teachers there in Emporia, you mentioned that anxiety is a big deal with Gen Z, and we fund mental health at a pretty big rate. That is a big issue with teenagers, and I don't know whether we want to look at that and bring in some people to talk about what the whole idea of if we're doing the right thing and if, for the mental health of our kids.
Thank you. Anyone else? Michelle?
I think Jim McNeese brought up data. Maybe was it you that brought up data? Data last month, and so I would like to correlate that with technology and data for future agenda items, to have people come speak on data. He asked about data last month, and then correlate that with technology.
Can you be a little more specific?
Well, like, as far as like, he was wondering, like, as far as who collects it, what do they do with it, all that, just more information to board members and to the public on data collection in the state of Kansas, what we can't collect, what we can collect, just more specifics on that, clarification on that, and then technology usage and the data that's collected on that. So there's data, maybe there's data that's done maybe visually in a classroom and reported, and then there's data that's done, via surveys or their homework, whatever. Everything's done pretty much now on the computer, and so I think that those correlate with each other.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you. Betty?
We have talked about the various tests that teachers have to take for their license, and I think we've highlighted that there have been a few that were having difficulties with certain subject areas. I wanted kind of a general overview because I'm hearing that, there's a variety or number of tests that they have to take, and there's an associated cost with each one. I am not really familiar enough with that. If there's an elementary teacher getting her license, that there may be 5 or 6 different tests. That's just an example. I'm not saying that's how it is, but to have an idea, an overview of what they actually have to go through from a testing perspective to get their license, and if there's a different cost for each one.
Okay. Thank you.
Some of that may be answered tomorrow by Shane.
Wondered about that. Dina?
That if that's the case, could we just kind of put a question mark by that request? And if it's answered, then there's no need for an additional agenda item.
Yeah, I was looking at the agenda as you asked that question,
Okay.
so we'll see. All right, Dina?
My question is more in alliance with what Mr. Hirschberger commented on. And I guess I'm wondering if we can, because his concern is really about a specific issue that I think most of us probably have some agreement with. If we are dealing with funds, if we have any ability to restrict the use of the funds we're approving, so that because that community organization has been around for years and does a lot of good as well. So I would hate to deny them all of the access to the funds, but I'm wondering if, because of the source of those funds, if we have the ability to say, you can use them, however, without use of the funds for these purposes. So that's something that I think we ought to find out so that we could provide restrictions so that people know we're not supportive of something we consider to be inappropriate.
Can I respond to that a little bit? I mean, I think I hear what you're saying is that social media has created a problem within, is that what you're talking about?
I want to be careful to not have a discussion about it right now because this section of the meeting is just for
It-
requests for future
Mine
agenda
is
items.
just basically a question to find out if we would have that ability to,
okay, she's different.
to make those kinds of, provide those kinds of restrictions
Okay.
on things that we may find distasteful.
Okay, I believe I understand your request, yeah. Thank you.
I'm thinking about it.
All right. Oh, Danny.
Actually, my question's not about a future agenda item. I just want to, I'm a kind of a black and white kind of guy. So I want to make sure that nothing's changed on how we do the consent.
Correct.
And, you-
Is your mic on?
yes.
Okay, there we
I'm
go.
sorry.
That's okay.
And you can abstain from voting. And it doesn't mean you're with the majority or against the majority. Or is the meaning of abstention changed?
Mark, do you want to answer that per your previous written opinion?
I guess I'd have to refer you to my written opinion. I don't think an abstention is appropriate vote unless you have a conflict of interest. And I think it's important to understand that the general import of an abstention is to vote with the majority. So understanding that, I believe is important for you to consider. But I'm not the decider. That's something for the policy committee or the board as a whole to say, to make a rule that that a board member is not able to vote with an abstention. So I'm not going that far. I don't think it's an appropriate vote unless you have a conflict of interest, is my opinion.
Okay, so I can just say I have a conflict of interest and I need to leave the room, or I have a bias and I can leave the room and not vote one way or the other,
You're entitled to do that if you wish.
and slow everything down a little bit more.
Yeah, but it's the same in the legislature. If you, like I said, for the most part, you pass because you have a conflict of interest. But if you pass just because you don't want to vote, then you're agreeing to go along with the majority. And in the legislature, I think as Mark mentioned before, they can do a call of the House and actually force you to vote up or down. We don't do that here. It's not part of our policy, but that's exactly how it's handled in the legislature. And a pass means, I don't care, I'll go with the majority.
But I think the important point is that you have to have 6 affirmative votes. And so if you read the position I've taken, an abstention and a no is not considered an affirmative vote. But it has implications. And so regardless of how you want to handle a no or an abstention, there still needs to be 6 affirmative votes according to the statute. But I think that the context of the discussion about abstention provides a greater understanding for what that signals or what it means.
Okay. With that, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. 9 a.m., sorry. Tomorrow's Wednesday, 9 a.m. tomorrow.
That's what, for about an hour and a half.